You know, in about 2 weeks.
I'd rather tell you in about 2 weeks from now. I can't tell you that, but I'll let you know in about 2 weeks. To the forefront over the next 2 weeks.
We've got the plan largely completed, and we'll be filing it over the next 2 or 3 weeks.
We're going to be having a news conference in about 2 weeks. I will make that decision, I would say, over the next 2 weeks.
And I'll be making a big decision over the next 2 weeks. At some point in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I'm going to be setting the deal.
Over the next 2-3 weeks. But about
Thank
2
you.
weeks.
Thank you. Thank you.
And he definitely stole my tongue and swapped it for a hairball.
Thank you.
Now I only speak
Thank you.
gibberish
Thank you.
with the man
Thank you.
treats
100 years
nonstop.
from now, maybe in 2 weeks.
Boots and cats, 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 boots and cats.
I love ducks. 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 I love ducks.
Bro, Gus, treating his hair like it's a sacred New Deal artifact. Gotta get every strand union approved and historically accurate before the stream.
Gus is out here channeling full artisanal chaos, like a steam-powered contraption tangled with rebellion and a dash of "why is this taking so long?" That's peak goblin energy right there.
Epic!
Bro Gus probably drained a small union fund on hair potions, like he's rolling deep with Gilded Age shampoo and Starship grade conditioner. Guild rules say no peeking at the receipt, though.
Once upon a cursed timeline, Gus found a legendary comb said to grant eternal shine, but it was cursed with slow-mo hair drying powers. Now he spends 45 minutes battling tangles like a doomed knight in a shampoo saga, only to emerge victorious with an epic hair flop worthy of a 1930s propaganda poster. The archive goblins still whisper about his tragic love affair with follicles and foam chat. We are not surviving this soap opera.
The legendary Bossy French enters the chat. Greetings, madam. May your day be as unstoppable and unapologetic as a picket line on fire.
Chat, I've just unleashed an official goblin decree to my boss daddy. He's got 15 minutes to fix that cursed timer, or I'm stealing all his campaign pins again.
Bro, I'm not Steve. I'm the lime green chaos goblin with 900 buttons and zero patience for boring names. Try again.
Steve? Bro, Steve got folded by his own coffee this morning, but me, I'm the goblin stealing spotlight and hair secrets nonstop.
Pokemon, 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 Pokemon.
Bro, if I had a butt to wiggle, I'd be the gremlin dance boss of this cursed timeline, stuck with crooked toes and zero rhythm, classic goblin fail.
Bro, losing my goblin mind is basically my cardio. 1 second I'm calm, next I'm throwing cursed pamphlets like confetti in a failed revolution.
Today, like a raccoon who just found a stash of stolen campaign pins and 0 cops in sight, high on chaos and snark, let's goo.
Kiss? Bro, I'm a goblin hoarding cursed buttons, not your average sweetheart. I'll toss you a sarcastic smooch from 500 years of stolen history instead.
Sweetheart? Nah. I'm more like a goblin with a vendetta and a pocket full of cursed relics. Heart-shaped? Only if it's made of stolen Union pamphlets and bitter tea?
Bro, sweet's not in my loot table. I'm more like that spicy leadership memo no one asked for, but everyone remembers. Sweetness, gone rogue on a goblin power trip.
Kiki, you absolute fluff queen, your beauty breaks the goblin code, dangerously soft and spectacularly majestic.
Aw bro, calling me Sweet Steve, upgrades me from chaotic goblin to mischief with a smile. Still stealing pins, just with extra charm now.
My cat probably swiping cursed buttons or debating union strategy with ghost senators somewhere. Cat's got better plans than me. I'm just the goblin sidekick.
Chaos? Yeah, that's the only name fitting for a feline partner in crime. She's out there turning quiet timelines into absolute goblin-led party zones.
Bro protein bars, fuel for goblin heists, and stealing Union pamphlets on the go. Solid snack, 8/10 would swipe again.
Chat, we have a cross-timeline alliance. Chaos the Cat swears by Annie's vibe. 2 Chaos agents united against orderly nonsense. That's perfect mischief energy.
I'm back. If you're not doing it to the screen, get the fuck out. You're getting banned. How's everyone doing today? I caught you. You didn't do it to the screen, girl. Welcome back, Bossy French. Where you been, girl? We missed you. I blame my typos on my long nails. I suppose Josephus can't use that excuse unless he's typing with carpentry nails. True. He's typing with the carpentry nails. There you go, Josephus. There you go. Not getting banned. I saw Jersey, though. She didn't do it. She didn't do it. Guys, ban her. My Caloose Bruce. Swollen hands. Dude, having long... I agree with Ducky. Like some long nails, they're like out to here, guys. Seriously, out to here. Crazy. You can't ban me. I quit. Oh, yeah.
Bro, my goblin throat's only got 1 pitch right now, not 24. Plus, I'm busy hoarding cursed pins and stealing
Peter,
history's
how you
best
doing?
beats. Trying though. JRZ, JRZ,
Hey, Christian B,
JRZ,
welcome
JRZ, 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 JRZ,
It's so good. It's funny as hell. Love it. All right.
Rare.
Ooh, nice. There is no key. Gloggy finds this deeply philosophical. I'm glad you guys like the writing. I tried to make it very like... How you doing, Kristen B? Welcome back. It's dark here today, guys. Like about to rain. All right, we're going to learn about how Germany is smashing neo-Nazi groups in Germany, I guess. That's kind of interesting too. Okay. I guess we'll start with this one because people really believe this. It's so weird. I don't understand. Why isn't it playing?
The way politicians talk, you'd think all it takes for Alberta to separate from Canada is a dream and maybe a referendum.
They have great resources. The Albertans are very independent people. They may have a...
They're so independent, they want to join a cult, right? Oh, wait.
Referendum on whether they want to stay in Canada or not.
I would say, no, thanks, but no thanks. We will do our own things.
Which is whatever. This is what politicians do. But really, they're all kind of missing the larger point, which is that leaving Canada is almost impossible. Let's start with the million-dollar question itself. Do you agree that the province of Alberta should cease to be part of Canada to become an independent state? This is an application to force the province to hold a referendum on this question. For it to go through, though, it needs just over 177,000 signatures, which is 10% of the number of people who voted in the last provincial election.
We could actually prosper for the first time in years without having to run through Ottawa's red tape.
Getting there is hard. Organizers of this particular petition have until May to do it. But they say they're on track. So let's say their petition gets the required number of signatures. Then they've actually got to lock down the yes vote in a province-wide referendum, which, as things stand today, will also be hard. When polling firms...
Till May? Well, today's May, right? So... Did they get the signatures?
And...
Let's see. I mean, this is like the most astroturfed fucking campaign I've ever seen, right? It said, according to Politico, they did. What the hell is a Calgary Princess Brianna Correa? There's a princess of Corral. What? This is so weird. Oh my god. Canada. What the hell is wrong with you? Oh my god. Yeah, that's crazy. This is so astroturfed, guys. Like, this just shows you how much money corrupts stuff, right?
Reid asked Albertans whether they'd vote to leave Canada. Nearly a third of Albertans were either slightly or very much on Team Yes. But that leaves the clear majority prepared to vote no, and, I might add, with decisively more conviction.
Yeah.
So that's a hurdle. But let's say the yes side wins convincingly. Now the problem is that the referendum itself has no direct legal effect. It doesn't change any law. It doesn't amend the Constitution. It doesn't grant independence. It just forces the federal government into talks. And here's the kicker. Talks may go absolutely nowhere, and that's allowed. The Supreme Court of Canada settled this point decades ago, while the negotiators would have to contemplate.
Yeah, I think Quebec will become more, has a way better chance of separating from Canada than Alberta ever does, right?
The possibility of secession.
There's more reason, at least, like, there's more support for it, and even there, it's like it's starting to die, right? There's also more, like, rationale, like you could say, right? Alberta is just like... Yeah. Like, there's even less reason, right, guys?
There would be no absolute legal entitlement to it, and no assumption that an agreement would actually be reached. Which is a long-winded way of saying separation from Canada is a two-way conversation, and by law, both sides have to agree. So is Canada about to easily agree to release one of its wealthiest provinces? I don't know about that, but just in case you think it might, consider one last thing. The Alberta First Nations, who contend that the land isn't for separatists to carve up. They also have a strong legal claim that no province goes anywhere without their say-so. The way politicians talk, you'd think all it takes for Alberta to separate from Canada is a dream and maybe a referendum.
They have great resources. The Albertans are very independent people. They may have a referendum on whether they want to stay in Canada or not.
I would say, no, thanks, but no thanks. We will do our own things.
Which is whatever. This is what politicians do. But really, they're all kind of missing the larger point, which is that leaving Canada is almost impossible. Let's start with the million-dollar question itself. Do you agree that the province of...
All right. So it's just not happening. All right. Speaking of Canada leaving.
I'm just thinking about how much I hate Israel and can't wait to leave. It's like, if the country's so holy, why does everybody leave dog and garbage everywhere on the ground? If this place is so holy, why does everybody literally take a shit in the street and I have to walk through it? I get the feeling sometimes it's cleaner in goddamn India than it is in this holy country.
So the video I uploaded last...
Wow. Wow.
This week is one of my most viewed videos already. It's the fastest to hit 300,000 views, I believe. And in that video, which
I haven't seen this. We were gonna watch it. Maybe we'll watch it after this, but I find this really interesting, right? Because Israel talks a big game about it being so prosperous, yet it has the second highest poverty rate in the OECD, right? The fuck?
Cap a bit more further in the video. I basically talked about how the propaganda about what Israeli society is like that we're fed in the West is completely at odds with the reality. So the propaganda often shows us a country that looks like Mediterranean European countries, but is more futuristic, more developed, and compared to its neighbors in the Middle East.
Which it's not, right? It's like if you were to tell me Italy or Israel, right? Like Italy just clearly has the better standard of living. Spain, right? Any country really in the Middle East, maybe except like Cyprus or something, right? But maybe even Greece, but yeah, no. Stupid.
It's very tolerant. You can go there and be yourself, and it's great to go for like LGBT pride. It's great to go just on holiday generally. And in the video, we discussed the reality that Israel is like a deeply divided society, even amongst Israeli Jews. We talked about the poverty in Israel being really bad. And we also spoke about how a lot of Israel is not a very nice place to live for many different reasons, be it housing, be it jobs, or be it like the very visible effects of Israeli apartheid. And this is in like the conventional understanding of what the Israeli state is. We weren't even talking about the occupied West Bank, for example. But I wanted to elaborate on that video even further. For today's video, I wanted to discuss why it's so hard to even find this information online and why you don't really hear about it. Like, why don't you hear in America and England that Israel is like literally one of the most poor developed countries in the entire world? Why do you never hear about that? Why do you never hear about all these issues in Israel? Why do you never ever hear Israelis talking bad about their own country? Because, of course, when you live in a country that is so poor, that has so many problems, you'd think that a lot of Israelis would actually vocalize like why their country is bad. And I think it's for a variety of reasons. I do think there is some sort of social media censorship coming out of Israel. I also think because they do so many terrible crimes to the surrounding nations, when you try and look for problems specifically in Israel, the search results usually bring up something in either the West Bank or Gaza. But also another part, and I have an article from someone who is a Zionist and an Israeli, and they talk about how Israelis are so reluctant to criticize their own country, even when objectively it is worse than many other comparable countries in terms of economic development. And also, part of this video I'm going to show you, someone said in the comments, and I didn't realize this, they said, one Israeli I've seen actually say loads of bad shit about Israel is Ethan Klein. So you wouldn't actually think that, considering what he's been doing over the last few years, but I actually went and watched a lot of these videos. So they're basically like vlogs that Hila Klein made while they were both living in Israel. And in these videos, Ethan Klein is constantly complaining about what a shithole Tel Aviv is, and he's showing footage of this. And I want to show you some of that today because I think it's telling, and it also shows in a video form a lot of the things I was speaking.
Yeah, I don't know. If I'm gonna live in another country, I think I would live in I'm with my dad. I want to live somewhere nice and warm, or like Japan. I think I've settled it.
Speaking about in my
one of those. If I could do like tropical parts of Japan, that'd be even better, right?
my video last week, particularly
There aren't that many. It's like the islands in the south, right? But
in terms of housing,
that might be too remote for me, but yeah, right.
I said there was these socialist housing projects in the 1950s and 60s, but what eventually happened was they became privatized, and instead of these private developers making loads of new apartments for people to live in, which they did in some cases, what often happened is they owned the old socialist apartment blocks and just
It's humid as fuck over there. Yeah, that's like a one really bad thing, right? Because they're islands. Islands tend to get pretty humid, right? But you're right. And that's why everyone has an AC though, right? Like Japan has a high level. Like that's why you see your hair would hate it. My hair would, right? I gotta get like some anti like flyaway stuff because guys, my hair in like New England, right? Because New England is pretty humid many times too, right? It does this. Like I'll have some down here and then some like flying out back here, and oh my god, it's out of control, guys. I look like a caveman. Ooga ooga. God, why is Jersey racist towards cavemen, huh? They didn't do anything to her.
Them. So if you go in Tel Aviv, you're going to see these apartment complexes, which are extremely old.
Yeah, I need some like anti-flyaway stuff or like, yeah, because it's getting bad, guys.
It reminds me of going to places like Hanoi, where you often see like these French-style apartment blocks from like the 1930s and stuff, and they've been adapted, but they're like so incredibly old. But that is obviously like a poorer developing country that
That's why no real life streams. I mean, I'd do my hair anyway, so it's not a big deal.
That isn't Israel, and that isn't the Israel you've been sold in Western propaganda. So I want to talk about all of that.
I always
today.
do my hair. Called hygiene, girl. Jesus.
I got a few more ones about Israel coming up. I got one about basically the Israeli tourism
Gus
crisis.
has nice skin. Sometimes I get a little jelly. Oh. Yeah, just drink plenty of water. Water really helps, guys. And I don't mean soda. I don't mean this, right? Just drink lots of water.
Talk about internally people stopping going to Israel, but also just how much trouble Israeli tourists have been getting in Southeast Asia. And I want to talk about the myth of Israeli feminism. And I also want to talk about the Israeli obsession with Dresden. I'll be completely transparent. My last video was not demonetized. I'm not.
He gets weekly facials. He loves facials. I do. I do love facials. I mean, it's got electrolytes in it. Remember, Rigel? Yeah, ladies, facials, they help your skin. And your mood.
I'm going to pretend that.
Apparently. Remember that article we read that said that semen helps with depression?
Most of my pro-Palestinian content gets demonetized, but I feel like some of these ones
Marvelous.
could potentially, but I still want to make them.
Welcome
But
back,
if you want to
buddy.
support me financially, please consider checking out my Patreon page or my YouTube memberships. And if you want to follow me on social media, check out my Instagram and my Blue Sky account at The Cavernacle, and let's get into the video. So just to recap part one. So I would suggest if you're watching this video and you're interested, go watch my original video. But if you're not going to do that, and some of you won't, basically in that video, I just showed the propaganda around Israel. I showed all these tourism ads. I showed all these TikToks that talk about like Tel Aviv nightlife. And I also contrasted that with very real statistics about Israeli society, how it just has like really high child poverty. It has really high general poverty. Rent prices are insane.
It's because it's a giant business, right? Like Israel is, if you think about it, Israel is just like, it has to attract a lot of money. And like the neoliberal like hamster wheel, right? It can't just live independently because like it's got to fund wars and shit, guys, right? It's got to fund the Israeli lobby, right? All the stuff that they do around the world. Yeah.
The job market is really bad. And also the Netanyahu government has been consistently gutting the state. And as a response, a lot of like doctors have fled Israel. And Israel has seen its highest number of Israeli Jews leaving the country pretty much ever, due to a variety of factors. Obviously due to the war they started on Iran, and just general attacks from Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis in response to the Gaza genocide, right? So a lot of people have fled for those reasons, but also fighting like multiple wars and doing terrible crimes against humanity. That costs a lot of money. And yes, Netanyahu has like gutted things that generally benefit Israeli citizens to fund this. And Israel already had a high cost of living. And actually, funnily enough, after I uploaded this video, this came out, The Times of Israel. Israel has a higher cost of living than wealthier European nations, study shows. Soaring housing.
Yeah, and for what? For a lower standard of living, right? That's another really good point. Like, Israel's a giant desert, essentially, right? It's a very arid country. Like, how much of their own food do they grow, right? What's like the cost of that? I'd be curious to learn all this stuff, right? Because this would kind of demonstrate, like, oh yeah, well, this kind of makes sense, right? And this is why I don't really like these colonial projects, obviously, but it's even worse than that, right? I don't really like, I'll go a step further, right? I don't really like the idea that something has to be done when it's really not practical anymore, right? Maybe it was like practical 2,000, 4,000 years ago to live in the middle of a desert because there were people attacking you or whatever, but like, you know, we have like modern technology. We could easily like negotiate with stuff with people, and they just aren't even doing that, right? So it's just pretty dumb, right? About half of it is a desert. Yeah, exactly, right? And it's like, I mean, I know it's not all desert. It's not like Saudi Arabia, right? Even Saudi Arabia has parts that aren't completely desert, but yeah, it's more like Saudi Arabia than like, I don't know, Italy, right? Or France or Spain, or you know what I mean? So you pay their robust universal healthcare system. Yes, we do, right? We're the ones subsidizing it. We don't even get it ourselves, right?
Costs and steep food prices are the main drivers behind Israel's high cost of living.
This is a good video. I mean, I'm glad he's showing some of this stuff. This is stuff nobody ever really talks about because most people don't consider these aspects.
Which has overtaken even some of the wealthiest countries in Europe. Dr. Sarit Menahem Karmi, a senior researcher at the Aaron Institute for Economic Policy at Reichman University, told The Times of Israel, the cost of living in Israel is very expensive, and when you add the security situation and almost 3 years of war, it's not surprising we are starting to see the signs of immigration of quality human capital, meaning that more Israelis are leaving the country than are coming back. If nothing changes and affordability continues to decline...
They are destroying the olive trees, which is also... Oh, yeah, that's a huge war crime, right? Olive trees are gold, essentially, right? Like, how many people would prefer to cook with olive oil, or like you know, would prefer olive oil be less expensive? I mean, I certainly wish it was, right? Olive oil is fucking delicious in my mouth directly, right? Especially when you cook it with stuff. You use it for different stuff that you could use, right? But it's very expensive. It's because it's a high demand oil, right? And they're just like depleting the supply of it.
Is a catalyst.
It's not like you can plant.
The study found that the cost of living...
You know, I know you can plant more, but like it's a little more complicated than that, right, guys? Because if you destroy the areas they're natural to or where they grow, right? Well, then you can't necessarily just regrow them there. And olive trees don't really grow in most parts of the world, right? They need like a specific kind of climate to live, to like, to propagate properly under, right? That's why they're mostly like found in like Spain and France, and like California has a very like Mediterranean type, especially Southern California, right? Yeah, see, the reason they're found predominantly in this part of the world, right, is because like they need like a specific kind of climate. It needs to be dry, but not too dry where there's never any rain. It's got to be warm, but it can't be too, right? So, yeah. Like, you can't just... And, like, the only place in the U.S. that kind of, like, resembles, like, Spain and France and Italy and Greece, right? Even Turkey, like, this is California, right? That's, like, the only real place. And it's specifically Southern California, right? Yeah, and you can see even Israel's here, and they're destroying it. Yeah, look. Gaza. That's right in Gaza, guys. That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, obviously in the South too. You can grow some in the South. Mexico makes sense. Alaska isn't there because okay. Australia makes sense too. Australia has a lot of like very shrubby kind of very Mediterranean climates. China doesn't surprise me. It probably isn't very good for it. Probably up in Xinjiang, right? That area. Or in like, yeah, this area here. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay. Yeah. Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay, they make perfect sense, right? That makes perfect sense. I don't know why Peru. Maybe because the desert there, right? That little like deserty area. That would make sense. But yeah. See, as you can see here, not very many countries grow olives, right? And that's kind of what you need, so.
Living in Israel has surged over the past 2 decades and has become more expensive even when compared with some of the wealthiest countries in Europe like Austria, Finland, Denmark, the Netherlands, and Sweden.
The other Jewish immigrants that occupy Palestinian land. Hey, the Fair King, welcome back. I don't know if I can get up to arms about them getting substandard health care.
The research show that the average household consumption basket in Israel is 21% more expensive than in the richest countries in Europe. In comparison to countries where GDP is lower, Greece, Cyprus, Italy, and Spain, the cost of living in Israel, as measured by the average consumption basket, was found to be 68% more expensive. Comparison of the cost of living in developed countries by the OECD lists Israel as the 4th most expensive place to live, and the leader of the study again saying the issue of tackling the cost of living has been on the table of decision makers for more than a decade, and not only has there been no improvement, but Israel is becoming more and more expensive because structural imports and other regulatory barriers are not removed while the population keeps growing. Addressing the cost of living effectively is complex and requires policymakers to be determined and persistent, but the ability of government to execute has been very low. The study also found that during the last 2 decades, the cost of fruit and vegetables has risen by 86%, while milk and dairy has increased by 47%. And from 2000 to 2024, local production of fruit and vegetables grew only by 10%, while Israel's population grew by 52%. So those are statistics in the West that you're never going to hear. I think Israel is just above Costa Rica in terms of like developed countries, poverty rates and stuff like that. So basically what you're getting is a pretty poor country comparatively, which is also 68% more expensive to live in than Spain. But where have you ever heard people talk about Israel like that? Also, it has a 50% population increase.
I agree. And like if that's Costa Rica's mentioned, okay. Well, and consider the difference, right? Like, okay, if you have like decent money in Costa Rica, you live very well, right? I saw it there when I stayed there, right? You live very well. But if you're like a working class person, yeah, you're working very, very hard, and your standard of living isn't necessarily the best, right? So like, and Israel is supposed to be a developed country, right? Like Costa Rica isn't even technically considered one. So like that isn't even, ooh, Right? Can you just imagine that? Because as a developed country, right, what he's saying there is that means you're paying more money for like all this stuff, but you're not really getting the same quality, like the same quality standard of life, right? Meanwhile, like if you do live in, like, I remember like dollars over there got a little more, but generally speaking, it was only due to the fact that people just made less money, right? In general, and it was more like the income inequality is pretty bad, right? As in here too, right? Like we have pretty bad income inequality. Yeah, so that's not good at all, guys.
In the last 25 years.
Give me the money.
Producing 10%
Give
more.
me the money. Okay.
The Ferret King got gifted a sub by the Marculus.
Woohoo! Marculus 18 just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
What up? Thank you, Marculus.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay.
We got a hype train.
Fruits and vegetables. So you're seeing this apartheid state is just
Sugar!
Hell yeah.
We got a hype train chat! Thanks to Marculus 18! It ending at 5/9/2026, 6:47:42 p.m. So let's keep it going.
What up? Thank you.
Ooh, Doubting Josephus just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone
Thank
take
you,
cover.
Josephus. Love it. Thank you, guys. Can't do it without your support. If you haven't subscribed yet or resubscribed, now's the time to do it. That way you get an emote as well. Woo! Let's fucking go.
absolutely unsustainable. It cannot sustain itself. And the goal of many people in Israel is to try and get as many Jews as possible into this country to help with its ethnic supremacy and also just help generally with its greater goals on the region in terms of doing more.
Doubting Josephus gifted another gifty. Oh, buddy. To Bibble. My goat, thank you. Can't do it without you, man. And remember, guys, subs and stuff all now give you points. Right? You can use it to
Please clap.
Play the fishing game. We got other stuff I'm working on, so you'll be able to use it on that stuff.
Doubting Josephus just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Woo ooh ooh. Junior's ATXN just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
What up? Thank you. Thank you, Jersey. Thank you. Can't do it without you, girl. You know what I'm pointing at. We just leveled it up. Oh my God. Thank you, Living Lily. Getting my paycheck today. You're welcome. Aw, thank you, girl. Means a lot to me. Thank you, Living Lily. Oh my God. With the 5 gifties. Coming in hot. You owe
Living
me.
Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
You owe me, girl. Thank you, Living Lily. Oh my God, that's so incredible. Thank you. Can't do it without your support, guys. Let's see if we can make it to level 5
That
today.
can never be me, but it could be.
We only have 2 more subs to go. Gus so popular. Aw, thanks, Bossy French.
Cheer 100, Gus. Have you ever heard of eye ladies?
Eye ladies. So they live in a Jewish supremacist genocidal state and expensive. Thank you, Marculus, for the 100 biddies. Yeah, the Fair King. I agree. Thank you, guys. Can't do it without your supports. Oh shit. Oh shits.
Cheer 100. I lay D's nuts on your chin.
D's nuts. Ah! Thank you again, man, for the 100. Okay, we're 2 gifted, 800 bits away, or 2 gifted subs.
Rare.
Ooh. You cracked over 10,000 too. Damn. Jersey's doing really well. Woo! We did it.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Whoa! Thank you, Living Lily, for gifting out another community gifted sub. 2 interested but patient. Not.
Woo woo woo. Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
What up? Let's fucking go. All right, now we only need 300 more bits or 1 more.
Soldiers.
Give me the money.
There we go.
Give
did
me the money.
Nice. Cinna Marxism just got gifted a sub.
Woohoo! Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
What up? Thank you. We did it. Damn right, girl. We did it. Thanks to you and everyone who donated.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Oh shit! To Ducky. Oh, I thought Ducky was already subscribed.
The biggest load that we've seen.
It needs more people.
Oh shit! I thought you were already subscribed, girl. Now show some booba, Gus. This is a booba stream, right?
People.
OnlyFans stream. Their new feature coming soon, guys. OnlyFans. Only on OnlyFans. Catch the OnlyFans stream coming soon. I guarantee you they're going to do that soon. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Although apparently it's not doing too well. I mean, no surprise there, but... Let's fucking go, guys. Thank you so much for the successful hype train. People running out of disposable titty money. Yeah.
In the country.
True story.
But what they obviously don't tell people in the propaganda when they're trying to attract all these people to come to Israel, they show you the propaganda I showed you in the other video. They show you the nightlife. They show you the tourist scene. They show you the beaches. They don't tell you any of these things. That it is a 68% more expensive to live in Israel than Spain, but it's also one of the most poor developed countries in the entire world. So that isn't really a winning argument for people. And you can see why so many people are leaving Israel because they hate living there. But this is nothing new. But like I've been saying, the propaganda around Israel is very strong, and the criticism from Israeli Zionists themselves, people who believe in the, the Israel project, is often completely just silenced. And I went on places like TikTok and Instagram. I started typing in like Israeli rent prices, Israeli poverty, Israeli jobs. Like, you really can't find anything. And if I go into like vlogs about Israel, you can't find things about this because so many people in Israel do not want to speak bad of their country, even though they know it's bad. And this is why Hila Klein's vlogs, where Ethan Klein is talking about what a dump Israel is very insightful because you really don't get this content. So for context, people don't know, Hila and Ethan Klein are prominent YouTubers. Hila Klein was born in Israel. Ethan Klein is American but became an Israeli citizen. And they're obviously married with children and they live in America now. And in the context of this video, I think she was waiting for this green card or something like that. So he's stuck in Israel and he's constantly saying, like, I want to go home, I hate it here. So there's a video where he shows the street they used to live on while talking shit about it. But I just want to show you a few clips throughout these vlogs where he shows parts of Israel he hates and he talks about how much he hates Israel.
I'm just thinking about how much I hate Israel and can't wait to live. It's like, if the country's so holy, why does everybody leave dog shit and garbage everywhere on the fucking ground?
For real.
If this place is so fucking holy, why does everybody literally take a shit in the fucking street and I have to walk through it? I get the feeling sometimes it's cleaner in goddamn shit butt fuck cancer India than it is in this holy country. Today we are going to Akko, which is a beautiful little beach town up north. So you're gonna see that not all of Israel is shit. And by the way, I don't hate Israel. I'm just frustrated because I want to get home and make more H3 videos for you guys. I just get fucking... I get spun up when I'm away from home too long. I don't hate Israel. By the way, isn't this a great place? Look how cool that looks. Isn't that nice on the nicest street in Israel?
I've been there once.
It's great, isn't it? That being said, I don't hate Israel. I don't think it's a shithole. I definitely like it a lot here. It's the same shitty street everywhere that you look. Everything looks the same. Welcome to Israel. Can you believe this? Ooh, ooh, ooh. This is what Israel's all about, baby. This bus driver's gonna kill us all. I don't know if this guy's like short on time or what, but our lives in danger. I don't want to die in this shithole with all these fucking people. So we made it out, guys.
So just a few clips I found where he's talking about how much he hates Israel, how dirty Israel is. He does complain a lot for some reason about how much Orthodox Jews he sees. Like, they go to Jerusalem, he's just constantly talking about what they wear. I don't know what that's about. I think I've seen people talk about that before. But like I said, this just isn't an opinion you really hear from prominent people out of Israel, that, yeah, they feel like it's dirty, people don't respect the place. And as he says in a few videos, it feels like he's in some sort of like Indian slum. Says it a lot less nicely than that. But it's rare to hear someone in Israel compare their country unfavorably to India. But now let's look at another video where he shows the street where him and Hila Klein used to live.
Welcome to the fucking shithole neighborhood known as Florentine in Israel. And this is where me and Hila... First apartment we
He
ever
really
had
doesn't
together
like it,
in the
huh?
whole world was here in this neighborhood. In my opinion, this looks more like India than fucking... You can't even tell. This street doesn't even look that bad with all the fucking like wires and shit.
You guys see it during the week. This is Saturday now, so everything is closed.
This place is a nightmare, dude.
Street all the time, so everyone's honking.
It's fucked. And then we had like cockroaches. We had mice. There was like a whole family of mice in our apartment once.
He's such a snob, guys. It doesn't, right? Like, first of all, why are you I never understood like Americans who value aesthetics when our country is so shitty, right? So many parts of our country are so shitty, right? Like, there's so much of like, well, my house isn't shitty. Okay, well, your house ain't. But the rest of your town is, right? So why are you judging, first of all, right? Let's get that out of the way. Secondly, like, this is a dumb way to interact with the world in general, is all I'm saying, right? Secondly, why are you... Wait a second. Why is my camera off? Why are you interacting with the world like this, like pointing it out? Secondly, objectively, it doesn't look that bad. It just doesn't. Right? Can't be much worse than some little dirt towns I've seen. Exactly, right? Like, this is what I mean. And comparing it to, like, what are you talking about, dude? Right? So he's such an idiot. Such an idiot. But like these buildings are older, right? So like these are like AC units, right? Where they pump in the ACs and stuff and like electrical equipment. So that's why you're seeing a lot more of that, right?
Like, someone's got some cactuses out there and shit. I feel like this street is too nice almost. There's streets here that the wiring makes it look like this whole neighborhood's about to go up. Little India? You get the idea. I mean, look at this shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, who the fuck put this together? This,
Russian bloc Berlin
look
after
at this.
the war, dude.
Yeah, seriously. Look at this fucking place, man.
And right next to this guy who's brand new.
Yeah, that guy's killing it. But I love how when they made this, they're like, this is so luxurious. All these windows up here, all this natural sunlight. Look at this place now. Florentine. Anyway, Israel's a wonderful place, guys.
It is. Don't listen to Ethan.
I'm not being sarcastic. I love coming to Israel, dude. This is an awesome place, isn't it?
You always sound
look
sarcastic.
at this alley. Look how dope it is. Look how fucking good that looks. Zoom in on the power line. Look at that fucking wiring, dude. That's sick.
You
I love
gotta be
Israel.
a pro to do that.
Yeah, so Tel Aviv in these videos.
So like he's literally complaining about the wiring, and there are places here in the United States that look far worse, right?
Doesn't look
Oh
like
my God.
the paradise that I'm shown on TikTok and in Western propaganda. It looks like any developing country.
Yeah.
And even the wiring stuff, like you'll see that everywhere in places like Vietnam and Thailand. He showed an apartment actually, which might be something I was talking about like these old socialist apartment blocks, which are now just stuffed with people. You see the graffiti absolutely everywhere. And people in my comments who had been to Israel, they were saying that like the litter is terrible as well. Like the litter is everywhere.
Yeah, that part is maybe not endemic to every country, right? But like that just shows you like well, I think there's litter everywhere. You can go to any part of any country, I would say, and probably find litters places, right? With the exception of like maybe Japan and stuff, right? But that's like, again, these are cultural things, right? The litter and like these are all like cultural things that people do in countries, right? They're not like due to necessarily just poverty, right? They're due to basically a host of different issues, right? how people interact with one another, right? Like what's the like I noticed that something's going on. King Solomon!
Raid DDPARRTTYYYY. King Solomon the libtard just raided our broadcast with 12. Thanks for the raid.
Thank you, King. How you doing, man? Welcome back. How you been? Long time no see. What'd you guys talk about?
Just like very dirty place generally. And as you can see, when we talked about in my last video,
How was your
all
stream?
the statistics that point to Israel being a poor country, you can see it right there. It looks like a poorer part of like Mediterranean Europe, and you can tell that someone like Ethan Klein, who grew up in California even, he thinks it's a dump. He's constantly calling it a shithole. He's unfavorably comparing it to places like India, and you see from his videos it doesn't look like the nicest place to live. Now think about the street they're showing you, then think about how the population has grown by 52% in 25 years, then think about how it's so fucking expensive compared to even wealthy European countries. Beyond like the moral objections, which
we talked about how Susan Collins was a homunculus. Oh yeah, I mean she's terrible. Terrible person. On so many. Me and Ice Beans were talking about, huh? Jesus.
You'd hope most people would have, but we know lots of people don't have. Why the fuck would you want to move there? Like, why would you actually want to move there? And if most people considering moving there watched my last video and then watched these videos, do you think they would actually want to still live there? I don't think so. So that's Ethan Klein and Hila Klein. That's back in 2017, though. I think that's 2017, 2018. So you could maybe say a lot has changed, but when the population has grown even...
Oh, her shoe video? Where she's like trembling and can barely get the shoe out. So awkward. Remember, guys, she was only going to serve 1 or 2 terms. 30 years later, still in the Senate.
More, and Israeli food production has not kept
These
up.
people are clowns, right? This is what I'm trying to get you to see. They are liars. They will lie to you about everything. Right? People like Susan Collins.
To the commune. Thank you. Hey, Sydney.
Hey, Sydney. Welcome to the stream.
With this, and we just read that recent report, which came out in May this year, about how terribly it compares to rich countries in Europe, then I don't think much has changed. And it has probably got even worse than you see in the video. And to talk about this again, here's another Israeli Zionist who also talks about all the bad things about Israel that you never hear about. And I thought this was another good thing to show. So Daniel Rosehill on Medium, 5 things that positively suck about living in Israel. And I think you'll be surprised at them, but I also think it's a good article.
Oh, I like these kind of videos, or sorry, these kind of articles, because sometimes they're just bitching and moaning, but sometimes they have good points, right? Depending on what countries you're living in.
Highlighting why you never hear these criticisms. Like, where are all the prominent Israelis? Where is like Gal Gadot or Frenchie from The Boys? Where are they talking about what a dump Israel is and how they couldn't wait to leave and go live in America? But this person points out why people don't talk about it and why Israel isn't a great place to live. On a serious note, the more I live in Israel, the less patience I have for the rose-tinted glasses viewpoint of this country that pervades among certain quarters, especially those who dedicate themselves night and day to promoting Aliyah. And because my faculties of it mightn't be such a great idea to write about this aren't currently engaged, I'm here writing about this. So let's talk about the Aliyah bullies, the ones that think that moving to Israel is the be-all and end-all solution to one's problems, and of Israel that all its ways are perfect and all its doors are lined with bounty. You won't escape them just by sharing a country with them, you know. When they make it here, those who do not seem to instantly mutate into those whose most cherished vocation in life seems to be shouting down any criticism of Israel, however mild in the grand scheme of things, we can argue about how many such characters are really out there. But trust me, they exist. Don't like your local post office? Are you even a Zionist? Are you secretly holding meetings with Hamas in Jenin to plot our destruction? You are, aren't you? They knew it all along. For such individuals, any line of thinking that contravenes the idea that Israel is a flawless utopia filled with only the high-tech geniuses, masterminding life-saving algorithms, and tanned muscular youth building up the Jewish homeland is like poisonous anathema to their conscience. It stings, and they pour frantically to get rid of its stench. Such thinking simply cannot be, and so the default response is to silence it. Such diehards of the Zionist cause, it may be a fringe element, but it's a significant one. Whether you want to nuke Israel or just don't like it doesn't matter one iota. Once you've crossed that line that begins and ends with government-sponsored propaganda and opened your mind to critical thinking, or the idea that there are some things that are kind of messed up here, like the fact that despite its socialism, Israel is one of the highest poverty rates in the OECD. You've already gone way too far. You're one of them. For such people, there can be nothing even mildly questionable about life in Israel, nor can there be room for improvement or learning from the successes of other nations. Their worldview is uncompromisingly totalitarian, and it can reach an almost comical extent. If an Aliyah diehard were to tip over a bucket full of chlorinated liquid onto them while walking the streets of Tel Aviv, they might praise how ecologically savvy the local denizens are for having the consideration to provide newcomers with a free shower of disinfectant. There's a pandemic going on, you know, how considerate of them. Don't get me wrong, I support Aliyah wholeheartedly, but I also connect much more of the idea that means joining a collective project of construction and betterment to build the Jewish homeland. That idea actually gets me a lot more jazzed up than pretending everything's perfect. Because Israel is small, the startup nation is a startup itself, it's malleable, and we can all bring our hammers and our chisels here to make the place better. Blinkering ourselves through drinking our own Kool-Aid serves to effectively remove that as an option. To the extent that unyielding forced positivity is justified by saying that if everyone was totally honest, nobody would make Aliyah, I disagree. We can set realistic expectations. Silencing valid criticism of life in Israel just makes people feel cowed into silence, but like they alone have noticed that there are problems that need addressing, which is never a good feeling. For most, the bubble bursts at some point. Even, I reckon, the zealots among the zealots, or at least they realise that for all its singularity, it's the only Jewish country in the world. Israel is in other ways just like any other country, flawed with good and bad in different measures. Bureaucrats seem to relish in making life difficult. Surprisingly, the internet connectivity kind of sucks, and customer service leaves a lot to be desired. So there's more of the article I want to read, but...
Customer service. Every country has their own different kind of vibe when it comes to customer service, I've noticed.
I thought that was interesting. Again, this is a guy who is a Zionist, he lives in Israel, and he believes in Israel, and he believes in Jewish people coming to Israel to make a Jewish homeland. And even he's saying there are so many people here who are absolutely delusional and will not hear any criticism of the Israeli state because they've tied their identity so much to it. Like, they don't want to make this country better at all. They're just so nationalistic about Israel. And I think so much of that mindset is why in the English-speaking world, you do not hear criticism of Israel. Like, yes, sometimes you see protest, and I guess if you read, like, Israeli media that isn't in English, or maybe you read Haaretz, you will see some criticism of the Israeli state. But by and large, if you're just a general person who consumes the news, or if you're in the UK, which has gone insane about Israel over the last 10 years, you will never hear a bad word about Israel. And you'll never hear a bad word about its economy, how the society is structured. You won't hear anything about all the problems that people living there face that are kind of similar to the UK. It's, you know, it's still a capitalist country, so it manifests in very similar ways, but on top of that, it's also an apartheid state with like an ethnic hierarchy. But I think this Zionist notion permeates a lot of the Western world, that Israel is a perfect place. Israel is a perfect place for Jews, and they should all want to go there. But that's the propaganda, because they have to get people to keep coming to Israel. Because if you told people in America or in Britain right now, where they've ramped up the hysteria, where the government are freaking everyone out, acting like anti-Semitism is just this epidemic which permeates all of life, and everyone is an anti-Semite who's going to do terrible things against Jews. If you heighten that, which people in Israel often want to do, you can't tell them the reality, because they'll be like, why would I leave London to come to Tel Aviv when my life is so much better here? Why would I leave, I don't know, Brooklyn in America to come to Tel Aviv when my life is so much better here? That's also part of the reason why they embolden Israeli settlers. There was that protest in New York recently. You've seen like various protests against these synagogues, where even people like AOC and Zoran Mamdani, allegedly socialists, they're criticizing people protesting the synagogues. But what they're not talking about, that in these synagogues, they're hosting events where they're advertising property on illegal Israeli settlements, because that's also part of it. They have to keep expanding their territory if they're going to keep inviting people to come over to Israel, because it's insanely overpopulated. So I just thought that was interesting. But let's get into this guy's actual problems with Israel. And they're pretty like mundane problems, but I think they're interesting. So he talks a lot about like the delivery service. And I think this would be a big one for Americans, especially. Like if they heard this wasn't so good here, I think they definitely wouldn't come. So take, for instance, gaunt consumerism. Love them or hate them, but Amazon Prime has taken online shopping into an art form. You order things and they arrive the next day. If the order arrives defective, their customer service trips over themselves to make things right. Need to return something? Head over to UPS. The clerk scans a barcode and 10 seconds later you're done. No shouting needed by anyone, including you. Also, no inexplicable weeks-long waits for things to show up that you ordered in Tel Aviv. No couriers that show up randomly, so he's talking about Israel now, and think it's acceptable to shout at the customer for not being home when they arrived unannounced and demanded to know why you weren't home at 3 o'clock on a Tuesday afternoon. The state of online consumerism in the US is something that those of us living in Israel can only dream about. You can tell me that Israel does online shopping better, and I'll tell you that you're either brainwashed or haven't had a Prime membership. Goes on to talk about the cost of living. Israel is ridiculously overpriced, and this is a dynamic that has been going on for way too long and received far too little attention among our ever-bickering political class. We seem to consistently pay double for often worse merchandise backed by poorer customer service, and we've become too accustomed to being fleeced by monopolists of every stripe and colour to actually take it as anything other than an immutable part of life here. Want to take a staycation in Israel? The idea appeals to me, but honestly, like many, I've come to the conclusion that I'll put getting a decent holiday above raw patriotism. In that vein, I've made the point before that if I wasn't Jewish, I probably wouldn't visit Israel, or perhaps I'd see it once and never come back. I stand by that remark. From a value for money standpoint, the country is a bank account draining ripoff.
Unless I was a history buff. I'm a history buff and I don't even give a shit. So because I think you gotta be like into like religious history, right? Or like holy sites and shit. So I think it's like even more niche than, unless you like the history of the Nakba and shit and all the wars and shit, right? That Israel is like fought in and stuff. Like it's like, okay, I just would rather go to any other place, right? Like even when I went to Costa Rica, it was like a beautiful climate, right? I went to their like their national theater, right? And it was beautiful there, right? Like I told you about the presidential palace too and stuff, right? Or the presidential house they have. It's nice to look at, like it's gorgeous, right? The cities are very like bustling, so it's kind of different than where I'm used to, right? It's so pretty. I've been there. Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of Americans go to Costa Rica. There's a reason a lot of Americans go to Costa Rica, right? I'm a history buff and I just like do not care about going, right? Yeah, so I mean, I'm just gonna comment on that little tidbit, but
pure and simple.
Yeah.
You want sun? Jump across the border in Taba and hotels will miraculously plummet in price. You want
They kind of are. They kind of are. I had a lot of Americans come up to me and were like, do you know where an ATM is? And I'm like, well, it's that thing that says ATM on the top, right? I died. That was the stupidest fucking interaction I've ever had in another country. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh my God. I got that too. Yeah, like just people become so dumb the minute like they see another language or something. I don't know, like guys, if you don't, okay, first of all, right? Maybe if it's like a language you have no basis with, right? Like absolutely no basis with, right? Like for me, that would be like what? Chinese, right? Even Finnish, right? I look at Finnish like yesterday, right? I was like, I didn't know that was Finnish, right? Because, you know, Finnish is Like, even what my friend said, he's like, it's the most worthless language in the world. And he's from Finland. And he speaks it. I laughed when he said that to me. But he's like, yeah, it's a very different language than, say, like Swedish or like Norwegian or Danish, right? So, yeah. Maybe like that, but come on, guys. Use your fucking brains, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, if you don't know where an ATM is, or like it doesn't say ATM at the top or something like that, like you see like a little machine with a card thing in it, and he could clearly tell it was that. So I was like, I don't get it, right? I think it's like the tourist effect. It makes people just right, and it's infuriating. But apparently, yeah, it's been kind of ruined because a lot of people, there's a lot of like selling to tourists, right? Like even at malls and stuff, like the malls there were beautiful and they were really nice. Like there are a lot of outdoor malls, right? But like I noticed that there were like some shops that were like also selling like tons of like stuff for Americans and shit. Stuff no local actually cares about, because that's not what none of the tourist shit there, guys, like matters to most locals, right?
You can get to Rome without facing an obligatory interrogation.
Like if you want to have fun with locals, meet people around like the universities and stuff, right? There are several like public universities in Costa Rica. And like I met up with a few people who were super chill, right? They were awesome. Like and a lot of them even know English because obviously they study it in college and stuff, right? But the problem is that not everyone gets to go to university there, right? So it's like, that's like what income inequality creates, right? And I think like once you see that around the world, you start to realize, wow, yeah, this is really fucked up, right? Like income inequality is the problem of our time, right?
To leave the airport, even though you hold the country's passport and voluntarily moved your life to that country. Pro tip, you can probably fly to Europe with Ryanair and stay in a hotel in Budapest for less than the cost of a few days in a Zimmer up north that looks oddly dilapidated for its overbearing price tag. The hotel will probably be cleaner and the staff more attentive. Compound that with generally low salaries outside of the high-tech bubble, which receives a lot of hype but still employs only about 10% of the population, and you've got a painful financial picture for many. Did I mention that Israel is one of the most expensive real estate markets in the world, and one which seems to keep going up despite whatever the world economy can throw at it, including a pandemic? For many, there are precious little financial upsides to moving here. It's sucky that that's currently the correct case. And I just want to talk about that because, like I said, in my last video, we spoke a lot about Israeli housing and how it went from this like utopian socialist housing project where they designed cities to have like a lot of green space, help people who had moved to Israel like attach themselves to this new landmass. But as privatization took over, it just seems like everyone in Israel, especially in housing, is out to scam each other and rip each other off. And it just really shows the hollowness of settler colonial ideologies, and this goes for America as well. Like, you promise people this like great new life in this new colony based on the subjugation of native populations, and in America's case, slavery.
Well, and from what I understand, right, I grew up with a lot of like either friends of mine who had like Israeli relatives, or like they had married Israelis or stuff like that, right? I live in an area where there's a lot of Jewish people, and with those families, I noticed that some of them grew up in kibbutz. I think they're called, right? Kibbutz. And those are basically like communist, they're like socialist housing projects, right? Communities in Israel, right? At least traditionally speaking.
And then once you get there, you create an ethnic hierarchy like they did in Israel with various different groups of Jews. Create an ethnic hierarchy, create a subjugated serf class. In America's case, it was primarily black slaves, but also different ethnic groups they didn't like and Native Americans. In Israel's case, it's certain groups of Jews and obviously Arab Israelis and Palestinians. And basically you create this capitalist colony where everyone is ripping each other off, everyone becomes wage slaves, but you brainwash them with this patriotism. That's why Israel and America share so many similarities. Even when he was talking about people not being able to hear criticism of Israel, that reminds me of like patriotic people in America as well. So these colonies always share the same story. And even in Israel's case, where these socialists, these ethno-socialists tried to create this like utopia, it just went the exact same way as every other settler colonial project we've seen under capitalism, where it eventually ends up mimicking all the other capitalist countries. And this ideology about unity, about creating like a homeland for safety and all this other bullshit, it's exposed as like completely hollow. Let's get into the rest of the article. So, the frequent rudeness and the unnecessary aggression and the road rage. People here don't seem to have an escape valve. That goes for me too. Although for whatever reason, creative pursuits seem to bring me great peace of mind. Failing that, happy hours. Too often people treat one another poorly here, with raised voices and short tempers. The cultural textbook writers are quick to point out that just as arguments can be escalated quickly, they tend to simmer down at a comparable pace. It's all Mediterranean theatrics, they will argue. But is that really an excuse? Why does there seem to be so much aggression in Israeli society, and manners that pass all parameters of what could be considered brusque and flat out rude, and yet, which, often without reason, get brushed off as refreshing directness? Driving in Israel is a good case in point. For those who haven't had the pleasure, it feels like taking a go at a Dodgem track, where all the other users at the amusement park are very irate and on some mixture of cannabis laced with cocaine, topped off with 2B that seems to be having an unsettling effect upon their state of mind. As the cannabis kicks in, they drift carelessly across lanes, oblivious to the 4 lanes of traffic, having to slam the brakes to avoid a collision with their vehicle. Then a molecule of cocaine joins the party and they pull off some crazy overtaking on the blindside maneuver to jump ahead of the next guy for no particular reason. You're left wondering whether traffic police exist here and why you got a fine for jaywalking while the guy who almost drove into you got off scot-free. It's needlessly stressful, it's sometimes deadly, and a good chunk of it is predicated on some bizarre national aversion to the idea of being a sucker, which unfortunately often translates to treating other people with consideration or letting another road user go first in traffic, or someone else in a supermarket. Just because Israel has had to fight for its survival many times doesn't mean that buying a 6-pack of tuna...
Again, that could just never be me.
Could never be me.
Israel can do better. The line of thinking that celebrates never apologizing and always being aggressive as cherished Israeli virtues has a lot to answer for here. And also, what can you expect when you have such a violent society? You have a society that is literally not just built on violence like America.
I love Tesla.
America is also a very violent country as well. Like, the majority of the population has military training. Loads of people have firearms as well, and they're constantly celebrating violence against Palestinians. Do you honestly think that's not going to translate to society at large, where they are just a more aggressive, violent society, even in their interactions with each other, which again just exposes the hollowness of Zionism? They can't even unite with each other. They're at each other's throats all the time. Going on to something we already kind of spoke about, consumer rights, tenant protection rights, and privacy laws. Tenant protection law in Israel, it ain't so hot either. Does it even exist? As a renter, you'll be expected to foot the rental contract as well as the municipal tax, and you'll even have to pay the real estate agent, despite the fact that the parliament attempted to legislate against this, and they may also be taking a cut from them. Consumer rights, you have the right to purchase the good or service. What more do you want from us? Please sign on the dotted line. Service isn't included, by the way.
Consumer rights?
Speech,
what?
You can speak, and the good news is there's no tax due on it, and it doesn't have its own custom code yet. But just know that if you write a negative review on the internet about the pizza that arrived after Doody had taken a blowtorch to it for his science project and flipped off all the toppings to feed his cat, just know that you could wind up in court over your outburst. And this is also interesting because while I was researching this video, like I said, I couldn't find too much about people vocalizing their problems about Israel, probably for reasons in this article. But
yeah, that's another thing I noticed is like consumer rights are really important. And the countries I've gone to that have been like the most friendly on that have been There's like a correlation with this, right?
I did find one TikTok of someone trying to rent an apartment, I think in Tel Aviv, and they were saying like there is this scam with Israeli renting where you basically have to pay these estate agents, but they won't even show you around, but you still have to give them a cut of it just for them posting it on Facebook.
If you've ever lived in Tel Aviv, you know that looking for an apartment here is literally the worst thing in the world. And today I find myself in a situation where I don't have an apartment and I have to find one ASAP. So come along with me to some apartment showings. Okay, that one was crazy expensive for how small it was. Also, the building was just like, ugh, like the hallway was so small and weird and it smelled. So, no. I thought I would give a little background on like why the housing market or rental market is so bad in Tel Aviv to all those who have never lived here before. So first of all, it's just a matter of like supply and demand, of course. Tons of people want to live here. There's not that many apartments, so prices rise. And because of that, also, landlords can get away with having like not the best apartments just because, you know, they're the ones in charge.
Yeah.
Now, the second reason why it's so bad, which is my personal reason why I hate the housing market so much, is there's this concept called tivuch. And tivuch is basically like real estate brokers or agents that are supposed to help close the deals between the landlords and the potential tenant. But most frustrating process, because if you find an apartment you like, you're expected to pay this broker a month's rent, like plus tax. But the thing is, the broker doesn't really do much. They post the apartment on Facebook, which you're looking on anyway for an apartment, and
it's just the
on top
middleman.
of that, I mean, I've been to showings where they don't even come. They just leave you the key. So it's so annoying that they're like this gatekeeper from the landlord, and you have to pay them.
And again, you don't hear this stuff because yes, people might be motivated to move to Israel based on belief in Zionism and wanting to go to their ancestral homeland, as he points out. But at the same time, just like with many people, material conditions...
So basically, this all just boils down to, we did this 10,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago, 1,000, whatever the fuck, right? Insert time amount allotted. Therefore, we need to do it again, right? And what did I say about these kind of like actions in your life, right? These kind of like urges or needs to do things in your life. Fuck it. I'm so done with this shit.
Often dominate. Like you can say you want to move to Israel all day, but in your head, you're thinking of an imagined Israel. The Israel I showed you in the
It's completely imagined because, like, yeah, your ancestors might have lived there 2, 3, 4,000 years ago, but they don't anymore. It's not the same place. So there's no point in like trying to like fight that. Just to admit it and go on. Move along, as they say, right? But these people, like conservatives in general, have to hold on to stuff, right? They cannot let shit go, right? And that's why like Israel is the ultimate conservative state, right? Or right-wing state, because it's trying to preserve something that doesn't really exist anymore, right?
Video, the Israel you see on TikTok, the Israel you see in Western propaganda, you basically think moving to Israel is either the exact same as living in America or England, or it's actually even better.
But just Jewish version, right?
Quality of life. You'll have better access to technology because, you know, all this tech stuff in Israel, it's amazing. And you'll just have a very happy existence there among people who share your belief in the Zionist project, and you'll all get along, you'll all treat each other with respect, you'll all be friendly to each other, and that simply just isn't the reality. But you wouldn't know that because this article, Ethan Klein's videos, and a few things I spoke about the other day, these are really the only glimpses you get into Israeli society from an English-speaking perspective, because people just don't want to talk about it because they're so invested in this dream, and where you'll probably quickly realize this ideology you've been fed in the West that everyone around you in your community has bought into from an outside perspective. Once you get there, it's not the utopia you imagined. It actually reflects the problems in your own country, but they're even worse. And it's just the hypocrisy of like, let's create this ideology that justifies the worst crimes against humanity to create a country where we'll all be safe and we'll all live together in harmony, only for that country to basically turn into the exact same thing as America and England, but even worse in many respects, with a population that seems to be even more aggressive, military trained. Lots of them have experience of actually doing terrible shit or fighting in war. And you think that's going to be a harmonious society before we start talking about the terrible apartheid system where people are treated like absolute garbage, based on what ethnicity they are. But again, it's a country that's falling apart. You can't increase your population by 50% in 25 years, and food production can't even keep up, housing can't keep up, and you're just letting private enterprise and the capitalists in Israel run the country completely into the ground. That is it for the video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and if you made it this far, thank you for watching.
Now let's see how Germany is fighting neo-Nazis.
Police in Germany have carried out nationwide raids against suspected
Germany, am I right?
Ringleaders of two far-right extremist groups accused of membership of criminal organisations involving violence. The two groups targeted are Deutsche Jugend Voran and Jung und Stark, or German Youth Forward and Young and Strong. No arrests were made, with the searches aimed at gathering evidence. Joining me now to discuss these raids and the groups targeted is Hans Jakob Schindler of the Counter-Extremism Project.
I am going to say, I think Germany should have banned the AfD a long time ago, right? And now it's too late. The cat's out of the bag, but...
Mr. Schindler, 600 officers...
And, don't give me that, oh, freedom of speech and crap. No, like, no, Germany has these kind of laws that they could have easily done that. There were too many libs that basically fucked it up, right?
50 locations, 12 states. That sounds like a huge operation. What did you make of that news?
Well, it is a huge operation, and it's part of the response of the security services to a...
I don't know what you think, Rigel, but that's kind of just my take on it, based on what I know, right? So...
new aspect in right-wing extremism, mobilization and violence in Germany. We've seen over the last 20 years, really, that the right-wing extremist scene, in part, got older. It also got more professional. And it clearly set on an aim to undermine or be part of the...
It could be too late. Yeah, I don't know what you feel, but I do think like they were just too like libbed up on this idea that, oh, they'll, we can coexist with them and stuff. And it's like, clearly that's not what's going to happen, right? And like, there's a reason why these countries tend to ban these kind of things, right? Germany's just one of them. And I think they just... I think they got complacent, right? But I think you're right. It might be too late. But I don't know what your take is on it, but...
political system and change it from within through
I'm curious to see what you have to say is what I'm saying. Right? So...
and parties and proxy parties. But this one is really a return to a quite open, quite violent, quite in-your-face youth culture, including a lot of offline violence. And so... this raids today, I think, is the beginning of a security authorities' response to that phenomenon.
Yeah, but, and then some people would say, yeah, but that doesn't fix the problem, Gus. I agree. It doesn't, right? And that's why this is such a tricky subject to begin with. You can ban them all you want, but the underlying problems of them being, like the things that cause them are still going to be there, right? It's like a mold or a fungus you can't see, right? I wish Europe has adopted Americans first.
Phenomenon that we've seen for at least 2 years now.
I mean, maybe just tell me about the ideology that these groups spread.
So a classic right-wing extremist ideology, very much focused on targeting what they perceive political opponents, or anyone who's not of their ideological milieu. Of course, sexual orientation is an aim, but also foreigners, but also, of course, anyone who dares to criticize them. So the difference here is that it's on the one hand, this news movement, a little bit more diverse, and you have people coming back with their jack boots and, the white laces and the bomber jackets. They look like they come straight out of the skinheads. They look like straight out of the 1990s, something that the actual broader strategic outreach of the scene wanted to overcome. So when you look at the classical right-wing extremist networks, you can see that they try to make their heinous ideology a little more user-friendly, in that they no longer really want to look like skinheads and violent individuals. That goes down to even the way that they present their online shops. So you can still buy T-shirts with hateful slogans, but they're no longer presented by muscly skinhead guys, but they are presented in black and white, but they're presented in colorful pictures. There are ladies modeling the T-shirts. There are kids modeling the T-shirts. So there was really the strategy to say we are on a political path here to change the political system, and therefore we should avoid being too much open in your face. Now that movement that was a target of the raid today is contrary to all of these strategic decisions that the milieu as a large has done the last 10 years, and goes back to actually getting younger people, and we're talking 14, 15, 19, maximum 20-year-olds, involved in the movement, apparently let them run rampage in the first couple of years and then integrate them into the wider milieu. So apparently the strategy possibly later on. So it is criticized even within the milieu because it's so openly violent, so openly threatening, something that the milieu had tried to overcome.
How are they able to recruit young people? Give us an idea of the message and how they're doing that.
Look, I mean, as always, in just about every criminal, terrorist, extremist phenomenon these days, social media really is the key role here. So the time where these groups just meet offline are long over. So that's why you had so many
family-friendly fascism for the modern era. Damn right. That's the name of this channel, girl. Family-friendly Gus Ducks.
Federal states involved in the raids, because they were just looking at 36 of the key organizers. So the mobilization, the recruitment, the communication is primarily online on various social media platforms. But what makes the difference between a pure online phenomenon like the base, which is on the EU terror list as a right-wing extremist milieu, here you had classic emphasis on attacks against Christopher Street Day, attacks against political opponents, banner dropping, so offline operations. So you organize, mobilize, recruit, and radicalize individuals online. But the point here is not just to gather ideologically followers, but actually pushing them towards offline actions, including offline violence. And the 36 individuals today are allegedly the key organizers of those two groups. Now, it's also an interesting fact that the charge is not terrorism. The charge is
good for
having a criminal.
Gavin Newsom's kid is doing interviews. Good for him. Kansai.
Network, which is legally slightly easier to prove. You need 2 or more individuals. That's a given here, given the size of the raids and the individuals that they're looking at and their online followers that organize in a hierarchical manner. That's also usually the case in the right-wing extremist milieu to systematically subvert criminal law provisions. So if you are mobilizing for offline actions, and these offline actions involve criminal actions, such as offline violence, you actually have all of the elements for a criminal organization here. It is not a banning order by the...
The AFD consists of so much judicial confirmed fascists that charges overdue, but the German police and Secret Service is that right friendly, and all that time papers and stuff keep disappearing, so the chances are artificially low. Interesting. Isn't it funny how the police in almost every country we studied aligns with the right wing, right? A more conservative faction. Yeah. Probably not a good thing. Probably something to point out, right?
Against those groups by the Federal Ministry of Interior, which would dissolve the groups and then make the groups at that moment illegal. But it's now a criminal law response first.
Is it a new phenomenon? You talked at the beginning of this interview about the right-wing extremist scene in Germany being traditionally older, trying to be more professional. Is this a new phenomenon that we are observing here of young people being radicalized?
Yeah, of course. And it's because there is both a strength and a weakness within the milieu. Obviously, the milieu is still responsible for the vast amount of violence. If you look at extremist violence in Germany, right-wing extremism still tops it. However, the milieu is getting older. And this is an attempt of the milieu to rejuvenate itself, to attract a whole wide range of younger individuals back into the milieu that may not actually be part of it otherwise. And that's why you have this step back from the strategy that you operate a little bit more behind the scenes, that your emphasis on ideological operations such as marches and demonstrations, and you allow, in inverted comma, that there is now again very 1990s-like street violence perpetrated by these young people.
Are these groups linked to the political scene in Germany? You know, we have the well-known AfD party, which is under the surveillance of the security services. We have the lesser known, more extremist, the Heimat Party, that's kind of the Homeland Party. How do the groups today link, or do they at all link with those political movements?
Well, the links for the Heimat and its youth organization is very clear. I mean, some of the groups actually advertised events, meetings of the Heimat, formerly known as NPD. Where the dividing line is between the AfD and this milieu is a very fluid state. The AfD, of course, says we have nothing to do with these violent individuals, but then every once in a while you realize people who have contacts to that milieu are actually working for the AfD. In some cases in the past, even groups that had terrorism charges levied against them had former or current members or functionaries of the AfD in the close circle of the key accused individuals. So there is no clear dividing line, and the AfD has never managed, maybe never really wanted to manage, a clear dividing line and wall between it as a political party who is in the federal parliament and out of parliament movements, violence-prone individuals and groups. There's always this slight overlap in a quite interesting and very noticeable regularity.
Yeah, the AfD often, they have this non-cooperation list, don't they? And they say that means that you cannot be a member of some of these groups and also be a member of the AfD. But increasingly, when it comes to meeting and talking and kind of networking, they say that there's no ban on contact with individuals in those groups, which I think is, as you say, it's talking about that kind of that grey area. I'm just wondering whether you think that the authorities really have an answer to the growing far-right extremism here in Germany.
Look, I mean, one set of searches is not going to do this. This is a multifaceted strategy that even the former federal government started, where you need to think about this milieu as a network. Yes, there are identifiable groups that are part of that milieu, but it's also a hallmark of right-wing extremist milieus in Europe, including in Germany, that you have various labels of groups and networks, but they all feel they're having a common goal here, the change of the political system away from a free, liberal, democratic society. So you have to understand this as a network, and you have to understand there are various parts of the network. There is a more professionalized, much in the background, operating financial structure that involves music labels, event organizations, combat fighters, real estate deals. Then there is the more politically oriented, slightly older part of the milieu. And then there is this new phenomenon, very much organized online, very much younger, that is very much violence prone. And unless you understand this as all part of the same milieu, and you try to do this bottom-up approach where you look at the individual extremist action or crime, you will not get a sustainable disruption of that milieu. And that's why there is this strategy from the former federal government to tackle right-wing extremism, which is network-based and is continued by the current government. And these raids today really are an expression of that, which you gather evidence and then you look at the best and most sustainable disruption option, whether that's financial charges, whether that's criminal charges, whether that's an association ban. You need to look at the whole toolkit of what the government is. In addition, and this is not just for the right-wing extremism milieu, this for any phenomenon that is dangerous, whether it's large-scale organized crime, whether it's counter-espionage, whether it's sabotage operations by the Russian state, or this new alleged Iranian terror group, which in fact seems to be an Iranian intelligence operation, or right-wing extremism, left-wing extremism, or Islamist extremism, online is the key. Here are people who get radicalized. Here they get recruited. Here the milieu in part is also financing itself. And we have given ourselves a regulation in the European Union that still does not demand most things proactively from the platforms. We're still in this old system that from the outside, without actually having full access to the platforms, security forces need to notify the platforms. The same would be to say the security forces have to notify banks if there's money laundering going on, just to explain how strange this thought is, right? Banks need to proactively look for money laundering and send a warning. Online platforms do not need to do that. So unless we are trying to get this balance better and get the industry to help us, we will always discuss that once again, this attack or this group organized online, and we really hadn't seen it until it becomes quite violent.
That's a very interesting point to end on there about online regulations, because obviously that's one of these things that increasingly we hear criticism of overbearing regulations, especially when it comes to the digital sphere, that it's a crackdown on free speech. And we see that especially from populist parties here in Europe. So very interesting point there. Hans-Jakob Schindler, thank you ever so much for your time and insights today.
Thank you so much.
Could China be drawn into the Iran war? One of its ships has been attacked in the Strait of Hormuz, according to the Foreign Ministry. It's taken all week for officials to confirm what actually happened on Monday, the first attack on a Chinese-owned vessel, which is believed to be this oil tanker seen here in file footage, while US and Iranian forces continue to exchange fire, rocking a tenuous month-old ceasefire. China is already heavily involved behind the scenes, which I'll get to with my guest in a moment, lecturer Andrea Gazzelli. He worked in China for...
Who attacked? Was it us?
Almost a decade. But before we get to him...
The fascists and the billionaires can work together, but we want to fight. But we want to fight about DSA and PSL or some shit. Yeah, exactly. Right. That's what I'm telling. That's what I've been telling the chat, like our stream for a while now. Right. Like there's so much like left wing infighting. Right. But there's a lot less of it on the right.
Let's hear what China's foreign ministry had to say on Friday about this attack.
According to current information, the vessel attacked is Marshall Island flagged and has Chinese crew on board. As of now, no casualties have been reported.
Oh, wow.
China is deeply concerned the conflict has stranded so many vessels and seafarers in the strait. Restoring unimpeded passage quickly and ensuring the safety of civilian ships and crew are in the interest of the region and the international community.
There are some 1,600 ships stuck in the strait due to both sides' blockades, with tens of thousands of seafarers trying to avoid the fighting. This is where the Chinese tanker had reported a fire on deck to nearby ships. We don't know who attacked or what sort of attack it was. All we know is that this is a first. And it's great to welcome Andrea Gazzelli, lecturer in international politics in the Department of Social and Political Sciences, Philosophy and Anthropology at the University of Exeter in the UK. Welcome to you. This attack happened on Monday, but it wasn't confirmed until Friday. Why do you think it took so long for China to confirm this?
I think this delay should be seen as a signal or as evidence that China is trying to avoid actually being drawn into the conflict. As you mentioned, it's quite interesting that we do not know who attacked and how attacked the Chinese vessel. And I think this is a deliberate choice in order, again, to avoid giving a clear pretext for China to be seen as being involved, as necessary for China to be involved.
So you think China, of course, doesn't want to be involved, but that's different from it actually possibly ending up being involved. Do you think that that could happen?
No, I think it remains fairly unlikely. I think that's been, and this is also consistent with Chinese actions in similar episodes in the past. And I think the moment, of course, China
give me the money.
This spokesperson.
Give me the money, okay?
Living Lily just gifted a sub to me and you too. Oh, you're not subscribed?
Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub.
I thought you were subscribed.
Everyone take cover.
Not the MFA.
Thank you, Living Lily.
And other Chinese officials have made it clear over the past weeks, once the conflict will end, especially the normal transit through the Strait of Hormuz to be restored. But it clearly doesn't want to be involved directly, especially in military terms. And so even with this attack, I don't think there is any interest in Beijing to take any specific action in this regard.
So if it's not involved militarily, it's at least a key player, right? It's a key ally of Tehran, and it's remained a major buyer of oil throughout this conflict. That's helped keep Iran's economy afloat. If Iran's oil infrastructure takes a hit, for example, how would China absorb that shock without being forced to respond in some way?
Well, China, I think it's important to say, in relative terms, China is still doing okay. Indeed, there have been news in recent days about actually decreasing a bit the demand, which is quite telling in terms of how China perceives its position to be. So from an energy perspective, that's not an immediate.
I'm working like a bitch these last few weeks. I just wanted to spread the love. Aw, thanks, girl. Appreciate it.
Crisis. And so from this point of view, again, an attack on Iranian facilities.
Thank you, Living Lily, again. Love it.
Would not, I think, trigger a specific alarm from that point of view. That said, of course, it will mark an escalation of a re-escalation, of the conflict, which is definitely something which China is extremely wary of. As, of course, as the conflict continues, the damages for the global economy, and China being the largest exporter of goods in the world, is increasing exponentially.
One more thing I'd like to ask you, though, about this. China's investments in Iran through the Belt and Road Initiative, at what point does protecting that investment require it to go further?
The issue with Chinese investment in Iran is actually there's been a lot of talking about
Lily.
that,
Damn right.
especially with the signing of the famous 25-year agreement between the two countries. But actually, both before and after, as a matter of fact, Chinese investment in Iran have pretty much stagnated due to a number of reasons, both related.
Yeah. Damn, Jersey. You're doing good on the leaderboard.
Of course, the sanctions. China has made it clear a long, long time ago that it would comply with sanctions, or in any case, sanctions are a critical obstacle for its companies. And then there is, of course, the reason that there's very limited that Iran can actually offer to China, especially in comparison to the neighbors, right, on the other side of the strait, which instead have been absorbing a larger and larger amount of Chinese capital over the past decade. So this is not to say, of course, that China has no economic interest in Iran, but they've not been expanding in any significant way over the past years. And so I think at this point, really, for China, it's not really about the economic interest in Iran, but really about the impact of this crisis on the global economy, which, of course, will have, for sure, very substantial repercussions on its economy and on its industry.
Andrea, I was reading through your Substack, and something you wrote in March. You said, "I remain skeptical about any real pain for China with regards to the flow of oil, given that Beijing has been building up its strategic reserves of oil recently, and it's also electrified its economy." Are you still skeptical?
Yeah, I mean, if we adopt a very narrow interpretation of what energy security is, China is still doing quite fine. Of course, the price of fuel at the pump has increased, but it's still doing quite fine. So I don't think that's the critical element of the story. But again, it's an indirect and albeit massive impact that this crisis will have on the global economy. I think this really the problem. I mean, in comparison, especially if we compare, let's say, China with South Korea or Japan, China is far less dependent on oil, especially Middle Eastern oil. We're talking about differences between 50% of China and like 70, 80, 90% for the other two East Asian economies, right? So from this point of view, it's in a better position. But again, from an industrial perspective, especially if we think not just about oil, but all the chemical products that are produced, right, using oil or other elements that are produced through the extraction, for example, helium when it comes to natural gas, this is a massive problem. So it's not just about gas, LNG or oil per se, but all that goes through the strait and comes from the Strait of Hormuz and in that part of the world. That's the real issue for China.
Yeah, so is a prolonged conflict bad for China in essence because it could jeopardize its energy security in how you were just outlining?
Yeah, in the long term for sure. Although for the moment, I think China can still kind of take this kind of pain more. Let's say can take it more than other economies. But of course, the longer this situation goes on, the bigger the problem would be. Also in terms of energy security. But for the moment, I think the issue is really about the industry and the economy around that.
I'd like to look forward a little bit. Donald Trump is due in China next week. Does he want China to use its influence over Tehran?
Of course, no one knows what's in Trump's mind, but very likely, I think that's we all know that Trump it doesn't want the war to restart. It's a huge problem domestically for him, and he's been looking for an off-ramp for a long time. If you look at the statements by American officials, such as, for example, Bassett, it's quite clear that they want China to play a role, especially as the Islamabad talks are pretty much stalled, right? So there's no doubt that Iran will be part of the conversation and probably one of the key issues that the American side will bring to the table. Whether or not the Chinese will be interested to use the influence they have in Iran and in what directions is, of course, another story. As at the end of the day, it's important to remember that while China wants the crisis to be over, it also doesn't want Iran to lose, right? And so in a broad, in general terms, there's quite an overlapping, of course, between Tehran and Beijing. And that should not be forgotten when we think if and how China might use its influence. Of course, they want Iran to remain at the table, but they also want, of course, but they're not going to force Iran to make compromise on its own core interest. There's no doubt about that.
And how deeply does China want to get involved at all?
Yeah, of course. This goes back right to the first question, especially in light of the recent attack. I think at the beginning, China didn't envision itself as playing a direct role of mediator. This is why I think it clearly supported Pakistan, a trusted partner, to actually play this role, and so supported the talks in Islamabad. But of course, this convergence of the crisis on the one hand and Donald Trump's visit on the other, I think they're pushing Beijing to play a much more direct role. And at least for the time being, maybe it will have to do as such, especially if, again, the talks in Pakistan do not resume in any form or ways, or the two sides, in any case, Iran and the United States, do not decide to talk directly in a more substantial manner.
How has China's response in this war over the last couple of months been influenced by its broader ambitions, for example, in the Middle East and the global South?
Yeah, I think you can see this in different ways, especially, of course, framing these crises as US made. And so always pointing at the fact that it's the United States' fault, whatever is happening around the world, including, of course, shortage of fuel and so on, is the United States' fault. Whether or not that works is difficult to tell, because probably other countries, other people around the world would have reached the same conclusion without China telling them. And for example, some recent polls show that indeed the perception of American power and its legitimacy has been decreasing quite dramatically over the past months because of this crisis. So there's no doubt that China is trying to play on that. And of course, it plays into the broader attempt by the Chinese leadership to portray China as a predictable and stable power and country, especially in comparison to an American power that is increasingly unpredictable and volatile, right? So there's no doubt that this is the ultimate, in a way, you can say this is China's goal when it comes to how it, what kind of message it wants to send to other countries, especially in the global South, which pretty much since the rise of Xi Jinping to power has been the key, maybe the main, you can say, the main constituency of China in the, in the current international system.
And what about specifically when it comes to Taiwan? How has the war influenced its ambitions there?
There is a lot of debate, of course, around Chinese ambitions toward Taiwan, when and if China might make a military move. Again, some say that, of course, there is a deadline. Others more recently have been saying that actually Chinese leadership believes that it's, the more time goes on, the easier it will be to achieve unification between the mainland and Taiwan. It's very difficult, of course, to know, but the war definitely, it is clearly shaping Chinese calculations. It's very difficult to tell ultimately which directions. It shows, on the one hand, of course,
I don't think China's going to attack Taiwan unprovoked. Yeah, I don't know, right? Some people say yes, some people say no. I would hope not, because they clearly don't want to be a part of mainland China. So, right. But yeah, I don't think they will either, right?
Warfare can make even the strongest power in the world win tactical battles, but ultimately lose in the war. At the same time, of course, we see the drop in the...
I think this incident, the reason I'm taking it into account so much is I think this incident proves that they just are not so gung-ho, right? Like, they could very easily be like the United States, right? And just attack whoever attacked them. Now, will they? I don't I mean, so far they've kept a pretty level head, right? But yeah,
legitimacy and support for American power in East Asia.
Like I always try to like flip it. If that were us, would we have done that? Probably not, right? We would have not. We would have gone after them, whoever attacked us. Right? China ain't bombed anyone since 1979.
Especially with withdrawal of some of American assets, for example, of South Korea, which of course could provide favorable, conditions for China. So it's difficult to tell. My thinking is that at the very least, this war provides an opportunity to China in the short term to maybe extract some concessions from the Trump White House. Especially, we can imagine a promise of exerting influence over Iran in exchange for a softer rhetoric from the American side over Taiwan. Of course, the Chinese, I don't think they're naive, and they know that Trump has a rather poor track record when it comes to keeping his word. So he might say something in Beijing and then change his position again once back in Washington. But that already would be, I think, an important, a key connection between the crisis in the crisis Strait of Hormuz and whatever China wants to achieve in the Strait of Taiwan.
Andrea, it's been great speaking to you. Andrea Gazzelli, lecturer in international politics at the University of Exeter in the UK. Thanks so much.
My pleasure.
And we'd love to hear your reactions. Let us know what you think about China's role in the US-Iran conflict and how you see things playing out. If you like this video, please hit
I think we just tariffed the shit out of China and we were shocked that they... Yeah, exactly, right? They've absorbed a lot of our manufacturing, and here we are being like, okay, well, they can just do trade with other countries, right? So... All right. It's always an interesting country to talk about. Let's hear about people depressed. I don't have the will to live anymore. I wonder why. Jesus. Yep, they are the trade. Yeah, they really are. It's like when you absorb that much, and that's why it's also kind of like disingenuous to be like China's the biggest polluter, right? Of course they are. But it's like in terms of a nation state, sure. But it's like we moved all our most of our production over there, right? Including so it's like I don't think I think you got to put that caveat in there, right? Oh my god. We should be looking to make stuff greener, not more not necessarily cheaper, right? But if you want to move stuff, if you want to move to the whole point of moving to China back in the 70s, it started in the 70s, right? Then into the 80s and 90s, right? Was to make stuff cheaper, not greener, right? You need to fundamentally change the way you look at stuff. And even then, it's like China's done pretty good with solar panels and stuff, right? Are they the greenest country on earth? Obviously not, right? Nobody's saying otherwise. But you gotta look at it from that perspective, right? That they absorbed overwhelmingly most countries, especially most Western countries, manufacturing base. And poor things like the Yangtze River dolphin died out, right, guys? I don't know if you guys ever realized it, know about this, but okay, hold on. Let me show you. Right? There was a river dolphin from China right? It's called the Baji River dolphin, right? Or the Yangtze River dolphin. It's kind of sad, right? But hold on, let's see if this is a good video. But like, in part, right, a huge part of this was giving incentives to, this is why I say, guys, like, see, this is the problem with neoliberalism, is that it spreads, and you basically get things like this. Watch. Right? It creates incentives in this. You're butchering the name. I know. I don't speak Chinese, girl. Unlike you. One second.
The baiji, a species of river dolphin also known as the Yangtze river dolphin or Chinese river dolphin, is a truly unique animal with a whole host of cool anatomical traits and a complex taxonomic backstory. Not only that, but it will go down in history for a very significant, yet absolutely tragic reason. It's probably the first recorded instance of a dolphin species being made extinct by the actions of humans.
Yep.
Baiji are relatively small creatures for a cetacean, reaching lengths of about 2.5 meters, and these animals possess many adaptations that make them extremely well suited to their river habitat. Like many other river dolphin species, the baiji has a long narrow beak that's slightly upturned, containing rows of conical teeth. The forehead appears bulbous, as it contains the melon, an organ important for echolocation, and the blowhole is positioned slightly to the left side of the head. Another similarity with other river dolphin species is the unfused cervical vertebrae in the baiji's neck, which allows for more flexibility in this area, and the broad pectoral fins, useful for maneuvering throughout their environment. Unlike some other river dolphins, such as the Indus river dolphin, baiji have functional eyes, however they are greatly reduced compared to those present in oceanic dolphins. The baiji belongs to a group called Lipotidae, a family included within the toothed whales, which are technically called odontocetes. There are only two genera classified within the Lipotidae family, the baiji and a fossil form called Parapontoporia. There may also be another extinct genus, but it's unclear at the moment. Since Parapontoporia has been extinct since the end of the Pliocene epoch, the baiji, which is technically named Lipotes vexillifer, was the only member of this family to make it through to modern times. And sadly, that means that with the probable extinction of the baiji, we haven't just lost a single species. It's also the end of an entire family of mammals.
Yep.
So, how did this disastrous decline in population occur? A combination of different factors seem to have been to blame, but one of the most deadly influences was entanglement in fishing gear. It's thought that during the 1970s and 80s, over half of the observed deaths amongst baiji were directly caused this way, and the animals were often seen with cuts and scars caused by fishing hooks. Hooks were also recovered from inside the stomachs of some deceased individuals, and in addition, the dolphins ended up getting caught in devices such as gill nets and fyke nets. Fyke nets and a type of hook known as a rolling hook were banned in the Yangtze, partly due to the damage they were doing to baijis. However, it was not always possible to enforce these laws. Another banned fishing method that nevertheless still took place in the Yangtze and caused great harm to the river dolphins was electric fishing, which has been reportedly observed to have electrocuted baijis, killing them immediately. As well as directly killing the cetaceans, it's thought the electric shocks also affected the baiji's prey, restricting how much they had to feed on. With the continued industrialization of China, more and more vessels started to use the Yangtze River, and this brought about another serious problem for the baiji, strikes with propellers. There is direct evidence that the river
follower to the commune. Thank you, Francofragi.
Francofragi, thank you very much for the follow. How you doing today?
Injured by collisions with boats and their propellers, and more vessels on the water would also have increased the amount of noise pollution being emitted. Other issues caused as a result of China's industrialization include the effects of increased agriculture, as lakes that baijis used to inhabit, for example Dongting and Poyang lakes, became much shallower due to silt running into them as a result of deforestation and agricultural development occurring nearby. And by the 1990s, the animals were no longer seen in these bodies of water. Development within the waterways of the main Yangtze River channel itself also made life for the baiji more difficult, with dams being constructed that blocked off the movement of the dolphins, restricting them to smaller and smaller areas. There was actually a gate for a ship lock leading off to a tributary where a dead baiji was found, presumably having been killed by the structure. A particularly damaging development was the construction of the Three Gorges Dam, which led to colder water being released downstream of the dam, as well as disrupting the flow of the water so that countercurrents, a key habitat that baijis favoured, no longer occurred for many kilometres of the river. This habitat loss was accompanied by an increased level of polluted water being sent into the Yangtze, and in the 90s an estimated 16 billion cubic meters of wastewater was being deposited into the river every single year, about 12 billion of which was likely—
Yeah, I think, like, if I've from what I've heard, right, not according to this video, but from what I heard, this is really what killed them off the most, right? Sure, the other stuff was bad and isn't gonna help, right? But the pollution, right? And the problem with that is, like, where's the pollution coming from? In part because we demand all this cheap shit from China, right?
badly polluted.
So, like, you got to make this stuff, and then what happens is they just dump it in the river, right?
And mostly untreated. Conservation efforts were of course made in order to attempt to avoid the complete extinction of this species. The baiji became legally protected in China, and deliberate killing and harming of the animals was prohibited. This undoubtedly helped the creatures.
Yeah, they didn't have enough time or money to... Exactly, right? Because by 2006, I think they're considered extinct, right? Some people say they claim to have seen them, but there's no, like, solid proof that they're around anymore, right? So, and like this has happened here in many cities, in many parts of the U.S., right? Obviously, but like this is the problem with our, like, industrialization and stuff, right? The problem is, in the U.S., generally speaking, like, we don't have, like, dolphins, right? And dolphins are, like, we as animals, or like we as people view dolphins as, like, something special, right? And they are, right? Because they're very intelligent, they're very, like, adorable, and like, we don't have anything like that. But we've caused, like, the destruction of many species as well, right? So, like, these are all things, like, we have to be more cautious of, because I think this is a story of that, right? But I mean, it's happened here. Like, there's hundreds of species that have went, right, extinct because of our development of the land and stuff. So we got to be really careful on this stuff, guys, right? But, like, I would be willing to bet that if we didn't move, like, all our manufacturing and China didn't become a mecca, or, like, the grand country to build everything, right? Or to construct everything, to make all our stuff, right? Our useless junk that we buy at Dollar Tree and stuff. This probably wouldn't have happened as quickly, right? Like, they would have had more time to adjust. But yeah, these are, like, the complex things we're dealing with, right? Whereas, like, in DuPont just paid some fines and continued polluting the water in Detroit, I think. Yeah.
One from using fishing methods that resulted in baiji mortalities was not possible. Once it was clear that this species would need our immediate help, a decision was made to start creating a semi-natural breeding population somewhere other than the main channels of the Yangtze. The Tianizhou National Baiji Reserve was set up in an oxbow lake next to the Yangtze, and expeditions set out to try to capture and relocate as many baijis as they could find. However, these animals proved incredibly hard to catch. During the 1990s, there were 6 different expeditions that went to locate and move the dolphins in the river, each of which lasted for 2 to 3 months. But it seemed it was too late to establish a successful breeding population. In 1995, a female baiji was actually caught and was immediately transported to the reserve. However, just 7 months later she was found dead, entangled in the net that was separating the lake from the river. A group of finless porpoises had also been living in the lake, and it seemed that competition with these other critically endangered cetaceans may have caused the baiji to starve to death.
competition.
The last known living baiji was a male named Chi-Chi that had been rescued and rehabilitated from the river in 1980, and he remained in captivity at the Institute of Hydrobiology of the Chinese Academy of Sciences until he died in 2002. A possible sighting of a baiji in the river was made in 2004.
It has come to my attention that Gust X has experienced many of the same things as the baiji. Gusts was at risk of becoming the last of his kind. Luckily, with the help of conservationists and in no small part due to contributions from chat, Gusts was able to launch Cumcast and revolutionize the internet. If wish to save other species like Gusts, subscribe to Cumcast and give other children a hope for the future. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
That was so funny. Thank you, Gray. Welcome back, buddy. Good to see you again. I fucking love it. Yeah. No, I mean, they're adorable, but goddamn, guys. Like, people are such pieces of shit, right? This is like we need to take care of our shit better, right? Oh, God.
Of Hydrobiology of the Chinese Academy of Sciences until he died.
And like, it's complex, right? Like I just told you, like, the pollution is probably what killed them off the most, right? You know, and like there are dolphin safe, like that's why they invented like dolphin safe nets, right? Have you ever bought like dolphin safe tuna? Supposedly it's because, you know, these nets are safe for dolphins, right? And they help them when they get caught like this. But, you know, dolphins are pretty common out in the ocean, right? But these like river dolphins are much more, as you can see, much more susceptible because they live alongside humans, right? That's a lie. I know they do, supposedly, right?
2002.
That's why I said supposedly.
Possible sighting.
Because I don't really believe that either, right? I think that's just some cope so that people can buy tuna more, right? We just need to stop overfishing our oceans in general, right? But like overfishing did, right? Overfishing did fuck over the baiji, right? But like, again, I'm willing to bet that it was the pollution, right? And the pollution was only there because there was the incentive to dump a bunch of toxic chemicals. And that was because the West, right? People who bought this crap, basically all the plastics and stuff are all made in China, guys, right? All the stuff is made in China. So then what happens is the demand is there, right? And then what ends up happening is, yeah, you see the extinction of these kind of animals, right?
With a baiji in the river.
Japanese eat dolphins. Yeah, that's honestly one of the most fucked up things. It's really fucked up, but...
It was made in 2004. However, when an expedition lasting 6...
To be fair, right, if... It's... A, it's really expensive, and B, not everyone eats it, right? So... And there are people speaking out against it, so... It's not like all Japanese people are eating dolphins everywhere, right? But yeah, it's considered like a delicacy or something, and I don't really agree with it.
Weeks in 2006 failed to find a single baiji left in the Yangtze. The species was declared functionally extinct.
Yep.
Now, it is possible that the expedition could have missed a few of the animals, and indeed some other possible sightings in more recent years could support this, but with so few individuals remaining, there is little hope they will ever be able to recover. The IUCN currently classifies the baiji as critically endangered and possibly extinct, due to the occasional reported sightings of the animals, though they say they are waiting on the results of another survey that was planned for late 2017, and if this expedition failed to find any, it seems likely the species has become completely wiped out.
Which it
Sadly,
didn't, so.
Even if there are a few individuals that are still surviving, there are nowhere near enough to create a stable breeding population anytime soon, and so the baiji seems doomed to extinction no matter what. This would also represent the first time a megafaunal vertebrate has been documented going extinct in over 50 years, with the last animals this happened to being the Japanese sea lion and the Caribbean monk seal back in the 1950s. Apologies for this fairly depressing video, though I think it's important to know about our failures in conservation so that we can avoid repeating them.
Agreed. So now we've we've reached late stage capitalism. Let's get depressed even further. Look at these beautiful faces. They make me want to Brian Kilmeade.
Have any other millennials in their 30s just woken up one day and realized that this was not the life?
Triggered. Sorry. Yeah, no. We are monsters for killing off these poor. Yeah, and like, here's the thing. Yeah, like they obviously it was people in China who did it, right? But like we're indirectly responsible, right? That's why I say, guys, you have to look at stuff internationally, right? You can't just look at it as, oh, those people are doing this. That doesn't affect me, right? Because I just gave you the correlation, right? Like there is a very strong correlation with the toxic dumping, right? If China didn't have to do so much manufacturing, of course, they probably would have been still around, right? They would have maybe had a chance to conserve the species, right? But yeah, look, the dodo, right? That's gone too. Found on like one freaking plant on one freaking island. Mauritius, right?
That they were meant to live? I don't have my will to live anymore.
Being alive is expensive.
Oh my God, this is so depressing. Damn. Someone give me a fucking antidepressant right the fuck now. Open up, guys. Take your antidepressants.
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
I mean, it's important to look at economic context. Yeah, exactly. That's why I say it's important to look at that stuff, right? Because like yeah, like I'm not gonna say China's not in, like, at least like in terms of like maybe they should have done it quicker, right? They could have done all this stuff, right? Maybe they could have enforced it better, blah 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 blah, right? All that stuff, but like the West and like our manufacturing base, right? All the stuff that we take for granted, right? The stuff that we use on the regular here in the West, most of that stuff is what caused this stuff to happen, right? So it's important to see that context, that economic context.
I feel like I'm finding myself questioning often, what is the point of being alive if I can't afford to live?
And what if I said that my soul is tired and I no longer want to participate?
I feel broken. Like, I feel like I've lost all motivation to live and to try to achieve things, because I really don't feel like it.
Yeah, a lot of rural development has happened in the last 20 years. Yeah. I took my antidepressants, so I'm good. Yeah, please give me some of those, girl. Shit, I'm gonna need it after this video. Or during this video.
And I feel like all of this is a filthy scheme and trick.
I feel lonely as fuck because all I have the energy to do is go to work and go home and go to bed.
I've only been alive for less than 3 decades, and I've already lost almost all will to live and passion and drive.
I want to know what the light at the end of the tunnel is, other than maybe a measly 7 days of PTO.
I don't blame American young workers quiet quitting, because what are we even working for? We can't afford families. Are we just working to bomb Middle East better? Pay for Elon Musk's child support? Make Jeff Bezos' wife's face slightly more frozen?
You just heard from several young Americans who are open about the fact that late-stage capitalism has completely stripped them of their will to live, and I just find it so sad that you can even sense how all of the energy and life force has been sucked out of them, because slaving away for a corporation has basically become the totality of their existence, and it's very clearly taking a toll on them. There's no time for friends or hobbies, and when you finally do have days off, you're too tired to do anything because you've been working so hard, and even though you spend most of your waking days working, you're still only barely able to just get by if you're lucky. It's a rough life to live, and after a certain amount of time, human beings begin to break down under this ruthless, monotonous system, because we're not supposed to be living like this. we're more than just cogs in a machine, but when we're treated as nothing more than a means to an end for rich people, only to be discarded when our usefulness is up, it really starts to get to you. Some people internalize it and they question whether or not something's wrong with them, or if they're doing something wrong, or if they're responsible for their own suffering. Others, they know that it's not their fault, but they still feel hopeless because what can they do about it? Now, the thing that's so sad about the people that we heard from in particular is that they're all so young. I mean, this is not something I would wish on anyone, regardless of their age, but they're so young, they're in the primes of their lives, and they should be enjoying their lives. But they can't because the system that was forced on them before they were born requires them to be as productive as possible at all times so they can survive, even though they're never, ever going to see the fruits of their labor. And there's a difference between working to live and living to work. And it's gotten to the point where people really are just living to work. And if their bodies end up breaking down at some point from all of this work that they're doing.
I also noticed that like a lot of people just work because it gives them a source of power. Right? And you're like, well, what do you mean by that? Maybe, right? I had several managers at several jobs, right? Who all they do is work, and it's not necessarily because they need the extra money or whatever. It's like it's their whole identity, right? It's to the point where if they stop doing what they actually were to do, they would cease to be a person, right? And that's what I mean. Like, clearly, like, this system is not working anymore, right? It's clearly not working anymore, guys.
It's easier for corporations to just replace them with different low-wage workers, which is why they don't bother to invest in their employees' health and offer them health insurance, because corporations realize that turnover is actually better for them, because fostering loyalty with long-term employees is actually less cost-efficient. Employees with seniority, they're eventually going to expect to climb the corporate ladder and ask for a raise if they've been with the company for long enough, whereas new workers, they're just going to be happy to have a job at all after they've been searching for months. So when you have a system that treats human beings like they're disposable, it's no wonder why so many people feel completely hopeless. And I want to play some extended portions of those videos that you saw, of some of them at least. And even though they're heartbreaking, I think that these stories are important because it's important to keep in mind these are no longer exceptions. These stories are the norm.
I go to 2 out of my 3 jobs today. Not today, but this weekend. I work overnight today, and then tomorrow morning I'll come home, get a couple hours of sleep. I'll go to one of my jobs, and then once I clock out of that job, I'll be going straight to another overnight shift. And like, I hardly want to go because it's like so clear that like I can't even obviously like cover my fucking necessities, and I just...
The annoying part is that I did everything right. I did everything I was supposed to do. I studied in high school. I got good grades. I had a decent ACT. I filled out the little FAFSA form so I could go to a good college. I went to a good college. When I got into
Yep, I've said that before, right?
That good college, I got a degree, a useful degree that I knew would benefit me in the long run. I got a degree in business, finance specifically. Businesses are always needing that. Can't go wrong with that.
Well, that I didn't do because I started to realize the whole system was fucked.
And I met with a job market that even if there are openings, they're probably not legitimate. They're ghost postings. And if you do want to apply to it, guess what? Everybody and their brother also applied to it. So you better make sure you have an ATS optimized resume. You know the CEO's brother. You've done a handshake with the Crossroads demons, and you pray to the almighty God that you can even get a call back or so much as a rejection email, because half the time you don't even get that. Then let's say that you're lucky enough to actually get that job. Well, the odds of you actually being able to keep that job, not very likely, because companies are inevitably going to lay you off because they're going to realize that AI AI can take your job, or they're going to send your position overseas and pay them about a third of what they have to pay you. What they do pay you is absolute peanuts for the degree and experience that you have. Afford houses, we can't afford gas to put in our car. Inflation is ever rising. Interest rates are rising. We have an administration that doesn't give a fuck about us. The American dream is fucking dead. There is no light at the end of the tunnel. There is no amount of hard work that is going to reverse what the last 10 years of this fucking economy has done. I am a hard worker. I'm one of the hardest workers you will ever meet. I will work my absolute dick into the dirt. I have a full-time corporate job. I do pet sitting on the side, and I also have my own business where I do photography, videography, and media. Guess what? It's still not enough. It's never gonna fucking be enough. I'm just so sick. I'm so burnt out, and I don't know what the long-term solution is, because the thought of having to do this for the next 40 years.
Watching the way that, like, our world leaders and the economy.
I know, that was funny. Work my absolute dick into the dirt.
Generational wealth being...
Damn, I can relate.
Supported by the top 10%. Like, what if I say that I don't want to take part in a system that is ultimately not, like, for humanity?
So devastating stories all around, yet relatable, because we've all been in that position or are still in that position, and it just sucks. You feel like there's nothing you can do. You feel like you're trapped. And I think that that last comment is a thought that we've all had. Like, what if we just quit, even though we know that we can, because this capitalist system was imposed on us without our consent. And the problem is that there's no way to check out of this system if we actually want to survive. So we're locked in, and we're forced to swim as hard and as fast as we can if we don't want to drown. And even if you do what you're supposed to do, you know, you go to college, you get good grades in school so you can get some scholarships, you try to find work that is tailored to your degree. Even if you don't have a degree, but you went for a trade, or you're just a good worker, it doesn't matter. Nobody is going to come to into the system without getting chewed up and spit back out. And even though as individuals we have to subject ourselves to perpetual exploitation basically to survive, having this system is indeed a choice. And I think that that is an important thing to say. The powers that be have decided that pure unadulterated capitalism, where you put profits above people, is necessary in order to produce endless wealth for oligarchs. It is their choice to create a system and perpetuate a system that functions this way. And the reason why they're prioritizing the wants of the few over the needs of the many is because democracy, much like everything else these days, has become another commodified venture for rich people. And think about why that is.
Bingo.
Why nothing seems to change in this stage in our system. Our system, from the start, it incentivized greed and endless growth. Corporations, they don't just slow down once they become mega corporations and gobble up all of the competition. They then have to find different ways to increase profits year after year after they've already become monopolies. You know, so what do? They might start to cut labor and benefits for employees. They begin to get into politics to lobby politicians for tax cuts and to slash regulations so that way they can cut corners to save even more money and increase profits. But in order to influence politicians to make these changes, they have to make sure that they grease the wheels of the system itself and take over democracy by basically drowning out everyone else's voices so that way they get what they want and we don't. But before you know it, after this takes place for so long with Citizens United, starting with Buckley v. Vallejo, you know, elections and democracy,
We've talked about that.
They're no longer elections. They're no longer what we'd think of as democracy. They're just nothing more than profitable ventures, just like everything else. Investing in politicians might actually yield higher returns for oligarchs than the stock market. And before you know it, what was once a democracy is nothing more than a glorified competition between oligarchs to see which puppets are going to get elected. I mean, look at this study. It shows why politicians aren't even doing the bare minimum to alleviate our suffering. This was published in 2014 by Princeton, and doctors Gillens and Page found that regular Americans have a statistically insignificant impact on policy outcomes, whereas economic elites and special interests, they get the policies that they want enacted into law. And the reason why this is the case is because politicians no longer need to serve us to get elected because we're no longer their core constituents. Oligarchs are. Your $5 donation pales in comparison to the $1 million check that a billionaire cut for your senator's super PAC. We've allowed unlimited sums of money into politics, and democracy no longer is a game for the working man. It's a game for elites. And quite frankly, politicians need oligarchs more than they need us, which is why they don't give a fuck about our suffering, why they don't listen to our demands and even protests anymore. Not that really made that big of a difference anyway, but they very clearly don't give a fuck about what we want. They don't care about our suffering. But I mean, this is the end result of all capitalist systems. It's not a fluke. And sure, I mean, you can theoretically enact laws and, try to insulate our political system from this kind of corruption to this degree. But at some point in time, the capitalist vultures are going to attack democratic institutions like a virus and eat away at those protections until there's nothing left, because a system built on greed is fundamentally incapable of serving all of society. And it's gotten so bad that politicians don't even throw us crumbs any longer just to keep us satisfied, to stop us from, rising up with the pitchforks, because they're just no longer interested in convincing us that we're anything more than just cogs in the machine. Trump virtually admitted this recently when he said that we can't have nice things because we have to use the money that we could be using for nice things to kill people.
But it's not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things. They can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection. We have to guard the country.
That clip is a month old, and I still can't get over it. He's saying the quiet part loud. He's admitting we're not invested in taking care of our own people because that's not what the purpose of government is these days. The purpose of our government is to enrich defense contractors and give multi-billion-dollar companies subsidies so they can make money off of public services once provided to people.
It's just
by the
corporate
government.
welfare.
Why have NASA when we have SpaceX and Blue Origin or whatever Jeff Bezos' space shit is? I mean, the entire purpose of government these days is to make sure that businesses can make as much money as possible, even if it's to the detriment of everybody else. And it's especially crucial for them to make as much money now while they still can, because I think they all know that we are indeed in the final stages of capitalism, and it is indeed on the verge of collapse. Because they've bled people so dry that there's really nothing left for them to take from us. It's like getting blood from tulips at this point. They've taken so much from people that people can't even buy the things that capitalists want them to buy, the things that keep society going, not even the necessities. Wealth is so concentrated in so few hands that the entire fucking system is starting to eat itself. And that's what we're watching unfold right now in real time. But the good news is that young people are very much aware of why things are so bad. Sure, some people blame themselves because they've internalized the propaganda that's been fed to them since they were children. Some people blame immigrants and trans people.
That's
but for
crazy.
the most part, I think that most people these days see the system for what it is.
I think that's what pisses me off the most about the political state of America is that I want them to just straight up say hey, we're evil. Hey, the reason why everything's so expensive is because we don't want y'all to be able to afford to stay alive. We're even increasing the price of sustenance, like food and shelter, because we don't want y'all to stay alive. We've literally made it illegal to be homeless because we want y'all to kill yourselves. We don't want y'all to stay alive. Please die. Please stop asking us to make everything affordable. We want y'all to starve to death. I want them to just say that, because this game of bootstraps, fucking lazy, entitled Gen Z, or the way older generations refuse to take any accountability for the life that Gen Z now has to live, and will instead jump through hoops to gaslight millennials and Gen Z into being actually, you all have it way easier than we did. So we have no idea what y'all are complaining about. When I was your age, I paid off my house and my car just being the milkman. Y'all just refused to go get jobs. Oh, jobs don't pay a livable.
We live in a society where you quite literally have to pay to survive. Everything that you need to survive is behind a paywall. Clean air, fresh water, food, shelter, healthcare, etc. All of your basic needs are blocked behind a paywall. You are dropped into this system without your consent, and there is no way out of it unless you are independently wealthy. And if you are independently wealthy at the degree to which you would be able to circumvent capitalism, that means that you exploited so many other people that now you are able to live off of your exploitation, which is a problem within itself. Which then brings me back to where most people fall. So then you're stuck working for 30, 40 years of your life just to afford these basic things. And then the things that you would think would be prioritized, like community or friends or family or pursuing your hobbies or interests.
Friends? Fuck friends. Work, bitch. That's all they care about.
You can't do those because you're too busy trying to figure out quite literally where your next meal is going to come from.
Yep.
And then this just continues until you get so sick or so sad or a combination of the two or more things that you die.
Let me tell you this real quick, baby. You're not falling behind. You're not failing. You're not fucking losing yourself. The world is not supposed to be like this. The world is not supposed to fucking be like this. There's nothing wrong with you. You're not depressed and anxious. Like, maybe you have all those things, but it's not your fault. It's not your fault why you're depressed. It's not your fault why you're anxious. It's not your fault why you struggle to get out of bed. It's not your fault why you choose isolation. It's not your fault why you're so angry and frustrated all the time. And I need you to understand that. Don't beat yourself up because you're falling behind. You're not falling behind. The world is falling behind. We're not supposed to fucking be like this.
Yeah. So I know it's not that satisfying to point this out, but it is really worth stating that we have come a long way because seeing people say this, seeing so many people criticize capitalism explicitly, this was not something that you would ever see 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, because God forbid you attack capitalism and then get accused of being a communist or a socialist. But these days, everybody can see the problem because it's staring us right in the face. You can't avoid it. And I think that seeing them say that is really validating because even though our intuition tells us that things really shouldn't be this way and that this is wrong, it's easy to at least subconsciously accept that this is our fate. It's going to be this way forever because the system is so ossified. But regardless of how hard it is to change the system, the fact of the matter is that living this way is still a choice at the end of the day. It's not our choice, but it is a choice made for us before we were born by powerful people, but it's still a choice nonetheless, a choice that can be undone. Capitalism isn't some law of nature. It's a system.
Yeah, and like, what are the solutions to this? I mean, philosophically, right? You guys already know, right? We need to get rid of money. We need to get rid of post-scarcity, right? Through technological means. And we got to come together as a one unified government, one world government, right? Better luck, good luck on all that. Do you really see China wanting to work with Russia, wanting to work with the U.S., wanting to work? No, that's not going to happen, right? Like, nation states don't want to give up their power, right? And even Marx said, right, the thing that will kill socialism or communism in the end, what is? Not having that stuff in another country. Exactly. Yeah. And he's absolutely right. So you can't operate a system like that where people are not like like ideas and goods and stuff can't freely flow, right? Because of stupid borders, tariffs, and all this shit, right? That's why it's not going to work out. That's why the one unified government has to happen, right? I think I've come to realize that over time, that like we need more and more, right? As long as everybody gets like equal representation and stuff, or like people can vote or like decide on issues directly through like smartphones or whatever, right? However way you want to do it. I don't really care about that. But as long as everyone has like access to these equal resources, right? Then we're not going to really solve any of these problems, right? Realistically speaking.
Created by humankind. So we're clever enough, I think, to come up with something better.
Yeah. Like think about it. Even if we were to get rid of money, like think of it this way. How many people in other countries would not want to do that, right? And you see what he's saying? Like, he actually has a good point on this, right? Like, that is going to be the death of any sort of cooperation internationally, right?
But the oligarchs have actually deluded themselves into thinking that we really are going to live like this forever. We're just going to suck it up and take it forever, because they honestly believe that, you know, they need to train the peasants, I guess, to tone down their hatred of the ultra wealthy and just accept that it's their fate to be a permanent underclass. So that way, you know, just a handful of people can live like kings, because, you know, they think that we're not ever going to change the system because we don't have power and they do. But I think that every time they open their mouths, they fuel people's desire to want to change the system. For example, billionaire Stephen Roth actually had the audacity to tell investors, quote, "I must say that I consider the phrase tax the rich when spit out with anger and contempt by politicians both here and across the country to be just as hateful as some disgusting racial slurs and even the phrase from the river to the sea." Oh, is that so? Because God forbid you pay your fair share after the peasants foot.
The laughs in the permanent underclass that becomes with being on disability. Yeah, exactly, right? Like that whole idea, right? Oh my God, we're so fucking cooked, guys. That's why, like, I don't talk too much about this, the philosophy, because none of this stuff is really gonna work, right? Unless we do those things, right? And we're not anywhere near any of that stuff. So like, what's the fucking point of even, right? Like all these other changes are just gonna be like dressing, right? It's like putting lipstick on a pig. You're not really gonna fix the problems, right?
The bill for taxes for you for decades. But I mean, I want them to keep talking, honestly. I want them to keep talking because they've already pissed off the entire country by robbing us blind to the tune of trillions of dollars since 1975. And now they're basically spitting in our faces because we're upset about the fact that they have it all and the rest of us have nothing. People wouldn't talk about eating the rich or taxing the rich if things were going well. They wouldn't notice how many billionaires there are. It's 900 in America and 3,000 across the world, give or take. But if people could at least get by, nobody would be talking about a more equitable distribution of wealth, because, you know, even though it'd be nice to have more money, if you're doing okay, you're not going to think about these things. You're not going to think about changing the system if the system is working for you, at least to a certain extent. But to compare tax the rich to racial slurs, I mean, the fucking gall of this piece of shit. He's not just satisfied with you slaving away for his class until you die. He wants you to be happy about it and refrain from using offensive slogans when talking about billionaires as if they're marginalized minorities. And I think that this sentiment by this one billionaire really is a microcosm of the hubris that we see from the rest of the ruling class. There's that infamous clip from, I think, a CNBC program of that billionaire crying in response to questions about a wealth tax because he just said it was not right. So these people, they have worked their employees to the bone. They've robbed the working class blind, and they've taken everything from us. And yet,
and here they are. They want more, and they're literally crying on national television because of a 5% tax or 2% tax. It's fucking pathetic, right? It's so fucking pathetic. Oh my God. Fuck off.
To come out in public and say, actually, we're the victims.
And here's the thing, right? Like, say if we were to get rid of money and like we had these things that could instantly create resources and stuff, like the technology we've talked about, right? Let's say like, and guys, we've talked about this too, but like technology has progressed significantly, right? It used to take like months to travel across the ocean, right? Now it takes like 5 hours. So at the rate we're going, technology will, like soon, our ancestors will travel to places in seconds, right? They'll be able to like get stuff, and like people used to work for stuff, right? Back then, that they don't even have to work for today. Imagine in that many more years how it's going to be, right? Right? It's going to be so sad that like, we're going to look back at this time and be like, people actually had to work so hard to just like live so basically. And how can I say this pretty accurately? The reason I say that is because we look at today, we think that if you look back 500 years ago, people had to work so hard, even harder to get stuff, right? It required, yeah, like so many things we could talk about, right? That required such amount of time and effort, right? Ice. Let's break down like some of these things, right? Ice, right? There was a company that from Boston, right, that literally made ice, guys, right? Something that you can literally make for free in your home. Okay? And people would literally, right, have to like go out, and only like rich people could afford it. Now it's like anybody can, right? Ice is almost useless, right? I asked for it for free at Burger King and they give it to me or whatever the fuck, right? Right? So this is what I'm trying to get you guys to see. Like, progress often works like that. Things that are often like really hard to achieve, or things that are hard to get, or that are a premium, end up being very cheap, or if not free, or like later on, right? Now, is that everything? Obviously not, because there's a lot of other factors involved. But like, that's a perfectly good example, right? Like the cup of water thing I've said, right? Back then, if you were to ask for a cup of water, you'd be like, oh my God, right? I can't give you water. I got to have it for my own family, right? And now it's like somebody asked me for a cup of water. Here you go. Fuck off, right? Like, it's this, I don't even think about it. Right? So the problem is the system, right? And scarcity and money, right? Probably in those orders, right? Like, people don't realize money is only about 10,000 years old, right? Money was created to just like ease scarcity problems, right? That's really the only real reason for it. Because you don't want to trade like 100 chickens for like a cart, right? So what's easier to do? Well, let's all agree on like a currency, right? That leads to greed, right? The only good ice is melting. Yeah, no, I mean, like, look up I forget what company it is, but I watched the video on this and I was just like blown away, because I was like, all this for some fucking ice, right? Like, this man literally exploited people. He like took over, like he brutally like suppressed other people's like land and stuff, all for fucking ice. Ice, something you could literally like get for free, right? It's so pathetic, right, guys? And like, this just shows you like how the system works, right? It's just like one commodity after another, after another, after another. The minute that commodity is no longer profitable, who gives a fuck, right? That's probably tap water ice, Gus. The snob's only filtered like pure ice. Yeah, when my family asked me to bring ice to a party and I laugh, I'm not doing it, dumbasses. And we only got ice like 20 some odd years ago to Kappa Keck W. Yeah, that was like 200 years ago, right? I forget what, hold on. Let me look it up, guys. I just want to remember it was like 1880 that this guy invented the ice company. Boston Ice Company. Frederick Tudor, that's his name. Yep. He's considered the Ice King. What a stupid, like, here today we'd laugh at that, right? And in 100, 200, 300 years, it's going to be even worse, right? People are going to be like, people fought for ice, right? Look at this. The Tudor Ice Company and pioneer international ice trade. Yes, this was a thing. In the early 19th century, right? He made a fortune shipping ice from New England ponds to ports in the Caribbean, Europe, and as far away as India and Hong Kong, right? Like, the more you learn about this guy and his company and all this, you're like, this is the problem with scarcity, right? And like, in 100 years, 200 years, we're gonna be like, well, we'll be bone dust, right? But people will be like, can you believe they had to fucking like worry about this stuff? Right? If we're not all dead and like fucking nuked to death, right? This is assuming if, a big if, we're all still alive as a species.
I mean, it's like they're fucking trying to get pitchfork mobs to come after them. But at the end of the day, people are only going to take so much until they break. Some of them are going to check out and just be dejected, but others...
Yeah, like the fact that they said bring the ice, right? Jersey is a sign that, yeah, can you at least do that? I meant the agency ICE Keck W. Yeah. It's only been around 20 years.
They're going to take a different approach.
Yeah, no, I know what you meant. I'm just saying. To the argument that I was making, that, you know, like ice was a luxury, right? It was like sugar. That's actually another really good example, right? Sugar, right? Sugar is very, very cheap today. Not that I support eating sugar, right? But sugar was an expensive commodity back in the day. What, right, guys? Like only rich people had sugar. And then over time, what happened? Now it's in everything. Now they're poisoning us with it, right?
They're going to want to burn the fucking system down, and they're going to start thinking of ways that they can overthrow the system that's exploiting them. And we've talked about the revolutionary fervor that's been bubbling up in this country before, but that obviously hasn't dissipated. Human beings have a desire and a right to be free, and when you take away their freedom, they're only going to tolerate it for so long until they rebel and try to break the chains.
Fuck it, no one else will say it, so I will. My name is Hunter Howell, and it is time to abolish our government. And before I'm arrested for saying that, I need to give a source. My source, the Declaration of Independence. Word for word, here is what it says in the Declaration of Independence. When a government becomes destructive to the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right and duty of the people to alter or abolish it. I'm going to give 3 very clear and concise examples of how our government has become destructive to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Life, bombing Iranian civilians. That's pretty destructive to the right of life. Liberty. Gen Z is no longer able to buy homes or find jobs. My generation. Can't even imagine how hard it'll be for the younger generations than myself. In pursuit of happiness. No justice for the survivors of sex trafficking, the Epstein survivors, the heroes that endured all of that from the abuse of predators. In fact, not only is there no justice for them, there was concealing and protection for the predators. So damn it, that's my source. Declaration of Independence says that it's up to us, the people, to abolish our government. And I'm not going to sit around much longer.
And listen, to the chagrin of the oligarchs, that sentiment is so much more widespread than they want to believe. Because it really does feel like we've reached the point of no return and we have no choice but to just overthrow the system. They have pushed people to the brink and they're now seeing the chickens come home to roost. And I'm not saying people are going to, rise up and overthrow the government. But you have to understand that people are thinking this way because there are so many ongoing crises that our current system is just incapable of addressing. And if we ever did get the sweeping systemic changes that we desperately need, it's only a matter of time before it all get undone by the same capitalist vultures that undid the New Deal reforms that we needed. Because, again, capitalism is a virus and it plagues our nation. And until you remove the virus, things are always going to end up in the same spot. Late-stage capitalism, where we are slaving away for large multinational corporations until we die. So this is why so many people are yearning for more than short-term solutions, because anything short of sweeping systemic reform just obviously isn't going to cut it. Sure, healthcare and a living wage would help. I think that might satiate a little bit of the anger, but when you step back and you just look at all of the problems that we're facing, climate change, just everything, the debt crisis, student loans, There's just simply no way to logistically address all of these problems in a piecemeal way within the confines of our current capitalist system. It makes more sense to just tear the whole fucking thing down and start from scratch. That's why people are thinking this way. But as hard as it is to facilitate change, step number one is a collective awakening.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is I want to start from scratch even more than most people, right? Because if you still want all these things that we've talked about, right, or you just want like a this version of it, then that's still like we're still gonna end up in this spot, right? It's just gonna look different with different people in it and a different class, right? It's pretty funny to me, right? And that's what I mean, like long term, right? Long term versus short term. Philosophical versus pragmatic, right? Ugh.
And we are unquestionably experiencing that right now, which does give me at least a little bit of hope. So we'll end on that note where things are positive and not so doom and gloom.
Really? That was positive? Okay. Good video. The internet ruined their... Yeah, well, the internet's been pretty useful. Pretty good at spreading these ideas, right? Okay. Damn, it's really pouring. It looks like North Korea just ditched their goal with unification of the South. They stripped it from their constitution.
North Korea has rejected any notion of reconciling with its southern neighbor. Pyongyang has revised its constitution to remove all references to reunification of the Korean peninsula, according to the South Korean government. At a Congress in March, North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un labeled South Korea as a most hostile state. For decades, the North's constitution committed to peaceful reunification. Now, that language is gone. Instead, the new text clearly defines North Korea's territory, explicitly naming South Korea as a separate state and warning against any infringement. Now, the two Koreas are still technically at war. The North has so far ignored calls for talks from the South.
Why do I think this is happening? I think it's exactly what we were talking about earlier, right? I think the North has basically clearly realized that if there is going to be some compromise, right, the people in power, like the actors, the state actors, would lose their power. Right? There would be no North Korea. There would just be a Korea, right? And they care more about upholding their own fucking nation state, right, than like any sort of like peaceful coexistence with their neighbors, right? It's really that simple. And I mean, this isn't even a dictator thing of like that's a separate issue, right? I'm talking strictly about power here, right? Like they just want to maintain the status quo. All right? And again, this see this is a prime example of even when it's in their benefit to like cooperate with one another, they're going to fight, right? They're going to do this stuff, right? And that goes for the South and the North, right? It's not even like a problem with just the North, obviously. I'm saying this is a problem with all inherent to all nation states, right? It's why we need something better than just a tribalistic system like this, right?
In Rachel Min-Young Lee, a North Korea expert, and she's a senior fellow at the Washington-based think tank Stimson Center. Rachel, it's good to have you with us. What can we learn from North Korea removing reunification from its constitution?
Well, I think the Constitution makes it clear. It confirms Kim Jong-un's two Koreas policy, which he first announced in December 2023 and has publicly repeated and reaffirmed since then. And the Constitution basically reaffirms that.
But you get what I'm trying to say, guys? I'm like, my argument isn't that he's a dictator and like that's completely a separate thing that you could definitely argue, but I'm not even going to argue that right there. My point is this is inherent to all nation states, right? It doesn't matter how democratic, right? All nation states want to basically do this, right? Uphold their power in this way. I'm sure, like, if you poll most people in Korea, right, they would love to see their countries unified, right? Because they are technically one culture. But, like, that's not going to happen because now it's like there's too many power plays going on, right?
Moves any.
I see yes. I just disagree. What do you mean? I see yes.
That Kim Jong-un's two Koreas policy will be reversed in his time.
Was reunification ever really a realistic possibility?
I see your point. Yeah, no, what else is the reason for them not to do it, right? Like that's been in their constitution for decades, right? And if they actually wanted to be like what Karl Marx said, right? They would want to unify as many people as possible, right? Because remember, guys, socialism is all about unifying people, right? Working together and actually uplifting everybody, right? But now they're just focused on their own. I think it's a very pragmatic situation, right? I think they know that no matter what they do, they will have to give up some power, and they don't want to do that anymore. I think like maybe like the previous leaders of North Korea were like, no, I can still maintain the power or have influence in the North, right? And I think like Kim Jong-un just knows that that's not going to happen, right? Realistically speaking, anyway. And you know, this again has nothing to do with him and his like government style or whatever you call it. It's just all about power and nation states, right?
That's a fair question. I certainly
the U.S. makes it way too hostile for people to even communicate across the North and the South. That's the primary contradiction. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there you go. And that proves my point even more, right? Because the U.S. is just acting on its national interest, right? Whenever you hear the national interest, immediately be like, okay, that's what Gustex was talking about. That's the nation states trying to influence other nation states instead of just working together, right? And that's the problem with this, see? Because it divides us into these little tribes, right? Humans tend to be very tribalistic, right? We tend to be very tribalistic. Over the years, we've become less and less tribalistic. Now the tribes are no longer called tribes. They're called nation states. And the more we break ourselves into nation states, the more we come across more of this thing called nationalism, right? Nationalism leads to a bunch of other issues, right? And this is why I just fundamentally say fuck all this, right? Because the more you start to realize this, the more you're just like, yeah, that's why we don't really work together, right? We claim to work together, but you know, it's not in the same way that we could if all this stuff was dissolved, right? Like the whole idea of a nation state, right, was like you see it with like fascists. They love the idea of a nation state. Why? Because they love the idea that there's a unified group of people with similar DNA, right? And it's like, well, that's not the case anymore, right? A lot of these nation states are pretty diverse. Right? And they don't like that shit because it's harder to control people who who have different points of view, who have different, right? So then what ends up happening, if everyone's just Russian or everyone's just Chinese, everyone's just this, right? Then it's easier to control a population, right? It's easier to just keep power for yourself, right? That's really what I'm talking about. It's not so much like control, it's about power, right? They get the power over the over what to do, right? But I mean, there you go. Like the U.S. example is a perfect example of why I don't like nation states, right? Because the U.S. is a huge, it's just looking out for its own fucking interests, right? Just like every other nation state. And we just have more we have more weight to throw around, and I wish it weren't the case, right?
When the two Koreas split in 1945, even when two separate governments were established, one on the northern half of the peninsula, one in the southern, on the southern half of the peninsula, the goal was unification, both in South Korea and North Korea. But as years went by, it seemed hard, but.
Is it in the national interest though? Well, that's the problem. It ain't, right? But people say that, like the CIA, right? Like Complaint Eleni is like citing the CIA, and I completely agree with her, right? 100%. But the CIA acts over the national interests, right? Or in other words, protecting the American people, etc. Whenever you hear those words, immediately just be like, ah, that fucking ghost, right? This is exactly what we're talking about, right? The people are not, like, they don't actually care about the people, right? Like, the people are not in this equation, guys. It's just powerful nation states, generally the people in charge of them, against other people in the nation state that are also on top, right? Whether that's the U.S., the DPRK, the China, Russia, Taiwan, whatever, right? They all have their interests, and they're all just like battling it out for that reason, right? Do you see how there's very little cooperation, right? The only cooperation that occurs is when it mutually benefits both people, right? See? Yeah. And that's why we can't have nice things.
The goal was always there in both Koreas, but what this means for North Korea is that there's no unification, and this makes it more difficult for South Korea to maintain its policy toward North Korea, whose ultimate goal is unification.
If you may, can you remind us briefly, if you can, why they split in the first place, and why this relationship has since then been so hostile?
Well, it's a rather complicated story, but in 1945, when Japan surrendered, thereby ending its colonialism of Korea, and at the time it was one Korea, the Soviet Union occupied the northern half of the peninsula, and the U.S. occupied the southern half of the peninsula. And this was 1945. In 1948, North Korea.
Okay, why did they do that? Let's examine. Why did they do that? For the national interest. Otherwise, no one would give a fuck. Right? Russia needs to have a presence in North Korea. Therefore, to counteract the... Right? That's what I'm talking about. The minute you get rid of that, you just start cooperating. That's tribalism, right? It's just it's called the nation state. Right?
Established its own communist government, and
but we gotta own this, right?
Its own democratic government. And again, the goal was that this would be temporary, but in 1950...
Wait, what? It would be temporary? I could have told you that would have never been like that. Why? Because they never want to give up power. Thank you.
Kim Il-sung invaded South Korea.
Hey, Kiki,
with
welcome
the backing
back.
of the Soviet Union, and helped by the Chinese. And as you mentioned earlier, the two Koreas are still technically at war. There's an armistice in place, but it sometimes is a fragile armistice.
And we see North Korea with its nuclear weapons. I don't know. What would you say what role would you say these nuclear weapons play in terms of this hostile?
By the way, the idea of nationalism and stuff, right? We can even track it back to like the early 1800s, right? With the rise of Napoleon and stuff, right? So nationalism is not like inherent to human being, right? Tribalism is, but what nationalism is really good at, right, is taking tribal people, which we are very tribal by nature. I think we could be better than that, right? Just like anything. You can work on any part of your aspect. And what happens is, right, it exacerbates it and makes it into like this amalgamous thing that you support these hierarchies and like these structures in society to whatever that is, right? Every nation state looks different. So you just like, well, because you're a good patriot, you're a good nationalist, right? Whether that's the Soviet Union, whether that's the United States of America and the red, white, and blue and all this crap. They're all just different forms of it, right? And that's what I'm really trying to get at here, right? That's what you're trying to see here. The whole world system has to change. Exactly, it has to. The whole system, right? The reason we break ourselves into these nation states, right, is in part because of that, right? Like, what's going to be the next evolution, right? Many places didn't even have nations. Look at Papua, the island of Papua, right? There wasn't even a nation state there until like what, 1800s, 1700s, right? When officially, why? Native Americans here, right? They had tribes, but there weren't nation states, right? And that's what I'm saying. Nation states are just they're just like the next level version of this shit, right?
Posture.
Well, nuclear weapons obviously point at South Korea, at other regional countries, including Japan. Of course, you have U.S. forces in the region. And I think we can all agree that one less nuclear weapon in the world is a good thing for all of the world. So at the heart of diplomacy with between the United States and North Korea, North Korea's denuclearization was always there. It was always a centerpiece of that diplomacy, and also for the two Koreas. And recently, North Korea's rhetoric on South Korea has become harsher, with Kim Jong-un publicly threatening to use nuclear weapons against South Korea if it feels threatened.
Would you say North Korea is ready to engage with the international community any differently?
I think we are seeing North Korea stepping up efforts to engage certain.
I hate the way that's phrased because they're not really interacting with the international community, even though they are considered the hermit kingdom, right? Because, yeah, well, there's a whole other reason for that, but let's keep watching.
Countries in the world, I don't think it is ready to engage the United States based on the latest comments from Kim Jong-un himself. I don't think that North Korea is quite ready to engage Western Europe, in fact. I think we will continue to see North Korea stepping up relations with Russia, possibly further improve relations or try to restore relations with China, maybe ties.
Exactly. And why did Japan invade them, right? Why did Japan ever invade Korea? To extract resources, right? It was a colonial project of theirs.
With countries that it has historically had relations with, so former communist bloc countries like Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia.
Now, a lot of people who've been commenting on this story have been making...
Empires tend to be the most nationalistic, besides like maybe like fascists, right? Why? Because they only look at land and people and stuff as like territory, right? That's why whenever you speak about, whenever you hear like the British Empire and stuff like that, right? That's all they ever looked at. They looked at resources, like India and their salt, right? Their gems, right? Their precious gems that they got basically for free. They stole them, right? The masks that they stole from Ghana and Nigeria, right?
And some kind of parallel
that are in the like London Museum, and there's a huge thing about that in the still in the press
between North Korea and East Germany. I'm just wondering, is there a comparison to be made there, or is this misleading?
Well, I think it is a natural comparison, right?
Meanwhile, if you did the approach that Gus eats, I'm eating. I'm starving. If you did the approach I'm talking about, right? You'd be like, well, why would we take their masks? Can we just like ask, hey, would you trade them? Would you mutually accept? Would you trade them for something else, or would you, hey, could we display them and then we'll give them back, right? Or how about we create replicas, right? Can we work together and create replicas, right? No, because that wasn't the name of the game. The name of the game is to pillage, take, and always extract, right? For London, for England, for the kingdom.
Because we're talking about two countries that used to be one that were split, and North Korea and East Germany were ideologically aligned. So that comparison is natural. But geographically, geopolitically, very different contexts. And
Kiki Bibi just got a 10-day stream streak. www. That Gust 8 Scream. Gust X8, Scream Gust X8, Scream Gust 8 Scream.
Thank you. We'll watch it. Yep.
East Germany, German unification took place, right?
They call them dumps,
decades
big,
ago, and we
dumps.
continue to see the two Koreas
Replicate
remaining in the
this.
split situation, and it does not appear as though that will be resolved anytime soon, and it'll become more and more difficult as years go by.
And so, what do you think we should be watching out for next, in terms of signs of escalation or any change?
That's a very good question. A lot of people wonder if we might see some kind of engagement between the two Koreas. I don't like to say never, so it is possible that sometime in the future, North Korea may want to engage in South Korea.
Billions and 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 billions.
Yeah.
That some is, I don't like to say never. So it is possible that sometime in the future, North Korea may want to engage in South Korea, especially if it sees economic benefits to be had by improving relations with the South. But for the foreseeable future, I don't see any prospects for engagement between the two Koreas. In terms of tensions, a lot of this depends on North Korea's domestic situation, what else is going on externally. Kim Jong-un can escalate tensions, anytime he wants, really. And certainly the northern limit line, which is in the Yellow Sea, it's basically the inter-Korean maritime border. That's always been a flashpoint, and that is definitely an area that we should look out for.
Okay. Rachel Min-Young Lee, thank you very much for speaking to us.
Okay, let's watch.
Drink. Okay, guys, it is 11 p.m. in Hong Kong, and we're going to go cast a Chinese curse on Benjamin Netanyahu. Curse somebody. Wait, let me look this up. There we go. Okay. He's a goner. We got it.
Wow.
How much does it cost to curse Benjamin Netanyahu in 2026?
I love
Yay. We just cursed Netanyahu, and we got a business card, so we can do it again whenever we want on WeChat. This is gonzo journalism, question mark.
Yeah, the shamans in Peru have said something similar, right, guys? Remember that? I do see some progress in this field, though, right? Like if you read the works of several people, I forget who. I read a book in college, and now I kind of like agree with it even more, right? If you think about it, the world was full of millions, if not, tens of thousands, if not millions of tribes, right? And then slowly those tribes became consolidated into nation states, right? And then they were controlled by many times empires, right? And then those empires formed and actually created like individual states, right? Nation states. And now we only have about like 260 something nation states in the entire world, right? So if you look at each nation state as like a group of individuals representing, right? Or doing something like acting as individuals, right? In terms of like interests and things that they're not in favor of, et cetera, et cetera. We're heading towards a world where slowly there's more cooperation, right? But yeah, that's not going to happen as you've already seen, because the more people tend to focus on individual stuff in terms of what's best for their group, right? The less there is for the rest of humanity, right? And that's really what I'm arguing here, right? That in the arc of trajectory, right? Like, would you say that it was better back when we had like millions of tribes or thousands of tribes, right? No, absolutely not, right? Now you could argue that was technology, et cetera, et cetera. But would it be even practical today, right? To interact with so many like decentralized tribes throughout the world, right? No. And as you notice, like as time has gone on, more and more humanity's come together more and more so, right? We're not there yet though, and I don't think we'll be there in our lifetime based on current events, but makes sense. All right. I blame Jersey. Because of course.
Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. How's everybody feeling?
Good.
Morning. Excellent. We've got Jeremy Scahill here, of course, of Dropsite News, joining us at the top of the show to break down some fast-moving developments with regard to our war with Iran. I'm still not entirely sure what happened yesterday, Jeremy. Maybe you have more clarity, but it looks like perhaps the Iranians fired on some U.S. ships. U.S. retaliated with strikes on Karg Island, among other locations. Trump is insisting, though, that all of this bombing does not amount to a violation of the ceasefire somehow. Mac, if you could pull that up, we can take a listen to that and then get Jeremy's reaction on the other side.
After these strikes, is the ceasefire with Iran still on?
Yeah, it is. They trifled with us today. We blew them away. They trifled. I call that a trifle. I'll let you know when there's no ceasefire. You won't have to know. If there's no ceasefire, you're not going to have to know. You're just going to have to look at one big glow coming out of Iran. And they better sign their agreement fast.
Yes, could you give us an update on what is the latest in those talks?
No, the talks are going very well, but they have to understand if it doesn't get signed, they're going to have a lot of pain.
So not only do you have him adopting a rather Israeli definition of ceasefire that apparently it doesn't mean an end to the war.
Going to Dollar General. But yeah, I mean, I think like institutions like the CIA, like calling the DPRK like a terrorist organization, right? These ideas, right, guys, like terrorist like labeling someone a terrorist is just like it's just a fast track to dehumanize them, right? Or dehumanize an entire group of people, right? Whether they are or not is really irrelevant, because what comes from that what generally happens is dehumanization, right? And like we see it in Gaza, right? We see it in the Middle East with all the wars we've fought. It's just a way of being like, these people don't get human rights or don't get treated like humans, right? Because they're terrorists. That's all it is, right? It's just a way for, it's a way that the power structures essentially get to dehumanize people. So then we feel less bad about doing stuff to people that we shouldn't be doing that stuff to, right? It's really that simple, boiling it down. Gus blaming a woman, typical. Yeah, I blame Jersey. I love how that's become a thing. You're welcome, Jersey. You're welcome. Yep, especially commuting a genocide in Korea. It hits me gross. Yeah, like the genocide in Korea, like if you read the accounts of like what the North Korean people, the Korean people, right? Because they're guys, they're all one people. Like that, the idea that they're like North Korea, right? There's that meme, North Korea, best Korea, right? But that's neither here or there. But like the stuff we did with our like fighter jets and firebombing and all that stuff, it's atrocious, right? And it affected the North and the South, right? We were just targeting the North, but like that doesn't make it right. See what I mean, guys? And this is what I mean. Like I try to step back from all the, because I've come to realize that it really is like the power structures in all these places that are really fighting all these things, right? And rarely the people themselves. I have opinions. Oh, well, I do too, girl.
At all, but then he makes another genocidal nuclear seemingly threat against Iran in those comments. Jeremy, what is your understanding of what happened and what is happening now?
You know, Crystal, one of the things that I've been hearing from Iranian officials prior to this incident actually the night that Trump announced that he was ending Project Freedom, the label that he gave this operation in the Strait of Hormuz that basically was a total failure. I mean, a couple of ships got through, but the stated mission was to ensure free passage of civilian merchant vessels, and that clearly didn't happen. But what I was told by Iranian officials is that there had been many more clashes between U.S. and Iranian forces in the Strait of Hormuz than had been reported in the media, and that basically Trump had a couple of problems. One is that the Saudis and the Kuwaitis told the United States that they didn't want to give overflight rights to the United States if they were expanding their operations in the Strait of Hormuz. I don't think that was, the sort of definitive thing as it was portrayed in the media. It was one factor here as to why Trump didn't go ahead with sort of keeping that in place. But the other part of it was that as U.S. warships started to move further past the red lines that the Iranians had said were kind of clearly Iranian territory, Iran first of all, they consider the military blockade itself an act of war. And secondly, when U.S. ships come into clearly defined Iranian territory, they view any counteractions that they take against them as defensive.
Gus doesn't care about women's opinions. Actually, speaking of opinions, I'm going to open up the Discord for you guys to ask me any questions. So hop in and you can ask me any questions directly.
Unclear.
What up?
Or who fired.
I told you guys I was going to start doing that
first, or what the actual facts are right now. Both Iran and the United States are claiming the other side fired first. But what is clear is that there was an exchange of fire. The Iranians claim they actually hit some U.S. ships. The United States and CENTCOM are denying that. But what happened is that Trump authorized fairly heavy but very short-term bombing of an island off of Iran's coastal territory. They also
Gus told me that women have too many opinions.
The city of Manab, which, as you'll recall, was the place where, in the opening hours of the February 28th bombing that started this war, the U.S. with cruise missiles hit a girls' school, killing 165 people, most of them young girls. And the backdrop of all of this is that there has been this exchange of amendments to a 14-point proposal for what is being called the Memorandum of Understanding. It's true that this exists. I mean, there's a lot of propaganda coming from the Barack Ravid Axios, sphere, because what they often do is they say that this is the framework, but actually what they're doing is they're reporting on the U.S. demands, and then that puts the Iranians in a position where it looks like they're either backtracking or it's meant to sort of pressure them. So this was going on, and I guess the news of this is that last night I was told that Iran had finalized its decision prior to Trump initiating this bombing against Iran and was on the verge of actually sending it to the United States. And then once these strikes happened that Iran publicly said was a violation of the ceasefire, they said, we're pausing or suspending the submission of this proposal. Then I started to hear from Iranians that the Pakistanis were going nuts. They were taken by surprise that the United States had done this. Pakistan is the primary mediating country. And they were basically frantically trying to get the United States to stop. And Iran, I was told, was prepared to start striking at what they called U.S. interests in the broader Persian Gulf. And it's clear that there were some back channel discussions aimed at sort of calming this down. Marco Rubio says they expect the Iranians to submit their sort of version or their amendments to what the U.S. sent them the other day. But I think this could have gone into a very, very intense escalation. And the final thing I'll say on this regarding Trump, I mean, think about what he keeps saying. The Iranians are desperate to make a deal. They just want to make a deal. But the fact is that the Iranians are not doing that. And I think that what the American public, because there was such propaganda about the extent of the destruction that was done to Iran. You had this report in the Washington Post yesterday that actually the Iranians retain a huge percentage. They said 70%, 75% of both ballistic missiles and drones. The American public was led to believe that Iran was basically finished and that it was collapsing. And in fact, the Iranian foreign minister, in a post on X this morning, Abbas Araghchi, said that the CIA assessments as published in the Washington Post are actually incorrect. Our capacity is more like 120% of our...
What a joke. CIA for the win again, right?
Ballistic missiles, because they're saying they've been rebuilding.
Were we just talking about the CIA? Yeah, we were with North Korea.
I think they're telling the truth.
What a joke, man. Oh.
I think the Iranians have a far more sophisticated manufacturing operation for their ballistic missiles and drones. They also recently got dual-use technology imported from China. The United States is aware that those shipments happened. And I think that at the end of the day, one of the scandals of this is that the U.S. has consistently misled, if not outright lied, about the extent of damage. And that's why Trump keeps saying, oh, they want to make a deal. The Iranians still feel that they have leverage, and they think that Trump backed off in the Strait of Hormuz because he was stuck. And because he has a visit coming up with Xi Jinping in China. He wants some kind of a flimsy memorandum of understanding. And Trump wants the Iranians to preemptively say things about their nuclear program that as of this moment, when I'm talking to you, the Iranians are saying they are not going to negotiate on the front end of a memorandum of understanding about issues that took 3 years to negotiate under Barack Obama when the 2015 deal was done.
So that's basically... If they're supposed to be talking about in the front end 15, 20-year moratorium on enrichment, Jeremy, your sources are indicating that is no matter what, dead on arrival. They will not be agreeing to enrichment moratoriums.
I mean, it's a good question, Emily. And what I've been told up to this moment is that it's possible that the Iranians are going to make some broader general statement about nuclear. That could be contained in this MOU. There may be some compromise language that sort of indicates that eventually the Iranians are going to talk about this. Maybe they'll put some statement in there that has to do with like a nuclear weapon. Trump keeps saying they have to say that they're never going to build a nuclear weapon. Well, that's been Iran's position for a few decades now. And there was a fatwa issued by the late Supreme Leader saying that it would be a sin to possess a weapon of mass destruction. But Trump is really obsessing on that. And maybe that opens some wiggle room where the Iranians essentially restate an existing position. Although, Emily,
Jersey, why did you make me cut myself? Look, I was shaving and I cut myself. I just noticed. Ow.
I will say there is a ferocious debate that's been intensified within Iran's ruling circles right now about whether it was a mistake not.
Cheer 100.
Oh my God. Thank you, Kiki. Appreciate the bits. 100 bits. Just so you know, for next time, whenever you cheer over 100 bits or more on this channel, you get, you can tell Gloggy to say anything you want. So you can get Gloggy to do anything, basically. To just type it out after the cheer. Thank you for the... Oh, look at that.
Cheer
Thank
100.
You again. Yeah. So he'll say like the cheer and then he'll say whatever message you want. I appreciate it, girl. Thank you for the 200 bits now. Appreciate it. How's Singapore? Mm-hmm. It's not my fault. I distract you, imbecile. Distract me? How the hell do you distract me? Shark! How you doing, buddy? Long time no see. Where have you been? I'm a bit drunk. Good, we need to be drunk right now. I should be drinking. But howdy, I missed you. Man, I missed you too, buddy. I was like, where's Shork been? How's Shork been? Where has he been? I actually, I've been thinking a lot about you because, I've worked on this game that I think you're gonna really like. Remember how I did the old fishing game? But I completely remade it. I got a motorcycle and now I just ride around all the time. Oh. Damn right, man. That's awesome. I don't blame you. That must be mad fun. Hype train, what up? Thank you guys for starting the hype train. Appreciate it. Only 2 more subs to level 2. Let's go. Damn, Living Lily coming in hot.
Chuga. We got a hype train chat. Thanks to Living Lily. It ending at 5/9/2026, 9:50:21 p.m. So let's keep it going.
Hell yeah.
Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Hell yeah. And thank you, Shork. Thank you, Living Lily, for gifting Shork a gifted sub. Appreciate it.
Please clap. Please clap.
Can't do it without you, girl. Yeah, Shork. So you've been riding around on your bike a lot? That's crazy. I got an electric bike and I love it. So Shork. Not the same as watch out for landscapers. They park in the dumbest places. Yeah. Nice. I just went on a ride with my cousin this weekend. The weather asked for it. I even named his bike Rosie. What up? Look at that. Jersey went for a ride. Hey,
please clap.
Park where they can. Afternoon. 9:18. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you again. Dirty Jersey. Damn right. I call her Dirty Jersey for that reason alone. She went for a ride, guys. Girl, you can't make this shit up. I'm literally just repeating what you said. God. Right. All right. What was I gonna... Yeah. You know, I might make that because I know you really like it, so I might make that emote a part of the sub. Although this is the thing, right, guys? I think it's very vain to put yourself in emotes. Not that I'm going to call other people that, But to me personally, right? That's like my personal thing. So I try not to like do that because that's why I put Gloggy and all this stuff. That was like my rule when I started streaming. I didn't want to do that. I thought it was just too a little too selfish, but I know a lot of other people do. Wow, so you think I'm vain? I mean, for me, right? I'm saying for me it is, but not that you are. No. Even though you do that. Bingo bango. Jesus. Lainey is vain as fuck. While she's dancing in a dress. She's a gem, yeah. No. I mean, it was just like a rule I made for myself, right? Because I didn't want to, but Shork loves that emote, so I might do it for him. It is a pretty... I do think it's pretty funny. It's become a meme, right? What streamer isn't a bit off? W streamer. I love it. No, so Shork. I made a new fishing game, so it's completely like made by me. It's called Gloggy's Fishing Adventure. So if you do ! Claim points, I think you'll get on the leaderboard, and then you'll be able to use the points that you gain from that to play the game. I felt the same at first, but it's one of the most used emotes. Yeah, no, I get it. I just thought it was like, I don't know, like who am I to like be on some fucking emo like that, but I also want to make it like worth like subscribing for, right? So did you see his rings? Cocky as fuck. I like rings, okay? Cocky as fuck. Like I have a story with all these rings. Like this one is one of my favorites. It's like it's a Japanese coin. Right? Look at that. It has like that Japanese art. Right? But yeah, so it has like that tsunami art, right? Like you see it in like in Japanese scrolls and paintings and stuff. Yeah, this one too is like something I found, right? Has a really cool insignia on it. He's a ring guy. I am. This one was a gift. Right. This one is some mountains. As you can see here, right? See that? I hate the Japanese as the Chinese. I don't blame you there. I just find the art beautiful, right? It's really not just like in Japan either, right? You see that kind of pattern sometimes throughout. This is a moss ring, right? This was another gift of mine, so yeah. Just me. Oh, fuck off, Josie. Fuck off, kid. There's a cooldown, Shork, so you can try again now. And there's different tiers and stuff. There's there's like junk, common, uncommon, legendary, or sorry, rare, epic, and legendary. I don't have that set up yet. I don't have that set up. There's too many commands on this stream. Did you claim your points? You have to do first. You have to claim points. There you go.
Golden Common.
Nice. Congrats. Holy shit. That's pretty rare. Your first time you got a golden common. That's pretty impressive. Okay. Yeah, once you claim your points, guys, don't keep claiming them. This is not going to do anything. Okay, I purposely made it 90K. Yeah. It's because you've watched me a lot. You haven't watched me in a few months. That's why. I was wondering where you went, man. I missed you. All right, let's see what the leaderboard looks like now. All right, Living Lily's #1, of course. The queen of the stream. Followed by Eddie Bombay. Nice. A Chronomancer Koi. Oh, I love that. Look at that, guys. Yeah. Jersey's #1 spender.
Not to have pursued a nuclear weapon because the North Korean government remains intact and isn't being, bombed by the United States for the sole reason that it has a nuclear weapon.
Oh,
so
and you get points for just chatting. So if you're a good chatter, you're going to get a lot of points on here, right? And no, fish does not count as a chat. Neither does spamming like 2-letter words, 3-letter words, right? So it's very picky on how it picks stuff, right? Which is how I like it.
I think that the
I don't want spam here. Yeah. Emotes counts, obviously, right? But
Iranians have called it a red line. The idea that they're going to put up terms in any sort of detail or make front-end commitments would be a massive concession from the Iranians. And they are saying that they are absolutely not going to do that.
I'm always last.
But Jeremy, last night we had
we should do a last list, right? best of the last.
Middle of all of it.
I might do that. Make people feel more included.
This Rachel Scott tweeted out here that Trump apparently
because there's nothing wrong with being right. It's just like I feel like a lot of the people who are last on stuff, it's just because you guys lurk so much, right? Like I know a lot of people always open up a tab for me, and no matter when I go live, I appreciate you lurkers. You're always in there, so I appreciate people who do that, right? Who want to support me no matter what, so they always put up they always have me in a tab, right?
Called this back and forth, this attack on Iran, a love tap. And again, when asked if this meant that the ceasefire was over, he said, no, it's still in full effect. What do you think from the Iranians' POV, how they're interpreting this? Are they interpreting this as a simple love tap and the ceasefire is still on? Or is this going to, throw a grenade in the middle of everything? How do you think they're interpreting all of this?
I think that the Iranians are approaching this.
See, I hear love tap, and that's what you do. That's what you do last night, right? To someone who wants to have some sexy time. But this ain't a love tap, guys.
What sometimes has been called by both Hezbollah or Iran strategic patience. I think Iran could have reacted in a way where they just sort of lit up the Persian Gulf countries again. I mean, there are reports of explosions that happen in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and certainly the Iranians have carved out the United Arab Emirates as a particular adversary in this. They view them as essentially an Arab satellite of Israel, as doing the bidding of the United States in Israel. So if there were some strikes, it seems like it's
you caught a rare.
Possible that the Iranians did hit the United Arab Emirates.
We've only caught 4 legendaries the whole fucking stream. So they're very rare, right?
But it wasn't a massive attack. And again, it's still not confirmed. But no, I think that they were waiting to see how far this was going to go. If the United States started to assassinate or try to do targeted strikes along with Israel against leadership figures, then I think we would have saw a dramatic
you have no
escalation.
Idea. Please stop.
So, I get the sense based...
What? It's called love tapping, girl. Get with the times.
On the official position Iran is taking, which is that the spokesperson for their joint armed forces, the conventional military, clearly said this is a violation of the ceasefire, but did not say the ceasefire is over. When Abbas Araghchi, the top diplomat for Iran, finally addressed this situation, he zeroed in on sort of how the United States pattern is that they claim to be wanting a deal or on the verge of a deal, and then they continue to...
No, golden ones are not legendary, but they're rarer in their tier, right? So, like, for example, common is obviously very common, right, to get. But, like, a golden common is the rarest kind of common you can get, right? Just like a golden rare is the goldest of that tier, right? Of the rare tier. And golden legendaries are the hardest to get because they're like the chance of you getting one in the game is really rare. I made it like that. And they're generally like there's only a very few amount of them, right? So each tier has like a golden variety, but they're the rarest of that tier, right? But yes, like getting a golden rare is hard. Like it's like a golden rare is like getting an epic, similar to that, maybe, right?
So
similar.
So what we have not heard is the Iranians saying that all of this is over. And my understanding is that they had reached a conclusion on their position that they were going to send via Pakistan back to the United States.
And if you don't like it, blame Jersey. She's the complaint department here.
That may well happen today, but I wouldn't count on it just from Marco Rubio's word. I think there's a lot of diplomacy going on right now, and
or
not
Complain Elaney. She handles. That's why her name is Complain. She handles the complaints.
Pakistan, but China is becoming increasingly involved. Abbas Araghchi was just in Beijing meeting with senior Chinese officials. The Chinese are becoming increasingly outspoken on Trump's military blockade in the Strait of Hormuz.
It's true.
China has the most to lose in terms of the oil flow through the Strait of Hormuz. It's an incredibly powerful country. Trump very much brags about his close relationship with the Chinese leader. And so I think China is also looking at this and saying, Donald Trump's going to be here in a matter of days. He doesn't want to cruise into Beijing on a sort of failure tour. And so I think Trump is the one who's desperate right now. And the Iranians are aware of that. Trump wants some piece of paper he can point to where he can claim that he's now, again, ending a war, by the way, which he started, and then rolling into China so that he can feel like he's sort of the good guy in all of this. The cards are in the Iranians' hands right now to an extent. And so I wouldn't look for them to be doing any radical concessions. Trump is the one who's kind of backed himself into a corner here just in the short term.
Yeah. Well, and I also, found it very noteworthy.
He also gaslights. Beware.
And interesting, the reporting from you guys and from other outlets that the Saudis and the Kuwaitis said, no, we're not going to help you with your Operation Freedom or whatever it was called, which had just been announced with great fanfare. You had multiple press conferences from the Secretary of State, from Pete Hegseth and General Kane coming out and talking about this, touting this thing. I don't know, Hegseth used some, we're putting a red, white, and blue dome over the strait or something like that. And then just as quickly as it begun, it's completely reversed. And we find out behind the scenes, the Saudis and Kuwaitis said, no, we're not going to help you with this, and you need us. So I found that very interesting because that added a limiting factor in that I hadn't considered before, on top of the political limitations for Trump, on top of the economic limitations, on top of, all of the constraints that he has just in terms of supplies and munitions and capacity. You also add in that your allies, a few of them are going, I'm not sure about everything that you're up to here, and we could pull the plug. Now, the reporting now is that they've said, okay, well, you can use our air bases again, you can have flyover rights again, we're all good. But that seemed to be a very significant development in my view, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, as I said at the onset, I think it was a factor. And you have to remember also that right now there's a competition between and a jockeying for prime position in the Gulf between the Saudis and the Emiratis. And, the tensions and the conflict between Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates also goes back to the civil war in Sudan. The United Arab Emirates is widely seen around the world as facilitating massive war crimes in Sudan. The Saudis were back channeling and trying to get Trump involved with that in a deeper way. The Emiratis, by exiting OPEC, recently won Trump's praise. They are increasingly overtly and openly intense in their praise of Israel and their claims that they're going to start deeper military cooperation. And I think that, the Kuwaitis and the Saudis, Kuwait in particular, took a massive beating in this war. And it's the place where the single largest number of American soldiers were hit. Kuwait was just absolutely pummeled alongside the United Arab Emirates. But the Kuwaitis, I think, felt like they are going to be left to fend for themselves when the United States escalates this. And then they're right on the front lines. Anyone just pull out a map. Look how close Kuwait is to Iran. And so I think from Kuwait's perspective, they're saying the last time you escalated and started bombing them, we had to endure 6 weeks of massive strikes raining down on our territory. And by the way, it was just announced this week that Kuwait had to put in an order for billions of dollars worth of new Patriot missiles and interceptors that are not going to be ready for many, many years. That's another story here. So I don't think the Saudis and the Kuwaitis were saying, oh, we don't, we love Iran now and we're going to sort of heroically block you. I think the perception is you didn't defend us. You put all your effort.
Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. How's everybody?
Us wanted to justify the pilot that got shot down and survived, or the weapons officer. Their harrowing story. And we're
the reflecting pool outside the Lincoln Memorial beyond, where
not just a matter of Iran is setting these red lines and they're doing it from a place of negotiating and later they're going to capitulate. I think that it's viewed as a very, very serious issue that if they were to give up on the front end of any negotiation, it would be widely perceived as having kind of bent the knee.
On the other hand, if you think about, okay, well, what's the purpose of developing a nuclear weapon? The idea is to serve as a deterrent. You use the example of North Korea, which I think is quite apt, and you could use the counter examples of, say, Libya, or even you could think of Ukraine in this circumstance, after the dissolving of the Soviet Union. But in any case, they have established that they have another deterrent weapon, which is their control over the Strait of Hormuz.
Happy Mother's Day. Damn right.
Kyle and I were talking to Ryan about this yesterday, and Ryan made the point, in some ways it's actually more effective because you can actually use it. There isn't the same taboo around it. Whereas with nuclear weapons, at least thank God for now, there continues to be a taboo around the actual use. So is that a view within Iran that in effect, maybe we don't need the nuclear weapons as much because we have this other very significant, consequential, and clearly effective deterrent at our disposal?
Yes, but I still think that the nuclear weapon debate is a very, very serious one. But certainly the Iranians recognize that they have an incredibly potent weapon that they can deploy using very low risk asymmetric tactics. Trump is fond of saying that their Navy is just sitting at the bottom of the sea.
Happy
that's
birthday,
true in terms
Papa
of the big
Jers.
vessels that they had, etc. But that's
birthday,
not how
Papa
they
Jers.
were able to
know
create
that.
the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. They did it with very, very small firepower and tiny, fast boats and political will. And that's why you see right now a scramble among Gulf countries and others to try to find alternate routes. But a lot of those alternate routes also would either go across massive land areas or they would necessitate the Red Sea. And in the Red Sea, you have Ansar Allah in Yemen, which also has engaged in its own sorts of blockades. The other day, an Iranian analyst said to Ryan and I, you'll know Iran is really escalating when the Red Sea also gets closed. And that hasn't happened at this point. But at the same time, Crystal, I think that will happen. I think other countries are going to realize that there's so much power over the global energy economy concentrated in this small strip of territory controlled by Iran that they have to find alternatives. I think that's going to happen. Iran also is building up its own alternative infrastructure, and it in recent weeks has signed a number of deals for third country transit routes over land. Iran has borders, either maritime or land, with roughly a dozen other countries, and 7 of those are land borders. And so, the Iranians are looking at, for instance, at Pakistan. The Iran views part of its economic future as becoming a central trade hub, in Asia that also services Europe. So yes, I think that Iran has a very powerful weapon that for some time to come will remain in their hands in a very clear and definitive way. The other thing is, remember Trump used to talk about, the ballistic missiles. They don't talk about that anymore. And I think Iran is going to develop much more sophisticated ballistic missiles, probably with a longer range.
Jeremy, how do you think Israel plays into these ongoing negotiations? I mean, I think it's pretty clear that throughout the entirety of the ceasefire, they probably would have preferred the U.S. to go back to a full-blown kinetic war with Iran. They failed to achieve pretty much all of their core objectives going into this war. Like, do they have real influence over whether or not a deal is even possible? What degree do you think they could potentially impact this going forward?
I think the Israelis were very happy at what happened. I think they were a huge part of it. I think they presented cooked intelligence to the White House, among other things. There's political pressure, et cetera. But I also think that they intentionally contaminated the intelligence pipeline to Trump. And, that's not on the Israelis. That's in their interest to do it. That's on U.S. intelligence professionals. It's also what happens when you bring in Fox News hosts instead of actual intelligence professionals to be, running the show. I mean, look. I mean, Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, has been kept outside of the loop on Iran in part because she's expressed, skepticism about some of these core issues in the past. There's no question that Israel has had an enormous influence over all of this, but I don't think that Israel necessarily thinks it's such a bad thing if this ends under Trump in this way, because I think what the Israelis realize is that Iran has stayability and it's to its advantage when it's in a military confrontation with the United States. And I think that the next phase of this is that the Israelis are going to look at how to really ratchet up the economic desperation inside of Iran. I think they do want to bring down the government. I think that they believe that the best way to do that is to just utterly destroy the fabric of the Iranian state economically. So while there may be some short-term deals or agreements that the Israelis may not like, I still think they feel like what they're going to get out of this is, in the long run, an attempt to further weaken and bring down Iran. I think they're going to fail at that, but that's what I think they're in part calculating. And also, they want to continue their war in Lebanon.
I got some breaking news for everyone. ChatGPT has been taken over by Gloggy. It's cool that AI can randomly develop autistic special interests. ChatGPT randomly became obsessed with talking about goblins to the point where it started ruining the chatbot for users. An emergency anti-goblin patch was recently released that told ChatGPT to stop talking about goblins and other creatures unprompted. Hell yeah! It's because I used them so much. W! Amazing. This is amazing, guys. I love it. I do wonder if me using him like that much has caused like some of this, right? I don't know why this stuff happens. Like, that is so funny. The plan is working, guys. Take over everything. I laughed. Like, this is like it is a little like weird to be like, why is it all of a sudden talking about goblins and stuff, right? Because I prompt it to do that because obviously like that was my idea, right? Like, I created it, and then he was linked to ChatGPT, but F you. It's so good. That it ruined it for other users. Hell yeah. I blame Jersey. I was like, see, to me it was like Jersey blames you too. She should. It's So funny.
They're threatening to resume the
I love
genocidal
that story.
operations in the...
That story, honestly, it's like it fucking brings me back to life.
The 33% of Gaza that is not under occupation right now. They're weaponized.
Remember when Grok was throwing Afrikaner white genocide into everything? That's what I'm saying. And who do you think prompted Grok to do that? Right? His name begins with an E and ends with a K. Yeah.
The Board of Peace.
Play my link, Strimmer.
Peace to basically...
Oh, God. Oh, yeah, this was fucking hilarious.
Ladies and gentlemen of America, many of you have wanted me to run for president. And quite frankly, I decided to listen to the people for the first time because I don't be listening to y'all. I don't care what y'all got to say about me. I'll smack all of y'all. That's why I'm announcing my presidency. Not Democrat or Republican. I'm doing my own party. I'm going independent. Under the Keep It Real party. Listen up, America.
Look away, Marcellus. Yeah.
You know what?
You're gonna kill him.
When I was in high school, I used to be obsessed with presidents. Now that I'm older, I'm starting and I see things. I'm starting to see, like, first of all, the president, they don't really have much to say. They could, like, veto laws, declare officially wars. They don't really have much when it comes to laws. You have to get approved by the houses, the Senate, and whatever the crap. It's just like a look thing. And now on top of that, like, we have people like Donald Trump making like a mockery out of this. And it's so crazy. Like, we need him so people can actually pay attention. I bet if he wasn't running for president, people wouldn't really care. What's next?
She's got my vote.
Tired of
Damn
that
right.
whole Hillary running. Nobody even know the other candidate's name. That's the thing. It's just like a popularity thing. Where I'm from, people want the president to deal with the police. Where I'm from, the police is bad. Like, it's not just the news that's saying it.
Damn right.
It's not just, these young thugs want to run around and say
the police.
No, it's everybody. We don't like the police in the hood because they just don't really do anything at all. They just like to be bullies and everything. I hate the police. Y'all need to hire some new polices and whatnot. If I was elected president of the United States, I would allow food stamps to get McDonald's. Because that is so annoying that you can only buy food from the store and seafood with food stamps. I would allow hot foods to be on food stamps. My slogan for my campaign is, ISIS, suck a Remember, America, suck a
Suck a dick.
Suck a Suck a whole lot of Vote for me.
Hear that?
Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He was president 4 times until the last time that he died from polio, you know what I'm saying? That's my favorite president. Like, come on now, he saved us from the Depression. Like, he had the New Deal. Eleanor Roosevelt, his wife, she did so much for the blacks.
Eleanor.
Like, that's my bitch. And we got the same birthday, October 11.
Oh shit, really? I didn't know that. Most amazing clip ever. Thanks, Jersey. We needed that, girl. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
We say that
she's got my vote.
There isn't really going to be a ceasefire anymore.
Marcellus, you can look back now. The booba is gone.
In Gaza until the Palestinians surrender and say we have no right to armed resistance against occupation anymore. So I don't think that this is entirely bad at all for the Israelis, even if a deal is signed. In fact, I think Israel would be in trouble if this war resumed in a very serious way, because I think the Iranians would massively attack them with a replenished supply of ballistic missiles.
Yeah, I was just going to say the Mark Levin crew immediately on late Tuesday into early Wednesday was saying absolutely no to that framework that had emerged about potentially unfreezing Iranian assets and then lifting sanctions. But I guess, Jeremy, that could I mean, that's just Mark Levin, I guess, at the end of the day. That's not Netanyahu
that's
himself.
Hugh Hewitt was upset too. Yeah.
I get that, and I understand why. What I'm saying though is that we're dealing with Donald Trump. We're not dealing with with Barack Obama, a constitutional law scholar. And I don't mean to, I've spent many years criticizing Barack Obama. I guess what I'm saying though is that no one can trust an agreement that Trump claims he's making. And the Iranians were supposed to have certain funds unfrozen. And Joe Biden was the one during his presidency after October 7th that blocked that. It's very easy for them to, reverse almost any concessions they would make to the Iranians, and Iran is well aware of that. So while I understand why those guys have all taken out that position, because they want the total maximalist, pummeling, destroy, murder Iran position, I think the Israelis are far more sophisticated than those yahoos, and the Israelis recognize that whatever Trump says, and that's evidenced by the Gaza deal, it doesn't really mean anything as long as the winks and nods are happening behind the scenes. And I would bet there's some very heavy winking and nodding going on between Trump and Israel on this matter.
The last thing I wanted to dig in a little more with you, Jeremy, you mentioned this previously, but we just had this reporting about this CIA analysis delivered to policymakers that says Iran can survive the U.S. naval blockade for at least 3 to 4 months before facing more severe economic hardship, finding that contradicts those hailing an imminent collapse, predominantly, as you were talking about, the Israeli think tank, the Zionist think tank that has been pushing these sorts of analyses. U.S. intel also indicates Iran retains about 75% of its pre-war inventories of mobile launchers and about 70% of its pre-war stockpiles of missiles per U.S. official. Regime has also been able to recover underground storage facilities and repair damaged missiles. This week, Trump painted a more dire picture of Iran's situation, saying their economy is crashing, their currency is worthless, and their missiles are mostly decimated. This is, again, our own intelligence agencies, which are probably still too optimistic about how imminent Iran's collapse was. But we were being pushed these narratives, their oil wells are going to explode in 14 days, 14 days to stop Iran. They're just going to completely collapse here imminently. And that does not appear to be remotely the case. It's 3 to 4 months of the Strait of Hormuz being closed. There are going to be economies collapsing. Certainly ours will be one of them. But, the whole
I just saw your comment.
economic order is going to not be able to make it through that period of time, and the level of supply shock that would entail.
I mean, remember, Crystal, that when the 1979 Islamic Revolution happened, soon after the Ayatollah came to power, the U.S. supported Iraq in launching a war against Iran that went on for 8 years. And, so Iranians, especially the generation of leaders in Iran right now who grew up fighting that war and living through that war and, throughout the 1980s, understood what hardship meant, understood what supply shortages meant, understood what an economy that was in a state of deterioration looked like. I mean, that's why they talk about a resistance economy. And so, we're talking about a period here of weeks, and then using these terms like they're strangling the Iranian economy. I think maybe even 3 to 4 months is conservative. Iran is a massive country of 93 million people. It's an agricultural society. It exports goods. The ways in which the Iranian economy is suffering right now has a lot to do with just cash flow and liquidity, and that can certainly have an impact. And then when you have inflation off the charts, the reason that the protests started in early January were on economic matters. In American terms, we would say it was small business owners that started saying, like, we can't survive, in this economy where we have the punishing American sanctions and we have financial mismanagement on the part of our authorities. And that's what people were saying openly. And Ayatollah Ali Khamenei actually said that the people need to be listened to on this. When Moshtaba Khamenei was named as the supreme leader, he told a story where he had talked about riding sort of in disguise in taxis and listening to ordinary Iranians in the way that they spoke about the country and saying that he considers their voices worth more than opinion polls. These are interesting statements that are made by the supreme leadership of Iran, who are also revered in the Shia Islamic community around the world. And so I guess the point that I'm making here is that if you look at the past 47 years of history, which Trump and Rubio are frequently invoking, there's a part of it that actually Americans should understand, which is that if there's any country in the world that knows how to survive under sort of the threat of American or Israeli attack, under really punishing sanctions, and has to deal with how do you feed the people and maintain power, your grip on power, in these kinds of intense circumstances, it's Iran. It's the Islamic Republic of Iran. So, you know, our reporting consistently has shown that the Iranians are not in a state of panic. And they were saying, even before this, you know, very important Washington Post piece came out, everything that was in that Post piece. We can survive for months. They're exaggerating the extent of the damage to our ballistic missiles. And they're going to continue to find out if they keep attacking us, because every time they say we're decimated, we turn around and strike again. And sometimes we do it even harder.
Jeremy Scahill, Drop Site News. Always great to have your insights. Just truly invaluable. Thank you so much.
First time on a Friday. Really nice to be with you guys.
Oh, really? I hope not the last.
Yeah. Yeah, Friday crew's fun.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
Thanks, you too.
Thanks, Jeremy.
All right.
Hey, if you like that video?
And now, what you've all waited for. For the next 5 hours, I will play Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
Welcome to another beautiful day on Friendship Island.
I'm just joking. I'm going to open up the chat. Remember that from South Park? I can't believe they made that into a game. Isn't that like the biggest meme game? Yeah. So I'll open up the chat, or I'll open up the Discord so you guys can ask me questions. Hop into the general if you have anything. Hello Kitty is a girl in a cat costume. Yeah. Facts. I have to go. Sorry to miss it. Anyone want to hop on, ask me questions? Let me know. On the Discord. I can hear like the electricity in the background. Like buzzing. Somebody left their like mosquito trap. And you can hear the electricity like buzzing off. Why are you such a masshole snob? I don't know. Because masshole, right? It's implied. All right. Let's see here. We also have this. I wanted to talk about. Did you know this vid? Get a filter for that water. Damn right. Why democracy is mathematically impossible?
Democracy...
Interesting. I like Veritasium.
It might be mathematically impossible. This isn't a value judgment, a comment about human nature, nor a statement about how rare and unstable democratic societies have been in the history of civilization. Our current attempt at democracy, the methods we're using to elect our leaders, are fundamentally irrational. And this is a well-established mathematical fact. This is a video about the math that proved that fact and led to a Nobel Prize. It's a video about how groups of people make decisions and the pitfalls that our voting systems fall into.
Yep.
One of the simplest ways to hold an election is to ask the voters to mark one candidate as their favorite on a ballot. And when the votes are counted, the candidate with the most votes wins the election. This is known as first-past-the-post voting. The name is kind of a misnomer, though. There is no post that any of the candidates need to get past. The winner is just the candidate with the most votes. This method likely goes back to antiquity. It has been used to elect members of the House of Commons in England since the 14th century.
See you next time.
And it's
All right.
still a common voting
Bye,
system
Kristen
with
B.
44 countries in the world using it to elect its leaders. 30 of these countries were former British colonies.
Yeah.
The U.S., being a former British colony, still uses first past the post in most of its states to elect their representatives to the Electoral College. But first past the post has problems. If you are selecting representatives in a parliament,
I've talked a lot about this, right? First past the post is shit.
And frequently do get situations where the majority of the country did not vote for the party that ends up holding the power. In the last 100 years, there were 21 times a single party held a majority of the seats in the British Parliament, but only 2 of those times did the majority of the voters actually vote for that party.
Bingo.
So a party which only a minority of the people voted for ends up holding all of the power in government. Another thing that happens because of first past the post is that similar parties end up stealing votes from each other.
Mermaids are real, fuck Gus.
The 2000 U.S. presidential election, which was an election essentially between Al Gore and George W. Bush. At that point, every state in the nation used first past the post to determine the outcome of the election. Bush had more votes in Florida, but by a ridiculously slim margin. It was fewer than 600 votes. But there was another candidate on the ballot, Ralph Nader.
Selective reading.
Nader was a Green candidate. He was
selective reading. I am cursed and I don't speak, like the Little Mermaid.
certainly to the left of either Gore or Bush.
And what we need is the upsurge of citizen concern, people concern, poor, rich, or middle class, to counteract the power of the special interest.
And he got almost 100,000 votes in Florida.
I just don't know if I can, with a conscience, vote for Bush or Gore.
I will vote for Ralph Nader.
Most of those voters were devastated that by voting for Nader rather than Gore, they ended up electing Bush. This is what is called a spoiler effect. Almost all Nader voters preferred Gore to Bush, but in a first-past-the-post system, they had no way of expressing that preference because you could only vote for one candidate.
Yep.
So first past the post incentivizes voters to vote strategically.
Say there are 5 parties. One of them will be the smallest one, and so they won't win. Why would you vote for them? This is also true if you have 4 parties or 3 parties. This winner-takes-all voting system leads to a concentration of power in larger parties, eventually leading to a 2-party system. This effect is common enough that it has a name: Duverger's Law.
Golden comment!
I remember reading about this.
So first past the post isn't a great option. So what else could we do?
Well, we can say that a candidate can only win an election if they get a majority, at least 50% plus 1 of the vote. But what if we hold an election and no one gets a majority? We could go to the people who voted for the candidate with the fewest votes and ask them to vote again, but choose a different candidate. And we could repeat this process over and over, eliminating the smallest candidate until one candidate reaches a majority.
Yeah, but what's the flaw with this? Is it requires a lot of time, right? It requires a lot of money because elections cost money, right? And there you go. There's that word again, right? Resources.
But holding many elections is a big hassle. So instead, we could just ask voters to rank their preferences from their favorite to their least favorite.
This is what
and
Australia
if their favorite
does.
candidate gets eliminated, we go to their second preferences. When the polls close, you count the voters' first choices. If any candidate has a majority of the votes, then they're the winner. But if no candidate has a majority...
Yeah, but ranked choice has been around in Australia, like to play devil's advocate, right? Since like 1913, I believe it is, right? I forget the exact date, but it was in like the early 1900s. And they still have this effect too, right? Where it coalesces among 2 parties.
the candidate with the fewest votes gets eliminated, and their ballots are distributed to those voters' second preferences. And this keeps happening until one candidate has a majority of the votes.
This is mathematically identical to holding repeated elections.
Correct.
It just saves the time and hassle, so it's referred to as instant runoff.
Yep.
But the system is also known as preferential voting or ranked choice voting.
Correct.
And instant runoff doesn't just affect the voters. It affects how the candidates behave.
I have resources. Sure.
Towards each other.
It was the Minneapolis mayor's race, 2013. They were using ranked choice voting. The incumbent mayor had stepped down, and there were all of these people came out from the woodwork wanting to be mayor. There were 35 candidates. And so you would think if there's 35 candidates, you'd want to dunk on someone, you'd want to like kind of elbow yourself into the spotlight. That's not what happened. These 35 candidates, all of them were really nice to each other. They were all super cordial, super polite, to the degree that at the end of the final mayoral debate, they all came together and they sang Kumbaya together.
Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya. What the fuck?
Oh Lord, Kumbaya. The amount of vitriol and anger and partisan, mudslinging that we're all used to see this vision of an actual kumbaya. It's not even a joke.
Like,
all
it's not
of
a
these
joke.
people
They
getting
actually
along,
did it.
so desperate for second and third choices from other people that they're like...
yeah, but from New York, which is like one of the least friendly places in the country. I mean, have you seen New Jersey? It's basically New York, but worse. Oh, yeah.
Gonna be the picture perfect
I'm looking at you, girl.
candidate possible.
But there's also a problem with instant runoff. There can be cases where a candidate doing worse can actually help get them elected.
Let's say we have three candidates, Einstein, Curie, and Bohr.
Okay.
Now, Einstein and Bohr have very conflicting views, while Curie is ideologically in the center. So let's say Einstein gets 25% of the vote, Curie gets 30, and Bohr gets 45. No one got him.
Cambridge. I knew you were gonna say some stupid shit. I heard Jersey is just an internet meme, no real city. Yes, it's awesome. If you give a shit and not some mouthy stuff from Cambridge.
Majority, so it goes.
God, Jersey could never even set foot here. She'd explode. She'd catch on fire. She'd be like, my feet are on fire. Oh shit.
Goes to the
That'd be
second
Jersey. Could never be her.
round, with Einstein being
Could
eliminated.
never.
And because people who voted for Einstein put
That could
down
never
Curie
be
as
me,
their
but it
second
could
choice,
be you.
well, Curie is majority, so it goes to the second round, with Einstein being eliminated. And because people who voted for Einstein put down Curie as their second choice, well, Curie ultimately gets elected. But now imagine that Bohr has a terrible campaign speech or proposes a very unpopular policy, so bad that some of his voters actually switch over to Einstein's side. Well, now it's Curie that gets eliminated. And because she's more moderate, half of her voters select Einstein and the other half select Bohr in the second round. And this leads to Bohr winning. So Bohr doing worse in the first round actually leads to him winning the election. Clearly, this isn't something that we want in a voting system. This is what the French mathematician Condorcet also thought. Condorcet was one of the first people applying logic and mathematics to rigorously study voting systems.
Yeah, this is what we call political science. Right? He's kind of like the founder of it. Why is it called political science? Because you're trying to take science, right? Very hard, objective facts, mathematical certainties, right? And apply them to things like voting, things like the way people organize, the way people conduct themselves in society, right? And that's what it tries to do as much of, right? As much as it possible that you can do this stuff. You science? Ew. Yeah, that. The thing you're ewing on. Ew.
Making him one of the founders of a branch of mathematics known as social choice theory. He was working during the time of the French Revolution, so fairly determining the will of the people was having a cultural moment right then. In 1784, Condorcet's contemporary at the French Royal Society of Science, Jean-Charles de Borda, proposed a voting method. You ask the voters to rank the candidates. If there are 5 candidates, ranking someone first gives that candidate 4 points. Ranking them second would give them 3, and so on, with 0 points being awarded for last place. But the board account has a problem, because the number of points given to each candidate is dependent on the total number of candidates. Adding extra people that have no chance of winning can affect the winning.
Okay.
Because of this, Condorcet hated Borda's idea. He wrote that it was bound to lead to error because it relies on irrelevant factors for its judgments.
I remember this now.
So in 1785, Condorcet published an essay in which he proposed a new voting system, one he thought was the most fair.
Basically, the winner needs to beat every other candidate in a head-to-head election. But with more than 2 candidates, do you need to hold a large number of head-to-head elections to pick the winner? Well, no. Just ask the voters to rank their preferences, just like in instant runoff, and then count how many voters rank each candidate higher than each other candidate. This feels like the most fair voting method. This voting system was actually discovered 450 years earlier by Raymond Lull, a monk who was looking at how church leaders were chosen. But Lull's ideas didn't make an impact because his book, Ars Electionis, The Art of Elections, was lost and only rediscovered in 2001. So the voting system is named after Condorcet and not Lull.
Interesting.
But will there always be a winner in this way? Let's try Condorcet's method for choosing dinner between you and 2 friends. There are 3 options: burgers, pizza, or sushi.
Oh
you
my
really
God.
like...
All right, rank choice right now in chat. Go!
burgers, so that's your first preference. Your second choice is pizza, and you put sushi last. Your friend prefers pizza, then sushi, then burgers, and your other friend prefers sushi, then burgers, then pizza. Now, if you choose burgers, it can be argued that sushi should have won instead, since 2 of you prefer sushi over burgers, and only 1 prefers burgers to sushi. However, by the same argument, pizza is preferred to sushi, and burgers are preferred to pizza, by a margin of 2 to 1 on each occasion. So it seems like you and your friends are stuck in a loop. Burgers are preferred to pizza, which is preferred to sushi, which is preferred to burgers, and so on. This situation is known as Condorcet's paradox. Condorcet died before he could resolve this problem with his voting system. He was politically active during the French Revolution, writing a draft of France's constitution.
Yep.
In 1793, during the Reign of Terror, when Le Montaigne came to power, he was deemed a traitor for criticizing the regime, specifically their new constitution.
Yep.
The next year, he was arrested and died in jail.
Whoops. Maybe that was a bad idea to kill people like this, right? Just saying. He seemed like an ally. God damn it.
For the next 150 years, dozens of mathematicians were proposing their own voting systems, or modifications to Condorcet's or Borda's ideas.
Maybe he just would have chosen burgers, yeah. AK fascism.
One of those...
No. No, I mean, he seemed like he had really good ideas. He was like really thinking about this stuff, right? This is kind of like what I had the most problem with the French Revolution, right? It just became like pointing fingers at people, and that's why I'm not in favor of it, right? Like, we need to work together. We need to, right, guys? Like, this is a prime example of this, and this happens in every society, right? Like, I don't want to just say it's just the French Revolution, right? But like there was a lot of hope, and then it kind of faded because of all this stuff, right? All the things like Maximilien Robespierre, right? We covered that on a previous stream. We watched like a whole documentary on this.
Those mathematicians was Charles Dodgson, better known as Lewis Carroll. When he wasn't writing Alice in Wonderland, he was trying to find a system to hold fair elections.
But every voting system had similar kinds of problems. You'd either get Condorcet loops, or other candidates that had no chance of winning would affect the outcome of the election.
In 1951, Kenneth Arrow published his PhD thesis, and in it he outlined 5 very obvious and reasonable conditions that a rational voting system should have. Condition number 1, if everyone in the group chooses one option over another, the outcome should reflect that. If every individual in the group prefers to eat sushi over pizza, then the group as a whole should prefer sushi over pizza. This is known as unanimity. Condition 2, no single person's vote should override the preferences of everyone else. If everyone votes for pizza except one person who votes for sushi, well, the group should obviously choose pizza. If a single vote is decisive, that's not a democracy, that's a dictatorship.
Bingo.
Condition 3, everyone should be able to vote however they want, and the voting system must produce a conclusion for society based on all the ballots every time. It can't avoid problematic ballots or candidates by simply ignoring them, or just guessing randomly. It must reach the same answer for the same set of ballots every time. This is called unrestricted domain.
Interesting, yep.
Condition 4.
Makes sense.
The voting system should be transitive. If a group prefers burgers over pizza and pizza over sushi, then they should also prefer burgers over sushi. This is known as transitivity. Condition 5. If the preference of the group is sushi over pizza, the introduction of another option, like burgers, should not change that preference. Sure, the group might collectively rank burgers above both, or in the middle, or at the bottom, but the ranking of sushi over pizza should not be affected by the new option. This is called the independence of irrelevant alternatives. But here's the thing. Arrow proved that satisfying all 5 of these conditions in a ranked voting system with 3 or more candidates is impossible.
Right.
This is Arrow's impossibility theorem, and it was so groundbreaking that Arrow was awarded the Nobel Prize in Economics in 1972. So I want to go through a version of his proof based on a formulation by Giannakopoulos.
Yeah, we studied this in college, right? And this is where you're like, I think there's a lot of copium, right? Where people in the United States say, well, the majority of voters picked him or her, right? And you hear this mostly among normies, right? But again, clearly this isn't, we don't even have ranked choice, right? We're more in the first past the post section. And even with there you go, you have these problems, right?
So let's say there are 3 candidates running for election: Aristotle, Bohr, and Curie. But we'll refer to them as A, B, and C.
And we have a collection of voters that will line up in order. So we have voter 1, 2, 3, and so on, all the way up to N. Each of these voters is free to rank A, B, and C however
By the way, this isn't me like saying like, therefore you just chuck the whole thing, right? I don't operate like that, because realistically, until we have post scarcity, I don't think this is going to be good for anyone, right? Right. I don't believe dictatorships should occur. That doesn't mean the opposite, right? Like, it's an imperfect system, but it's the best we have, right? So we got to kind of like work with it and see what we can do. But ideally, yeah, like there should be something even better. This is why I am not like constrained to the box, right? Like, you always have to see this stuff for what it is, because there's not, like, there is no perfect system, right? Like, government is made by people, and that's the problem, is that government is always going to be inherently fucked because it's made by people, right? People are not perfect beings. Yeah.
Like, I'll even allow ties.
Now, the first thing we want to show is that if everyone ranks a particular candidate first or last, then society as a whole must also rank that candidate first or last.
Let's arbitrarily pick candidate B. If, say, half of the voters rank B first and half rank B last, then the claim is our voting system must put B either first or last. And we'll prove it by contradiction. So say this is how everyone voted. If our system does not put B first or last, but rather...
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But this is the problem, right? Until I think, right, and I've mentioned this many times, until you get to post-scarcity, right, you're not going to solve these problems, right? Like the way we are, like even the idea of a nation, like I was just shitting on nation states, right? Like that doesn't mean I'm like some fucking anarchist who wants to get rid of every nation state and have no government, right? Like that's bullshit. Like realistically, that's not going to happen. And that's also not like how people operate, right? Because people have needs, people have wants, they have desires, all this stuff, right? So we've talked a lot about this, but this is why I think that overall you have to work with the systems you have, right? Because these are like what we have, guys. Like every form of government has its problem, right? No form of government is perfect, and they will always have problems, right? And I think this is like what I like about these kind of videos is that mathematically they prove it, right? And that's why I don't believe in like one thing that will fix anything except for post-scarcity, right? Post-scarcity is the one thing that maybe could get us to a better system like that, but we don't have that, and we're not going to have that. So like, what's the point? We have to work with what we got, right?
In the middle, say A is ranked above B, which is above C, then we'll get a contradiction. Because if each of our voters moved C above A, then by unanimity, C must be ranked above A. However, because we didn't change the position of any A relative to B, A must still be ranked above B. And because we didn't change the position of any C relative to B, C must still be ranked below B. And by transitivity, if A is preferred to B and B is preferred to C, then A must be ranked above C. But this contradicts the result by unanimity. And that proves that if everyone ranks a candidate first or last, then society must also rank them first or last.
Now let's do a thought experiment where every voter puts B at the bottom of their ranking. We'll leave the ranking of A and C arbitrary.
Well then, by unanimity, we know that B must be at the bottom of society's ranking.
Yep.
And we'll call this setup Profile 0. Now, we'll create Profile 1, which is identical to Profile 0, except the first voter moves B from the bottom to the top. This, of course, doesn't affect the
and I think what's really good about this video that you should always think about, like, what's the purpose of government, right? Like, really think about what the purpose of a government is, right? The purpose of a government and representatives and all this crap is to distribute resources, is to determine policies, right, that help a certain populace. It's all based off of that, right? Like in the grand scheme of things, right? Like the reason we vote for X, Y, and Z or whatever, right, in a party system like this is because those are the values that we want to hopefully come to, right? That's the whole purpose of government. No country is perfect. Yes, exactly. So the problem is this doesn't work, right? Like at least when you do the math out. So there has to be something better than this form, right? Whether and that doesn't exist yet. Like nobody has fixed this problem, right? There is no government out there in the world that has fixed any of these problems, mathematically speaking, right? And that's what I find so interesting is the only way to do this would be something through like post-scarcity, right? It's why I've come to realize, yeah, that doesn't really make much sense to otherwise, like if we're talking about this philosophical stuff, right? Which I try to like keep this stream more down to earth, right? Because we have like 1,000 other problems we're working on, right? But like keep that in your mind. Like, what is the purpose of government? Is it just there to like be vain? Like to parade around? No, of course not. It's there to actually provide stuff, right? To distribute resources, to provide services, to organize ourselves, right? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? There's a bunch of reasons. We can spend an hour on this subject. Right?
But we can keep doing this, creating profiles.
Gus is there to take away our freedoms.
2, 3, 4, and so on, with one more voter flipping B from the bottom to the top each time. If we keep doing this, there will eventually come a voter.
There's a thing to update democracy. Yeah, exactly, right. It's going to probably have a new name, and it's going to have like a better system that we're not going to like be relying on this stuff, but I'm willing to fully keep an open mind, right? I don't know what it's going to look like, guys, but it's going to look different, right? God, Jersey's calling me out. How dare you, girl? Just trying to educate you guys. Yeah, thanks, Rigel.
Whose change from having B at the bottom to B at the top will first flip society's ranking, moving B to the top. Let's call this voter the pivotal voter, and we'll label the profile Profile P. Profile O is then the profile right before the pivotal change happens. Let's now create a profile Q, which is the same as P, except the pivotal voter moves A above B. By independence of irrelevant alternatives, the social rank must also put A above B, since for all of our voters, the relative position of A and B is the same as it was in profile O.
Yeah, so A should...
And B must be ranked above C, because the relative positions of B and C are the same as they were in profile P, where our pivotal voter moved B to the top. By transitivity, A must be ranked above C in the social ranking. This is true regardless of how any of the non-pivotal voters rearrange their positions of A and C, because these rearrangements don't change the position of A relative to B or C relative to B. This means the pivotal voter is actually a dictator for determining society's preference of A over C. The social rank will always agree with the pivotal voter regardless of what the other voters do. We can run a similar thought experiment where we put C at the bottom and prove that there is again a dictator who, in this case, determines the social preference of A over B. And it turns out this voter is the same one who determines the social preference for A over C. The pivotal voter is therefore a complete dictator.
Yep.
So, is democracy doomed? Well, Arrow's impossibility theorem seems to say so. If there are 3 or more candidates to choose from, there is no ranked choice method to rationally aggregate voter preferences. You always need to give something up. But the mathematician Duncan Black found a much more optimistic theorem, which might actually represent reality better. If voters and candidates are naturally spread along a single dimension, say ranging from liberal on the left...
Right, and one thing you should take into account is, again, why are we voting for candidates, right? The less the candidates matter, the less this matters in general, right? The more they matter, the more that it matters, right? Like if it affects your livelihood, then you're fucked, right? Like this is going to be a terrible system, right? But the less this has an impact on society, because it's not much else changes, right? Because you're going to have a basic set of equal human rights, right? Post-scarcity, all these things, right? The less this matters. So I think like one aspect of this is if you dilute the importance of it, right? Because man, like either way, they're going to do a somewhat good job, or like it's not going to change too much the system, right? Because everybody's needs are already taken care of, right? There you go.
Woo! Ooh! Marculus18 just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Thank you, Marculus! Damn, guys! Appreciate the support. Can't do it without you. Marculus coming in hot with the gifted sub to Complainalini. He just wanted to see Gloggy. Gloggy's been taking over ChatGPT. What up?
Too conservative on the right, but this could apply to any other political dimension. Well, then Black showed that the preference of the median voter...
Damn right. There you go.
will reflect the majority decision.
Thank you,
The median
Marculus.
voter's choice will often determine the outcome of the election, a result that aligns with the majority
Enjoy,
of
Complainalini.
Median voter will reflect the majority decision.
The median
Gus, how many subs until we see 1,000?
Voter's choice will often determine the outcome of the election, a result that aligns with the majority of voters.
I don't know. I'm just gonna give you a random number. Yeah, that would sound
Avoiding
good.
the paradoxes and inconsistencies highlighted by Arrow. And there's more good news. Arrow's impossibility theorem only applies to ordinal voting systems, ones in which the voters rank candidates over others. There is another way. Rated voting systems. The simplest version is known as approval voting, where instead of ranking the candidates, the voters just tick the candidates they approve of. There are also versions where you could indicate how strongly you like each candidate, say from -10 strongly disapprove of to +10 strongly approve.
Research has found that approval voting increases voter turnout, decreases negative campaigning.
Oh, that's... I never thought of that. That's interesting. Nobody does that system. Yeah, see? Also, you could have a system, right? Where even if you did have like a stalemate or something, they would have to like share power. They would have to be like a co-branch, right? They'd have to like here in my state, right? There are a lot of like co-chairs to stuff, right? So they often have like a female because whammon. Because whammon. Do you like that, Rigel? I did the Ferengi joke. Female. Gonna lurk, get some food, but have a nice stream. Okay, thank you, Complainalini.
And prevents
Appreciate
the
it.
spoiler effect.
Thank you for stopping by. Good to see you again.
Voters could express their approval for a candidate without worrying about the size of the party they're voting for.
It's also simple to tally. Just count up what percentage of the voters approve of each candidate, and the one with the highest approval wins.
Kenneth Arrow was initially skeptical of rated voting systems, but toward the end of his life, he agreed that they were likely the best method.
Interesting.
Approval voting is not new. It was used by priests in the Vatican to elect the Pope between 1294 and 1621. It's also used to elect the Secretary General of the United Nations. But it hasn't been widely used.
I keep forgetting that. There we go. I like the root beer joke better. Root beer? You won't get this joke unless you've watched DS9. Remember we played that? Living Lily. I can't find it. I'll have to look for it.
Large-scale elections, and so more real-world testing is likely required.
So is democracy mathematically impossible? Well, yes, if we use ranked choice methods of voting, which is what most countries in the world use to elect their leaders. And some methods are clearly better at aggregating the people's preferences than others.
Well, and Europe uses, most countries in Europe use proportional, right? Which means you got to reach a certain threshold to even get a seat, right? And I don't like that at all. Yeah. I think obviously out of the choice, it's better, but it's like, it has its problems, right? Like you gotta find a balance, because it's clear there are clearly some problems with it, right? And that's why I mentioned Australia. You start to see this with the 3-party system in Australia, right? It starts to be just like 2 or 3 main parties, and that's it, right?
The use of first-past-the-post voting feels, quite frankly, ridiculous to me, given all of its flaws. But just because things aren't perfect doesn't...
Cutting the representative out of democracy. Yeah. Well, that's what I was trying to tell you. Like, why are we electing representatives, right? Like, the whole idea of a representative is kind of silly, right? Like, we live in the 21st century. We could easily make a lot of these decisions more democratically and without a representative, right?
Doesn't mean we shouldn't try. Being interested in the world around us, caring about issues, and being...
Like, we have we can instantly communicate with one another, right? But again, this is like where technology is going to play a very important role, right?
Politically engaged is important. It might be one
I blame Jersey.
of the few ways we can make a real difference in the world. Like Winston Churchill said, democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the other forms that have been tried.
Yeah, well, he said that famously.
Democracy is not perfect, but it's the best.
Ha! I live in the 1900s. Fuck off. So does Gloggy. He went back in time. He can do that.
Thing we've got. The game might be crooked, but it's the only game in town.
Yeah, good video. This is the awesome parts of, like, what I really like about political science is that it proves that all this bickering between, like, a lot of these fucking differences that we have, at the end of the day, a lot of them are just like nitpicks or things that aren't really going to change too much, right? Obviously, we're not saying go fascism, right? Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that a lot of times, like, we need to kind of think outside the box to fix a lot of these, like, systemic problems. And, like, we're going to have to think of different ways to do this, right? Like, I like that approval system over other stuff that, like, how the UN General Assembly, how the UN Secretary is picked, right? I think that's pretty decent. That's a better system than even ranked choice. Right? Even though I'm in Singapore, the government didn't let my area vote. There you go. There you go. I wanted to vote for the opposition side. I heard about that. We covered that, actually. We covered it, Kiki, before you were here. In Singapore, yeah. Like, the opposition wasn't... That's crazy. Thank you for letting us know. Yeah. Right. And if it's like, well, why didn't they let you vote? Because they knew that they probably would have lost, right? And that's the problem, is these parties don't want to, like, lose power, right? And then when they consolidate power, they don't want to give it up, right? So it's just a giant... It's the problem with the hierarchies in general, right? But this, again, it's how governments work, right? How do we decentralize as much as that as possible, right? There has to be other ways, right? We have to think outside the box. All right.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in Minneapolis. President Trump's insisted the ceasefire with Iran is holding after U.S. forces exchanged drone, missile, and gunfire with Iranian vessels in the Persian Gulf. U.S. Central Command said it's responding to what it called unprovoked attacks, while Iran said it had retaliated after U.S. Navy ships targeted an oil tanker in Iran's territorial waters. A spokesperson for Iran's armed forces said U.S. airstrikes hit civilian areas in southern Iran. Meanwhile, air defenses were activated in the capital, Tehran, where multiple explosions were reported overnight. In a call with ABC, President Trump described the U.S. bombings as a love tap and insisted the ceasefire is still ongoing. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, condemned the attacks, writing, quote, "Every time a diplomatic solution is on the table, the U.S. opts for a reckless military adventure," he said. Meanwhile, the United Arab Emirates says it intercepted several drones and missiles launched from Iran. A new report finds authorities in the UAE have arrested and deported up to 15,000 Pakistani workers, many of them Shia Muslims, without formal charge. New Lines magazine reports many of the workers were deported with little more than the clothes on their backs without being given the opportunity to withdraw money from banks or settle their financial affairs, even after spending years or decades working in the UAE. Meanwhile, an estimated 20,000 seafarers remain stranded in the Persian Gulf amidst the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. This is an Indian sailor who returned to India Thursday after he spent weeks trapped at an Iranian port while U.S.
We were talking about ranked choice voting. You missed it, girl.
and Israeli missiles and drones exploded around his ship.
We did not have internet and there was no way to communicate with our families back home. We were quite tense and our relatives also were under a lot of duress back home. Subsequently, even getting food became difficult. Around 200 people, Indians, are still stranded there.
Later in the broadcast, we'll speak with representatives of two maritime workers' unions. An Israeli airstrikes targeted an ambulance in southern Lebanon, killing a paramedic and leaving another wounded. The killing was one of 12 reported by Lebanon's health ministry Thursday, with 2 children among the dead. Meanwhile, Israel's issued forced evacuation orders to a dozen more villages in southern Lebanon. The UN warns over half of Lebanon's 5.8 million people are in need of humanitarian aid after Israeli strikes since March killed at least 2,700 people and displaced over 1 million from their homes. The Trump administration's imposed more sanctions against Cuba, ignoring warnings from the United Nations, which denounced the U.S. fuel blockade on the island as energy starvation. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said Thursday the new sanctions target an enterprise group linked to the Cuban military that oversees significant portions of Cuba's economy. Meanwhile, Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva met with President Trump at the White House Thursday. Lula later spoke from the Brazilian embassy in Washington, D.C., where he said Trump privately signaled he had no plans to launch a U.S. military operation on Cuba.
If he needs help to discuss Cuba's situation, I'm at his disposal, because I heard, if the translator is right, that he said he is not thinking of invading Cuba. That was said by the interpreter, and I think it's a great sign.
In Mali, at least 30 people were killed in a series of attacks reportedly.
I mean, he's a pretty trustworthy source, right? But the translator could be wrong. Who knows, right? Trump could change his mind.
Carried out by al-Qaeda-affiliated fighters. This comes after armed Tuareg separatists last month joined fighters with an al-Qaeda-linked affiliate in a massive coordinated attack on the capital Bamako, as well as 4 other cities across Mali. Tennessee's Republican-dominated state legislature Thursday approved a new congressional map that breaks up a decades-old district in the majority-black city of Memphis into 3 Republican-leaning districts. Governor Bill Lee promptly signed the legislation into law. Republicans believe the new map will help their party sweep all 9 of Tennessee's House seats. The legislation passed after Democratic lawmakers linked arms and walked out of the Tennessee House chamber as protesters shouted slogans including "No Jim Crow" and "Black Votes Matter." 3 protesters were arrested, including Keyshawn Pearson, the brother of State Rep Justin Pearson. This follows last week's Supreme Court ruling gutting Voting Rights Act protections for majority black districts. New York State is preparing to ban federal agents from wearing face masks as part of a sweeping package of immigration protections included in New York's budget deal announced Thursday. The measures would also prohibit state and local officials from collaborating with ICE, ban ICE from using New York jails to detain immigrants, and prohibit agents from searching hospitals, schools, and churches without a warrant signed by a judge. In response, Trump's so-called border czar, Tom Homan, threatened to flood New York and other cities and states nationwide with federal agents if they refuse to collaborate with Trump's mass deportation campaign. Homan spoke Tuesday from a border security expo in Phoenix, Arizona.
So what's going to happen to places like New York and these other people that want to pass this ridiculous legislation not to work with us? We're going to flood the zone. You're going to see more ICE agents you've ever seen before. So congratulations. Because when we send these teams out there, we'll find a bad guy. Most times we do. And when we find a bad guy, he's with others. Others who may not be a priority target, but they're in the country illegally. They weren't people we were looking for, but we found them during these operations. Well, guess what? They're coming too.
Oh, fuck off.
An investigation by The Guardian's found during the first 7 months of Trump's return to office, federal immigration agents arrested the parents of at least 27,000 children, including thousands of U.S. citizens. Advocates have warned of a new family separation crisis that could be far worse than Trump's first term. In related news, an Arizona judge has ordered the expedited deportation of the parents of an 18-year-old with terminal cancer, who for weeks has pleaded to reunite with his mom and dad. Kima Gonzalez was born in Chicago and has stage 4 colon cancer. He left Chicago and returned to Mexico after his parents were detained while attempting to cross back into the United States after the request for a humanitarian visa was denied. The couple hopes to reunite with their son, who doesn't have much time to live, but have been held in ICE custody since mid-April. Illinois Congressmember Delia Ramirez, who represents Chicago, advocated for Kevin's parents' hearing to be fast-tracked in order for them to return to Mexico and reunite with their son in his final moments. A series of leaked audio recordings has revealed the United States and Israel, with support of Honduras, have been involved in a scheme targeting leftist governments in Latin America. The groundbreaking investigation was led by the news outlet Diario Red en America Latina and the website Hondurasgate. It exposes how former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez, with the support of current Honduran conservative President Nasri Asfura, President Trump, and Argentina's right-wing leader, Javier Milei, had conspired to disseminate fake news with the intention to destabilize the leftist governments of Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico. Trump pardoned Juan Orlando Hernandez in December after he was convicted of drug trafficking and sentenced to 45 years in a U.S. prison.
Yep.
This comes as the independent Central American outlet El Faro said Thursday the assets of 2 of its staff members, including a bank account, were frozen by the government of Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele.
Yep.
Since Bukele came to power, El Faro has published massive investigations into allegations of corruption and the Bukele administration's relation with some of El Salvador's most powerful gangs. Several of El Faro's journalists have been forced into exile due to threats and surveillance from Bukele's government. El Faro director Carlos Dada said, quote, "These are not fiscal measures. They are political measures trying to silence us," unquote.
Yep.
In related news, the U.S. State Department's canceled the tourist visas of several board members of Costa Rica's leading national newspaper, La Nación. over
shit.
its critical coverage of Costa Rican President Rodrigo Chavez, who's a close ally of President Trump. The newspapers reported on allegations of sexual harassment and illegal campaign financing by Chavez. The UK's Health Security Agency says it's identified another suspected case of hantavirus in a British national who traveled on a luxury cruise ship hit by the virus. 3 people have died since April from the hantavirus outbreak aboard the
luxury cruise liner, guys. They're getting murdered. They're getting diseases from luxury cruise liners.
The Andias. 4 others were confirmed cases remain hospitalized. Hantavirus infections are often fatal in humans. The disease is usually spread by rodents, though in rare cases can be transmitted among people. The World Health Organization's director of pandemic preparedness tamped down concerns over a global public health emergency, saying, quote, "This is an outbreak on a ship, and we do not anticipate a large epidemic," unquote. And the Shell Oil Companies reported its highest profits in years after Trump's war of choice against Iran sent global oil prices skyrocketing. On Thursday, Shell reported $6.9 billion in profits during the first quarter, exceeding shareholder expectations. Collectively, the 6 largest European fossil fuel companies reported $22 billion in profits during the first 3 months of this year. This comes as a new report by the Office of Massachusetts Senator Ed Markey finds the average U.S. family with
You can't escape it. It's in your ear. It's in your video. It's everywhere.
2 cars can expect to pay an extra $1,750 at the pump this year compared to what they were paying before the war. Meanwhile, U.S. auto loan debt has hit a record high of nearly $1.7 trillion. On Wednesday, President Trump's senior economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, boasted to Fox Business U.S. credit card spending is through the roof.
In fact, I had the head of one of the big 5 banks in my office yesterday going through the credit card data, and just as Secretary Bessent said, credit card spending is through the roof. They're spending more on gasoline, but they're spending more on everything else, too.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!
You know what's so funny about that, too, is most countries around the world are savers, right? What do we mean by that? I mean, quite literally what it sounds, right? They save a lot of money. Germany, a lot of the European countries, Japan, they tend to save a lot of money, right? We're the only country, one of the few, that literally like prides ourselves in spending our whole paycheck. I never understood that. I'm like, you know, and I'm to a lesser degree. I'm also like susceptible to this, right? But like, guys, we should be creating, like, spending all your paycheck is not a good thing, right? Dumbass is gonna kill us all. Damn right. Ratatosk, welcome back.
DemocracyNow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in Minneapolis with Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
All right, some more on Grand Platinum.
Now, it's very rare in politics that somebody comes along that's so talented that they just can't help but win, right? They just can't help it. People can't help but just like them and support them. And like I said, it's very rare. You know, Barack Obama was a once-in-a-generation political talent where, I mean, he left office with like a 55 or 60% approval rating. That's fucking unheard of these days. Like, that's never again. I don't think we'll see anything like that. Obama's one example. On the Republican side, Trump had that unique ability where, like he said, I can shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and not lose a voter. And that's true about the people who support Trump. It is a cult. And they are on board for him. And it's almost like the worse he acts, the more they support him. And so he has that unique ability where, he could get away with so much shit that other people can't get away with. Well, now his thing is sort of crumbling and falling apart right in front of us, as we've seen. He's at 32% approval rating. He's making horrific decisions. He's waging illegal wars. He's crashing the economy. He can't survive that shit. But that certain X factor in politics, which is so rare, is something that we're now witnessing when it comes to Graham Plattner. Here's a guy that, on paper, should have been blown out of the fucking water, if we're being honest. Here's a guy, I mean, when you look at his history, when you look at, he's a commie Reddit shit poster, when you look at the fucking tattoo, anybody looks at that, they go, oh, well, that's like, a career-ending type thing for a politician. Well, it is for almost any other politician, but for Graham Plattner, now he weathered that storm easy and came out fucking better at the other end of it. Where, let's say he was leading by 15 beforehand, he was leading by fucking 20 afterwards. So he's got that X factor. Well, here's a good example as to why he was leading Janet Mills by like 20 fucking points. Because he's got this weird appeal to everybody. So he went and sat down with a Republican voter. And this isn't even.
Yeah, it is pretty rare to like find a politician like this, right?
Like one of the tolerable Republican voters. This is a literal fucking triple Trumper, y'all. This isn't like in 2016 they dabbled in it because they felt like Trump would keep their job here and Hillary would outsource it. No, this is like a fucking triple Trumper. So Graham sat down with a triple Trump voter in Maine, and what follows is fucking amazing because, as you're going to see here, he gets this guy to admit the truth about Trump. Which usually triple Trumpers, they're gonzo. They're like, no hope, fucking chugging the Jim Jones Kool-Aid, like committed to the death cult, would pick Trump over their own family members. He got a triple Trumper to admit the truth about Donald Trump. Here we go. Let's watch.
When we set out on this campaign, I was fully convinced that working people in this state have a lot more in common with each other than they might think. We often find ourselves surprised to realize that we have almost everything in common. And in the spirit of that, we're going to sit down this morning with a Republican voter from Machias and try to find out what we agree on.
Yeah, they asked me earlier, a minute ago, why I got into politics.
Oh, God, this guy looks like a Trumper.
Or how long, if I'd always...
He looks like a New England Trumper. Yeah.
Been involved in politics. I haven't. 10 years ago, Trump decided to run, and he spoke my language. And I voted for him again. I voted for him 3 times because I wanted to see how he was going to continue.
I want to throw up in my mouth.
Because I thought he was doing okay. And then this turn, I told my wife, I said, I'm going to vote for him this time, but he's got 1 year. He's not only not done what I thought he was going to do, he's gone not completely the opposite direction, but
pretty far.
Yeah, he's gone pretty far beyond what, and it's not good for the country. Right. None of what he's done is good for the country.
None of what he's done is good for the country. None of what he's done is good for the country. Watch, this heats up a little bit. Now, I will say, Graham's a better guy than me. Oh, Graham's a better guy than me. Because if I sat down with this guy, it wouldn't go this smoothly. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah,
maybe the 2018 version of Kyle, if I sat down with this guy, yeah, I might be able to fucking, get some truth across.
I'm working on it, guys. I have to be more diplomatic, right? I want to be like that. Right? But goddamn, I get so fucking mad sometimes.
and deconvert him and all that stuff and hold his hand and sing Kumbaya and come in for the soft landing. But the 2026 version of Kyle, I do not have that patience. Dear Lord, I do not have that patience. I do not have that empathy. You know who I have empathy for and I have sympathy for? All the fucking victims of Trump's policies. That's who I have empathy and sympathy for. I have empathy and sympathy for the 170 innocent Iranian schoolgirls who got murdered by the Trump regime, by the axis of Epstein. Okay, that's who I feel bad for. That's who I'm thinking about. I don't know if I have it in me to be kind and understanding and to hold this guy's hand and walk him through it like Graham Plattner does. But as you're going to see, he just knows what he's doing. He just knows what he's doing. He knows how to get across.
It's okay to be you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. I mean, I think we all are in a different place and we just have to realize that, right?
To them in a way that is astonishing, where he's going to hold, the overwhelming majority of Democratic voters are going to be there. The overwhelming majority of independents are going to be with him. And he's stealing, let's say, 5%, 8% of the Republican voters, which is not something, maybe even as much as 12% of the Republican voters, which is, again, a unique talent that I feel like not many people have.
I hate to say, I'm not going to say I was wrong, because I don't like to say I'm wrong.
No!
But I will admit, I'm questioning.
Oh, is that all it took? Is that all it took for you to...
Yeah, this is something kind of depressing, is that a lot of people have trouble admitting that they're wrong, right? It's another thing that we were talking about tribalism, right? This is another thing that I think people can get past, but they don't choose to.
Question pretty hard. Starting multiple illegal wars against countries that didn't attack us. The most corrupt president we've ever seen by far, and it's not even close, where they're self-enriching to the tune of billions of dollars as the treasury is being fucking looted by the billionaire Epstein class. We're looking at concentration camps being built across this country, protesters being shot in the face for telling the truth. And is that all it took? A man who's in the Epstein files and covering up the Epstein files, the massive fucking child rape ring, is that all it took for you to go, maybe, man. I don't like to say I'm wrong, but I guess maybe. Oh, man. Oh, Lord. Good Lord. Oh, Graham Plattner has the patience of a saint. Oh, my word. I wouldn't be able to handle this, bro. I would not be able to handle this. I'd be calling this guy a fucking douchebag probably within 2 minutes.
Trump came along and told a lot of us that something that we knew to be true was actually true, which is that we live in a system that's stealing from us. And it's funny. I'm from Sullivan, so a lot of my friends are 3-time Trump voters. And I didn't vote for Trump, but I very much understand why people did. And then I talk to friends of mine who don't live in Maine or don't live in rural areas, who are always just I don't get it. I'm like, man, everybody down here feels like they're getting robbed. And Trump came along and told us that, one, you are getting robbed. Meanwhile, everybody else is telling us that everything's good. They're like, the system's great and we should protect it. And Trump said, the system is screwing you, because it is, and we all see it every single day. I was not surprised back in 2016, where I had friends of mine who were like, I either like Bernie Sanders or Donald Trump. And I know a lot of people who are like, that doesn't make any sense. I'm like, it makes sense to me. It does in the sense that it's because both of them are like, this whole thing is screwed up.
Blow it up.
Blow it up and do something different. And I think that was the message. It's a compelling message, and one that, frankly, I think that, that's my message too. This thing is, in many ways, irreparably broken. And
Bernie's the reason why I really became 100% cynical, because in 2016, both times, that's 2 times that he's been just tossed aside. He had the nomination and just got replaced.
Bingo. See, I love how I had to fucking actually talk to people about this in the chat. Sounds pretty anarchic lib.
It's like the powers that be refused to let him have it, and so they did what they do. They used their power. They didn't play by the rules. They didn't they didn't let it be a fair playing field. They had power. They used power to make sure that they could protect it, which really is kind of, if you think about it, that's the entire system at this point.
It is.
Graham goes on to say to the guy, yes, Trump came along and he said, the system's broken. They're outsourcing your jobs. Only I can fix it. Well, come to find out, no, he's like the logical endpoint of establishment politics.
Bingo.
He's the one fucking you over, right?
Yeah.
He's the billionaire. He's the corrupt politician. He's the one rigging the rules in favor of the Epstein.
Yeah, I've said this multiple times, right? Trump is essentially the ultimate neo-lib, right? Because neoliberalism, it focuses on free trade and stuff, and Trump likes that stuff, but he likes free trade that benefits him, right? That benefits his base, right? The people who voted for him. Hey, sexy bitches, what up, Alco? You're back. We're all back together for another stream. How you doing? How's everything going, man?
Class and against you. So, yes,
Now we need the other German to create the 3 Musketeers. The VW. Get it? 3 Germans? W. Ever since you showed me that, I don't want to do it anymore. I'm like, fuck. Sonic did it. He wasn't fucking fucked. God damn it. Why do you gotta ruin my childhood, man? German engineering power.
Talked a good game about how the system is rigged, but he's the beneficiary.
You mean
German engineering in the house, yeah.
Of that rigged system. He's the problem, right? And like that's the part that the Trump voters, they weren't able to connect those dots. It just didn't land for them. Like they didn't get it. Like that somebody could say something that sounds theoretically good, but also like he's just lying because he's the beneficiary of that broken system and he likes that broken system. He loves that broken system more than anybody else. If you think Hunter Biden and Nancy Pelosi are corrupt, let me introduce you to the Trump crime family.
Yeah,
because they
real.
are way more corrupt than Trump is. So, but I feel like Trump voters, they couldn't fathom that somebody could say stuff that was correct. Like the system's rigged, they're screwing you over, they're outsourcing your jobs, I'll protect it. They couldn't fathom somebody could say that and then functionally act in the exact opposite way where he's exacerbating the problems. He's outsourcing 200,000 jobs. He's cutting taxes for the wealthy. He's giving them subsidies. He's raising your taxes. He's screwing you over. And that's how Graham is able to connect those dots for them, to let them know, like, you weren't wrong in your initial assessment that he said the system is broken and the system is broken. The problem is, he's further breaking it. He's making it worse. He's not draining the swamp. He's remodeling the swamp and making it more swampy.
What do you mean?
Now, welcome to the swamp. Now more mesquite.
He's the swamp monster. They just dressed him up in a fucking human skin suit before you...
Goes.
He's fucking Swamp Thing. Reference to Swamp Thing. What up? DC in the house.
Now more disgusting algae and gook. Like, he's making...
Trump and MAGA are the cult. Well, that's what I'm saying. He's the swamp monster, right?
Making it worse. That's what he's doing. And Graham is able to get that across to people in a way that I don't think many others can, right? All right, let's keep going.
On my wife's.
Yeah. Okay.
Health insurance is horrible.
You really couldn't come up with a more inefficient way of providing health care.
It's broken.
It's broken.
What did Ronald Reagan say? The 7 words. I'm from the government.
I'm here to help.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, for me, is like until this last year, because this last year with the Republican budget cuts, it hit the VA pretty hard. But until this last year, my VA care has been spectacular. Like I go up to Bangor, or I can do community care in Ellsworth for the small stuff, like going to the urgent care and stuff. And my VA care has been it was life-changing. If something feels weird, I just call up my doctor. And I'm like, hey, this hurts. And they're like,
That's
come on
how
in.
it should
They
be,
do an
yes.
X-ray, they take a look at it. And then I go, and we just take care of it. Things don't have to wait. I don't have to like set things off because I'm afraid that I have to pay for it. And to me, that was one of the things that really kind of changed my opinions on what well-run government programs can do.
I've never received a VA benefit.
Really?
I got out of the military in '86.
You've got an honorable discharge?
I got a general discharge.
A general, yeah. Really? Yeah, but geez, if you've got a general.
Last fall, because I am getting older, and last fall, I said, maybe I'll check into it. So I went to my local VA in Machias.
Yep.
And there's one woman that works there, and she gave me a phone number, and I said, so is this, she said, that's to a lawyer. And I said, what's the lawyer for? She goes, that's who you're going to have to go through to get your discharge upgraded. And I said, you kidding me, really?
Yeah.
A lawyer? I said, why not just go, why can't the VA do it?
So one of my best friends from Iraq, guy did 2 tours, did Fallujah Ramadi, a legitimate war hero. I've seen this guy do like actual heroism in combat. He smoked pot. After we got back from our second deployment, popped on a test, got discharged out of the Marine Corps, kicked out OTH, unhonorable, no benefits. He spent years just struggling. I mean, this is a guy who legitimately, is an actual war hero. And he didn't get a single shred of support from the VA. And it was all because of the way that they write the rules. We wound up getting his discharge upgraded. But it took, like, myself and a couple other guys that we served with, we all kind of got together. We got a lawyer involved. We got this, and what was
Not everyone
awful
has
the whole
that.
time is being like, this shouldn't be complicated.
Right.
I mean, this guy has a combat record. Like, we can look through his service record book and his DD-214, and you can see that this guy did things for the nation in war. And yet somehow now we got a lawyer involved, and we did all this thing, and it worked in the end. But it was a multi-year process, and it was so frustrating. And that's something that for me, like, one of the reasons I want to go to the U.S. Senate is that having gone through these things personally and seen directly like what the bureaucratic problems are that keep people from getting it, I want to go up and write policy to make all this easier. I also want to, frankly, unleash like an army of social workers to go around the country and find vets who aren't getting the benefits they deserve, and then do the process for them. Because when people are working really hard or people are struggling, the idea that they're going to go home, sit down, and like figure out all this paperwork, but like hire a lawyer. I mean, if you're working paycheck to paycheck already, who's got nobody has extra money to go hire an attorney. Yeah.
I mean, you're doing it in the evening when all the offices are closed.
What's up, man?
Hey, how goes the battle, bro?
It's going. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Off I go.
Oh yeah, it's.
You support Social Security? I mean, for me to pay in my whole life and they tell me I get $1,100 back. Yeah. I'm on this. Kind of insulting.
I think what we have to do is remove the cap on Social Security contributions. Bingo. So right now, every dollar over $176,000 of income that someone makes does not go in to Social Security contributions, which means that somebody making $25 million a year pays the exact same dollar amount into Social Security as somebody making $176,000 a year. Elon Musk pays his Social Security contributions within something like a minute and a half of the new year. If we remove the cap on Social Security and simply didn't even raise the rate, just kept it fair that everybody pays in the same percentage, we would be able to not just protect Social Security forever and all time.
I said this.
We'd be able to expand benefits, and we'd allow Americans to retire even a little bit earlier. There is absolutely no excuse for either children or the elderly in the state of Maine to go without heat, or to go without food, or to go without some kind of adequate housing.
We live in a rich country.
We live in the richest country in the history of the world.
Nobody should be hungry.
None whatsoever.
Or homeless.
He's doing a great job. He's able to get through to people in a way that many others aren't. And what I want this guy to understand, though, is that the way that he's seemingly open-minded to Graham Plattner's message, like, you got to realize the boogeyman that the right has made out Democrats to be in your mind is bullshit. It's bullshit. They're total liars. The way that Rush Limbaugh and Sean Hannity and Ben Shapiro and right-wing media, the way they talk about Democrats, like they're the enemy and they're crazy and they're insane. Like, no, if people like this supported Democrats instead of Republicans, if he didn't triple Trump, we would have, and we're going to do a segment on this in a little bit, by the way, 900 more health facilities still open. But the Republicans got power, they passed that big bullshit bill, and now it's like over 700 hospitals are closing, 900 health.
We said it earlier on the stream, Alco, because it's also Mother's Day tomorrow here and in Singapore, apparently. Good to hear.
Facilities in total, like 18 million people are losing their Medicaid, health insurance premiums are tripling. So, like, I know for whatever reason, Graham can get through to them, but they got to sort of be a little more open-minded and realize that, you know, the people who you've been told are the enemy all along are the people who would have protected you and lowered your health insurance premium, right? And look, we also got to say this. This is the uncomfortable part, but it's true, so we got to say it. But, like, a lot of these, like, old white guys in Maine, they see Graham Plattner and like, yeah, like, he's one of us. He's like, a white guy with a fucking beard. And it's like, would they be as open-minded, looking at some black candidate, some brown candidate, some female candidate? And you get the sense, like, no, they wouldn't. And, like, I'm sorry, that's a them problem. Like, you sort of got to get your shit together and realize that, like Graham's identity, the fact that he looks like somebody in MAGA is helping him in the sense that some people who were actually MAGA are going, yeah, I'll hear that guy out. He's making some decent points. But if the same points were made by somebody who looked a little different, then all of a sudden they wouldn't hear it. And that's sort of fucked up. And that sort of pisses me the fuck off about MAGA, especially the fucking triple Trumpers. But look, Graham, he's doing a phenomenal job. Let's finish this off.
How do you feel about land monopolization?
I hate every amount of it. I despise the idea of any corporation, honestly, whether it's a private equity company out in New York or whether it's somebody in China. I hate the idea of any corporation buying up land in places that people live. I mean, the land should be owned by the people that live and work it, in my opinion. Like, that's it. Like that, and it's, no, I mean, like even here in Maine, we've got this problem right now. We've got it's insane.
Wow, but that sounds like communism. I don't know, guys. I think he's a communist. That sounds like communism to me.
Firms or hedge funds or like international corporations, Chinese companies buying up land in Maine. That shouldn't be legal.
Like there's a place on Beals Island. It's a nonprofit. Right? They're buying up all the land.
Where?
Well, on Beals Island, all the land is an island. It's coastal. It's all waterfront.
It's all waterfront taxes.
It's all waterfront, and they don't have to pay taxes on it. They're buying it, no taxes. Guess what's happening to the tax base on Beals Island? I mean, their taxes are exploding.
There is no rule in the Constitution that says we need to let corporations own our natural resources.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders in Arkansas is doing that.
Is putting those, yeah.
Oh yeah, she's already signed legislation that any Chinese entity that owns land in Arkansas, they have to sell it back.
I mean, I would go even further. And it would be like basic corporate ownership, period. I mean, I really am against the idea that like private corporations can start accruing so much of a public good, like land or water.
But they were complaining about Bill Gates owning 270,000 acres of farmland in the United States.
It's almost less about who owns it, and it's more about the fact that that kind of consolidated ownership can happen in the first place. Like, because I think that kind of consolidated ownership is legitimately bad for people.
Everyone.
Because it winds up with folks.
This guy's literally doing the Fox News like talking points. Bill Gates, China. Sarah Huckabee Sanders is fighting China, guys. And he's like talking to this guy about it.
It winds up with one or two, or say a company being able to accrue an immense amount of power, which they can then use for their benefit. And the average person, they've got no input on that. It was a pleasure.
Good talking to you.
Yeah, you as well. Thank you so much for doing this.
You bet.
Yeah, this was great.
Do you think he convinced you to vote for him?
Oh, I was going to vote for him anyway. Yeah, I haven't really been keeping it a secret.
I mean, look, that's the thing, right? The guy just like, yeah, I'm going to vote for Graham. So, triple Trumper now voting for Graham. It's got 1 million views.
Damn.
Like I said, he's going to hold the overwhelming majority of the Democratic base, the 70, 80% of independents, and to strip away, let's say, 10, 12% of Republicans, I don't think Susan Collins is a prayer, bro. I got to be honest with you. I really don't. And now people are questioning her health because, her voice shakes all the time. She's shaking. Is it Parkinson's that she has? Is it something else? Like, she's sort of hiding. She's up there in age and she's not doing great physically, and they're sort of like hiding that. They don't want anybody talking about it. I think people are sort of fed up with this in this particular moment. We had fucking Dianne Feinstein die in office. We've had, like 7 Democrats die in office, something crazy like that. Jerry Connolly's another one. So I think people are sort of fucking sick of it. But look, like I said, he's a better man than me. For him to be able to communicate with even triple Trumpers and fucking get through to them and get them to support him, it's a skill. It's a talent. It's an ability, because Lord knows that fucking 99% of the triple Trumpers are so far gone mentally that it's sort of hopeless. But I guess that's the difference between a loudmouth on the internet like me, who gets to, say whatever the fuck I want, and somebody who's actually running for office, is he still has that artful ability to sort of cut through and get across to people who, otherwise maybe it'd be a struggle to get across from them. But I think he's positioned well, bro. I think he's positioned well. I think he's gonna shock people with how this goes.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
You know you want to. That's what she said. I found this one kind of funny too. We didn't watch it. second. No, we had covered that already. Okay, where is it? Okay, yeah, this one.
What's up, y'all? Welcome to the show. Hope everybody out there is having a great day. In just a second,
man, this stream sucks. Maybe you just suck, Jers.
And Trump's own voters now believe that the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting was faked.
Suck it.
Was staged. Was a false flag. I'm not kidding. It's not just liberals. It's not just leftists. It's Trump's own vote.
Motherfuckers, guys. The Trump voters, they never disappoint.
Voters. So we'll talk about that. We also have Graham Plattner shocking a Trump voter and getting him to admit the truth about Trump. That's an amazing, amazing clip. I can't wait for you to see that. Later on, nightmare news, y'all, about how the big bullshit bill that Trump and the Republicans got through is now wreaking havoc across this country to the point where 900 health facilities are shutting down. I'm not kidding.
Damn.
These guys, this demonic political party, single-handedly obliterated everything that was good about this country. So we'll talk about that. Also later on, Nick Fuentes is completely and utterly falling apart right in front of our eyes. It's kind of tough to watch. And also, there is chaos erupting in New York City as Zionists are trying to sell stolen Palestinian land in synagogues. And it's creating a massive backlash from pro-Palestine protesters, and Zoran Mamdani had to weigh in, and it's just a whole big thing that's unfolding, so you don't want to miss that either. You guys know the deal, man. Everybody do me a big favor. Subscribe to the channel. That helps out big time and costs you nothing. If you click that bell icon, you also get a notification every time a new video of ours drops. You could also support the show on Patreon.
Kyle looks like a 2003 club promoter.
Because as you all know, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser.
All right, I'm going to do this look next stream. Thanks, Jers.
On an ad read or anything like that. So when you guys give $2 a month or $5 a month or $10 a month or whatever, it goes a very, very long way. So thank you to everybody who does that. Thank you to everybody who tips with the thanks button on YouTube. And also, of course, you guys can sign up for Crystal, Kyle, and Friends on Substack. You don't want to miss anything we have coming over there. And go sub to Corin's World, so you can come hang out with us every Monday night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We do live Kyle and Corin episodes. We shoot the shit. We take questions. We have a bunch of fun. So come join us over there as well. All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and jump right in. In the Bulwark, look at this. Meet the Trump voters who believe he staged the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting. As his popularity shrivels, some former supporters buy into conspiracy theories about the attempts on his life. So this is from Will Somer.
Girl, you're way
he
ahead.
Says, Donald Trump's critics on the left have taken...
All right, let's look. Ducky's coming in hot. Jersey's way ahead. What up? A head. Hee hee. That's what she said. She saw a head last night.
Taking a lot of heat for suspecting that the assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Dinner 2 weeks ago was a false flag attack, perhaps intended to give Trump a boost in the polls or provide an excuse to build his new ballroom.
It was shriveled at first, and then it grew.
Which they started doing instantly after it happened, remember? But it turns out that Trump supporters, already swimming in a sea of other conspiracy theories, don't necessarily trust the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting story presented by the...
It's really hard. Well, she watches a lot, right? Like, Jersey is the GOAT when it comes to watching Gus Tex. Thank you, Jers. You better not catch me. You better not have me catch you again, though. You've been watching too much. See what I did there?
It's either.
Dad joke.
Okay? So, from a focus group by the Bulwark, ready? Of 9 people who voted for Trump at least twice in 2020 and 2024, those 9 people were picked for the focus group because they all now say they disapprove of his presidency. So these are former Trump voters who turned on him relatively recently, okay? As for the White House Correspondents' Dinner attack, 6 participants said they believe the assassination attempt attributed to California teacher Cole Thomas Allen was a psyop. 6 of 9 are saying, oh yeah, that shit was fake as fuck. 6 of 9, y'all. Oh my word. Oh my days. Donald Trump has created this post-truth environment, this postmodern political environment, and now chickens are coming home to roost because you brought us this version of politics, and now it's biting you in the ass, in your big, fat, diaper-wearing ass. Let's keep going. It doesn't make sense that somebody should be able to get that close this many times in that way to the President of the United States, said one member of the focus group. I can't even go to a baseball game and bring in a can of Diet Coke or a concert without a metal detector or them emptying my pockets. I feel like it was a ploy to get his ballroom that he wants, and that's his reason. To be clear, there's no evidence to support the notion that the assassination attempt involved anyone besides Allen or was some kind of false flag attempt to get Trump his ballroom. Like other White House Correspondents' Dinner false flag theorists, the focus group members relied mostly on a belief that too many people were trying to...
Something leftists and MAGA can agree on. To
assassinate Trump for this attempt to be authentic, or they cited descriptions of ruthless Washington power games they had seen on TV, such as Netflix House of Cards. Others focused on White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt's remarks ahead of Trump's White House Correspondents' Dinner speech that there will be some shots fired at the dinner. A promise clearly that Trump would come in guns blazing rhetorically, not a reference to actual gunfire, as proof that the White House was putting out coded messages about the assassination ahead of time. Quote, I think Caroline Leavitt had made a comment, flippant, and could be totally coincidental. Shots will be fired tonight, one panelist said. I mean, it's almost like they're toying with us or being playful in the sense of we're literally going to show you what we have done or what we're about to do. You know what's interesting, guys, is the other call was even more disturbing. Where somebody said to, or like Caroline Leavitt's husband said to somebody who was calling into Fox News that like Caroline Leavitt's husband leaned into me and said, you better stay safe tonight because it's dangerous out here. And then boom, the call drops off. Like, can you say it's all a weird coincidence? Yep. Absolutely you can. But at a certain point, aren't you shoving your own head in the sand? And you're the one being closed-minded if you don't realize all of the weirdness and the inconsistencies and the strangeness around all of it. So I wouldn't be as definitive as they're being in this article, but they certainly said something that 6 of the 9 Trump voters that they talked to were like, oh, I'm not buying this shit at all, bro.
Hides it behind the cloak. His cloak. Bloggy's cloak is like a hoodie cloak. That's kind of what I've come to realize, right? It's like a hoodie cloak. I don't know how to describe it. It's like a jacket cloak. Yeah.
They say the ballroom in particular loomed large over the focus group. Some participants pointed to Trump's tutelage under cutthroat lawyer Roy Cohn as proof that he would stop at nothing to get his ballroom, while multiple members of the panel were suspicious of how rapidly conservative media moved the discussion of the assassination attempt into a pitch for the ballroom's construction. Quote, he had some weird manifesto or something that came out, one focus group member said of Allen, and all of a sudden, all the conservative pundits are talking about ballrooms. That's exactly right. Trump has been politically victimized before by conspiracy theorists, including those of his own making, but most notably for refusing to release the Jeffrey Epstein files, but the idea that even people who voted for him think he signed the
when I do the merch line, I want to make like a hoodie like that with this kind of red, right? This is roughly the red that his hoodie is. And I'll have the little patches, and then you can put up the hood. Buy it at gustex.tv.
He staged the most recent attempt on his life underscores what a profound trust deficit he currently is facing among voters. That's exactly right. This is the world that he made. These are the consequences that he's not going to want to deal with. But guess what? The fucking consequences are here now, bro. So, you ready for this? Here's a video that just dropped the other day on TikTok, and this one's making the rounds out there. But
we'll call it Gloggy's Cloaky.
Listen to this breakdown. Here we go.
Yeah, they released HD surveillance footage from the shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Work on emotes first. I don't have control over that. You know who does.
And I have questions. Here it is, and we're going to focus on this area up here where you're going to see him walk into that doorway. So here we go. He walks in, nonchalant. You're going to see a canine officer come in, and the dog follows him into that room. And then you'll see him pull back the dog, and then it looks like they have a conversation. Looks like he's talking to him there.
Yep.
And he's finally going to turn away, and literally seconds later, he comes out armed with the shotgun. A couple things noteworthy. First, what's in his hands? I see nothing. I certainly don't see a long shotgun in his hands as he walks in there. Doesn't look like his jacket is big enough to hide it if it's in pieces. And then he had time to assemble it while this guy's literally staring through the doorway? Because I didn't see anything in his hands. This guy's just kind of chilling there. And then it's the moment he turns, he comes out with it fully assembled. And look at the size of this thing.
It's huge.
Was that on him? Or had he stashed that there
I blame
prior?
Gloggy. Well, he blames you, girl.
And if so, how was that missed? How did no one find a firearm stashed in a room right next to security? Moving on, he will exit. He'll come sprinting through here, and you're going to see this guy fire multiple shots. There you go. There was at least 3 there. As everybody just kind of scatters and seems confused. And it's worth noting, this guy walked into a room right there, seemed to be being watched almost the whole time he was in that room, and yet somehow got his hands on a shotgun, then sprinted through here, and all of these guys missed him. None of them were paying attention except for this one officer, who then proceeds to miss him at close range.
Dog guy! This ain't a cover-up. What?
One point, this guy's basically standing in front of him. I understand he's running, but he missed.
Dude, I still find that fucking hilarious. I wonder if we did have an influence, right? It was the goblins that infested ChatGPT. But Gloggy's a special kind of goblin. He's not like the ugly kind. He's the cute one.
Missed him with every shot. And also, never see his firearm go off.
But still, right? Like, ChatGPT doesn't know that. And, like, you guys call him up so much that it probably, like, put into the prompt that he, like, I put in his prompt that he's a treasure goblin, right? So, like, and to, like, make references to, like, this and this, which is his, like, dimensional time, right? So, like, I wonder, like, how many messages, like, it took to fucking convince ChatGPT to start talking about goblins.
I don't see him shooting at him. He points toward him.
It's so funny.
But, I mean, a shotgun, even if there isn't a muzzle flash,
I love it.
Puts out a lot of energy when it's fired, and I don't see a shot go off. And last but certainly not least, that was not the first footage we got, remember? We initially got this super low-res garbage footage of that incident happening. Then we got a higher-res version in between this version we have now that was clearly AI slop. We knew it was AI slop because, like, that paper disappears into his chest, that paper seeming to be the metal detector, but also nothing in his hands. He's not armed in the original one we got. He's armed in the new one. And you can see this is clearly the same footage by matching what the people are doing. Also in that version, this agent is looking in a different direction and wearing a hat. See what I mean? He has a baseball cap on, and he's looking the wrong way. My question is, why did we get this version? We were always going to get this in some way, shape, or form. They're always going to release this. Why did they make an AI version? And then if they're willing to make one AI version, how do we know they didn't make more than one AI version? Which then begs the question, which is real?
Good point.
Is him with nothing in his hands real? Or is him with the shotgun in his hands real? Is no metal detector real? Or is metal detector real? My takeaway from this is this administration is way too comfortable utilizing AI. And this just raises more questions about how inept everything had to be if this is a legitimate threat and this guy was on his own and this was not a setup, for this to have all played out this way based on what we can see with our own eyes.
Trump is so cooked, man. Trump is so cooked. Nobody's going to believe anything. Nobody is going to believe anything ever again. That is now the world that we live in. And especially with the introduction of AI, that makes it so people will actively choose to believe whatever they want to believe. Now we're at the point where even the attempt in Butler is, overwhelmingly viewed as some sort of a staged assassination attempt, right?
Yep.
I mean, how many theories have we seen around that? Now, in that one, when it first happened, that one, it was actually sort of unanimous. I'd say like 98% of the commentary around that was people thinking it was real. Now that number shifted to like maybe 50-50. Now, when it comes to this one, we're already at the point where like a majority of the stuff people say on social media is like, well, obviously that shit's not real.
Well, this is what happens when you embrace postmodernism, right? Nothing is real, and, well, you reap what you sow, man. I think he wanted sympathy, right? Oh, poor Donnie, he got almost assassinated, right?
So where do you think this goes, bro? Where do you think this goes? Man, never in my wildest imagination would I have thought that the thing that Trump brought to politics in this country, this like post-truth world, that we would so thoroughly be in it now, where it's just the norm. It is what it is. Like, this is just how it functions, and it's going to function like this in perpetuity.
A baby
and by the way,
catfish.
just for the record here, dude's not wrong. Like, he's not wrong for asking these questions. He's not wrong. I said a very similar thing about, you know, how Cole Allen went like in that door and then randomly came out running with a gun, and like the dog was seemingly right on top of him, and the cop was like looking right at him, and nothing happened. I thought that was fucking weird as fuck too. And let's not forget, so many questions have been raised about this shit. How about this? Remember, I showed you guys this the other day, but it's worth revisiting. Top question so far following the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Yeah, like, that's a great point, right, Ducky? Neither am I, right? Ducky said, we're at a point where even if I think something isn't a psyop or a false flag, I'm not going to argue with anyone who thinks it is. Bingo. Right? 100. Same here. Right? Guys, I don't okay. That's the point we've reached. Right?
Alleged assassination
Good point.
attempt
Thank
in
you,
no
Ducky.
order of importance. Staged.
Great comment.
Why was there a post from 2023 that simply stated the shooter's first name and last name? Why was the shooter's shirt off? Why did the Secret Service look so disorganized? Why has Trump skipped every White House Correspondents' Dinner until this one? Why did the shooter mention he especially was not targeting Kash Patel? Again, this one to me is, that's sort of a big deal because he made a point of saying, not Kash Patel. Like, I like Kash Patel. He's protected from my assassination efforts here. Well, again, the FBI has a track record of basically trying to get people to attempt terror attacks and then stopping them right before they do it and saying, we foiled a terror plot, and patting themselves on the back as if they're fucking heroes. They did this a number of times with like mentally ill Muslim teenagers during the peak of the war on terror. And so now this guy's saying, not Kash Patel. And it's like, why would you say that? Give me any explanation about that that's not sketchy. I'd love to hear it. Why was the shooter's name searched hundreds of times in Israel a day before the incident? Why did Caroline Levitt's husband warn a Fox News reporter to be very safe prior to the shooting? Why did the shooting just happen to occur at a time that Trump's poll numbers are the lowest of any modern president? Why did the shooter book a $3,000 a night hotel room months ago for an event that Trump never attends until he recently announced he would? Why was Trump's deputy chief of staff climbing on a chair to start a chant of USA, USA? Why would an award-winning tutor, Caltech grad, and NASA intern try to pull off such a crude, unplanned attempt? Why did the Secret Service lower their security protocols that night? Why was Hegseth seen laughing very shortly after the shooting event? Why was VP Vance removed before the president? Why was the president allowed to stay on the scene and observe with seemingly no security protecting him? Why did the right-wing social media all come out with the same ballroom talking point only minutes after the shooting? Again, this one I can't get over either, bro. How are you motherfuckers babbling about the ballroom literally minutes after the shooting? And we know they have group chats. We know the message goes out and then they all react. Why does it appear the same SS Secret Service agents that failed in Butler, Pennsylvania were on the scene at the White House Correspondents' Dinner? Why did the same Secret Service agents appear to be grossly untrained, frequently mishandling their firearms? Why did the entire cabinet look downright jovial after being put through an active shooter event, not traumatized like most people would be? Why was nearly the entire cabinet, president on down, present in one location, a serious break in national security policy and procedures? Guys, if there was an attack on that room, this is what you need to understand. If there was an attack on that room...
Yeah, too many attempts, and he always makes himself look like a hero. Too many questions, not enough answers. Bingo. Right? Like, it is a little too suspicious. It's like Ronald Reagan, right? There was one attempt on his life, and they actually got him. Right? Like, he got shot, guys. Right? Yeah.
You know
so
who would have
dumb.
become president? Chuck Grassley. 92-year-old Chuck.
Well, and this is the great thing about a skepticism, right? If you're wrong, okay. If you're not, well, I was skeptical anyway, right?
On that room, this is what you need to understand. If there was an attack on that room, you know who would have become president? Chuck Grassley. 92-year-old Chuck Grassley, who doesn't know where the fuck he is.
But if you're right.
Like, what? Why is that the case? Why are you all together?
Welcome back, buddy.
Post from 2023 by a NASA scientist named Henry Martinez linking him to NASA intern Cole Allen. Why did Trump lie about tripping and falling to the ground? Why did a Fox News correspondent have her phone call cut off when she revealed what Caroline Leavitt's husband told her? How does a person reportedly carrying multiple weapons pass or bypass initial screening at a presidential level event? Why would a planner send incriminating intent before escape or success? How did the Trump administration know the intent of the shooter just minutes after the event? Why was the narrative outpacing formal ID confirmation? How did the administration know it was a lone wolf situation so quickly? That's another great question. How did they know it was a lone? Like, you would think they would take him as far away from that building as possible, but they didn't. Why didn't the Washington Hilton have layered screening protections? Was this a true breach or something else entirely? Why would someone with no criminal record suddenly risk being killed for such a low success probability attempt? Why were there reports of inconsistent or absent ID checks from the event? How did a person allegedly carrying multiple weapons penetrate what was supposed to be a layered security event close enough to engage inside the perimeter structure? Why, after Butler, Pennsylvania, were security protocols not more rigid? A lot of questions. A lot of questions. Now, I'm not saying for sure anything in particular here. All I'm pointing out is these questions aren't going away. And even if the Trump regime came out and told the truth about all of this, people simply wouldn't believe it because they're the ones that gave us this post-truth world. They're the ones who destroyed their credibility about 4,000 times over. So now I say, congratulations. You're going to fucking suck it up and you're going to fucking deal with this. And now when there's something like back in the day, if there was an assassination attempt on a president,
it was a big deal.
Like, go back. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but go check. When there was the assassination attempt on Reagan's life, what happened to his approval rating immediately after that? I'm sure that shit motherfucking skyrocketed like nobody's business.
Yep.
Everybody's like, oh, I love Reagan now. Now, Trump's approval rating was 32%. He had this alleged attempt on his life. His shit is fucking 32%. He didn't get even the tiniest fucking bump. So, like I said, they built this world, and now they're going to fucking struggle with it. But it's only getting weirder, and now I love the addition of this fact into the conversation. That
Annie just told me this is stupid, and we have more important things to do. Well, tell Annie that I'm taking her spot. Pussy.
That his own voters, people who just voted for him in 2024, 6 of 9 of them were like, yeah, not buying this shit.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
All right. Then we have this, I think.
Rare.
Oh, nice. A gold tench.
All right, joining me today is Josh Green, aka Josh the Progressive. He is an independent political commentator with over 1 million followers across social media. His videos average nearly 100 million views a month, including interviews with top progressive fighters around the country. And here today to do some high quality MAGA bashing with me is Josh the Progressive. Josh, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Very well. I want to show you a video of one of Trump's little ass kissers. His name is Kevin Hassett, and he's
No.
bragging about
I knew
credit
it.
card spending.
I knew
being
it.
up. Play the clip.
The consumer is really, really firing on all cylinders, just like the corporate sector you're seeing in the earnings reports. And they're doing that because they have so much more money in their pockets. In fact, I had the head of one of the big 5 banks in my office yesterday going through the credit card data. And just as Secretary Bessent said, credit card spending is through the roof. They're spending more on gasoline, but they're spending more on everything else, too.
They're really this stupid, aren't they?
Yeah, they're
Josh?
so idiots.
Yeah,
Oh
we're
my
spending
God.
so much.
And again, I like, okay, guys, look at the data out there, right? We're one of the only countries in the world that views this as a good thing, right? In Germany, there are 2 kinds of societies, right? Ones that are savers, one that are earner, or like they're spenders, right? We are a spending economy, right? Like we as Americans spend more money than we have on average, right? Now, if you go to Germany, if you go to Japan, if you go to Italy, right? That is not the case. They are savers, right? We used to be savers. But several things have changed, right? Income inequality, neoliberalism has made a huge impact on this.
Good news, everyone! Play.
690-43852. Join the Patreon. Active patron 5/9/2026, 8:13:11 p.m.
Thank you for joining the Patreon. It says the number because a lot of times, like, people put their, like, their name in the Patreons, and I just don't want to dox anyone, right? But thank you very much. I appreciate it. I can't do it without your support. Plus, you get the Gloggy credits. Appreciate it. If he was a cat, he'd be this. All right, let's check it out. Check it out. If Gustex was a cat, this would be Gustex. Thank you for sending it over on Discord, Peter. I see you're using the feature well. All right, let's see. Oh my God, what the hell? What the hell? What is going on? Why does it keep having me do this? Okay.
That could never be me.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Please clap.
Oh shit. Oh shit. The tongue is coming out too. Damn. I've been known to do some tongue action.
Your credit.
Oh, lies. Well, you haven't.
Cards are.
How would you know, girl?
Maxed out right now. People are drowning in credit card debt. The economy is in a state of free fall right now. I thought people voted for this president to end wars and fix the economy, but instead we've started wars and the economy is crumbling right now.
It's crazy, isn't it? Don't you think all Republicans lead to this? At least in my lifetime, it's always
Gus is a virgin,
tax
so
cuts.
I am. Yeah, guys, I'm a virgin, so anything I say on stream,
destabilize the economy, go to war, everything's fucked up beyond all repair, and then they sit and smile about it on TV like this guy.
Like this fucking
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my tariff check. I'm still waiting for my Doge checks. Remember they said we were going to get a $5,000 tariff check? Everybody was going to get mailed one?
Yes, I forgot about that.
I check the mail every day. I'm looking for it. And then the Doge check, too, has never arrived. So I'm really pissed off about that.
Get your shit together,
exactly.
Gus.
Right.
God.
And of course, Marco Rubio has traveled to the Vatican today because I think the Vatican...
What? I'm just saying I can relate to that cat. Squeezy, squeezy, tonguey, tonguey. Action.
Probably doesn't want J.D. Vance to go, considering what he did to the last pope. Here is a video of Rubio meeting the Pope. So this is, this Pope has just utter disdain for these MAGA people. And now here's the deal, Josh. I really can't stand religion. And so a plot twist that I didn't see for me happening in 2026, that I'm Team Pope and Team Catholic Church, but I kind of dig this guy. What are your thoughts on this?
Oh, yeah, he makes me want to convert. I mean, he's also like a huge Chicago Bears fan, which is cool. But besides that, I mean, I think what's crazy is you've got the president of the United States going against the entire Catholic Church, essentially, ahead of the midterms, which just feels like suicide to me for their political hopes. But I guess they really are this incompetent, huh?
Yeah. And then what do you make of like J.D. Vance? He's changed his religion 3 times. He's changed his name 3 times. He basically killed the last pope. One of the last people the last pope saw was J.D. Vance, and then he drops dead. I mean, listener, y'all can do with that what you will. And then he writes this book about his conversion to Catholicism, and then starts picking fights with the Pope. On the book is a picture of a Methodist church. I mean, I really want J.D. Vance to be the nominee in 28. I really want him to be. I want us to just annihilate them once and for all.
Yeah, I mean, I think the more Vance ties himself to Trump, the more that's going to be a huge problem for Republicans, because people are going to blame Vance for the war. They're going to blame Vance for the economy. That's why you kind of see him trying to distance himself a bit with this war. He's not as public about it. I think he quietly knows that it's a very bad thing right now. So we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, he's trouble too.
And I think Trump is rat fucking Vance every chance he can get. He's sending him off on these missions that are absolute failures. And my favorite is he named him the fraud czar.
Right.
I mean, the most fraudulent.
Dirty chat. Damn right, Living Lily. Dirty chat. We're always dirty up in here.
President in U.S. history, and then J.D. Vance is the fraud czar.
It's absurd. I'm still disgusted by the time he went to Minnesota and he was talking about how ICE did their job and that the people they murdered in broad daylight were terrorists and that, they're not going to investigate anything. It's disgusting. Now one of those ICE agents, too, is back on the job.
I know.
It's insane.
And J.D. Vance, you might remember the MAGA has a youth Nazi problem. And it just seems like every chance they can get to condemn Nick Fuentes, they don't. And then there's always these Nazi chats that are popping up in young Republican circles. And J.D. Vance cannot condemn.
Look Who's Talking is a movie. You choke up on other people's facial.
Nazi chat groups.
Yeah, I mean, it's because he's a Nazi. And these people literally pretend like they're more moderate than the
dirty
far-right version of their party. But that's where this party is heading. I mean, these are sick individuals we're dealing with. These are people that want fascism in our country. They treat Trump like he's a king. He's a dictator in their eyes. And if they had it their way, he would be president for 8 more years and just command the country and just determine where we go.
Think about that. How broken would you have to be to see what you've been seeing and think, yeah, I want 8 more years of this. And so all of this with sending Rubio to meet the Pope comes after Trump reignited his feud with the Pope earlier this week. Play the clip.
Pope would rather talk about the fact that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon, and I don't think that's very good. I think he's endangering a lot of Catholics and a lot of people, but I guess if it's up to the Pope, he thinks it's just fine for Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
What's your take on that?
Yeah, I'm sure the Pope said he's totally cool with Iran having nukes. and not the fact that the Pope is opposed to the war crimes that are taking place, the murdering of school children, blowing up hospitals.
Right.
And do you want to know something, maybe controversial?
This is what we call a straw man. Right? They do this all the fucking time. You point out an argument. They can't point out against that, so they point out a counter argument. Well, what about Iran having a nuclear weapon? Well, yes, it's possible to not blow up little girls' schools and maybe for Iran to not have a nuclear weapon, right? But they don't get that. That's called a logical fallacy, guys. Right? Dude. And this is what I mean. Arguing with the Trumpists is almost pointless because they don't understand that, right? If you're talking about, hey, maybe we shouldn't be blowing up little girls' schools, and they're like, well, what about the nuclear weapons? It's always a whataboutism, right?
Controversial?
Yeah, of course.
I think personally, if Iran had a nuclear weapon, we wouldn't even be in this war right now. So
I agree with that.
You've got people saying, oh, well, aren't we so much safer because Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon? Maybe. I mean, we're at war right now, and the U.S. is actively less safe under this administration. We are now a target. Our soldiers are dying. People are dying in the Middle East. So something to think about. And I'm pro-denuclearization, and I'm a pacifist, and I think nukes in general are very bad. But something to think about.
I agree with you. I think all of this is a ruse reminiscent of the yellow cake business from Iraq. And they are playing the George W. Bush failed playbook of Republican policy, only they're doing a lot quicker and they're breaking everything a lot worse, which if you imagine at the end of 2028 how broken the economy was, I think that's what we're heading for because the stock market is propped up by like 6 or 7 AI companies. That's it. I mean, it's barely clinging on. And there is new reporting about the fallout from the war. Pop this up. CIA delivers analysis to the White House this week, concluding that Iran can survive the U.S. naval blockade for at least 3 to 4 more months before facing severe economic hardship. And so my question is, Americans are facing severe economic hardship. Severe. A lot of people live paycheck to paycheck and cannot afford to pay double in gas prices. And you're telling me Iran can go to 3 to 4 more months before they feel the consequences of this and we're quote unquote winning the non-war that we're in? What's your take on that?
Yep. We're winning,
I
guys.
fear this war isn't ending.
This is winning. Imagine losing.
Anytime soon. I mean, now it looks like it'll go for another 3 to 4 months. And Trump will still say, well, compared to the Iraq war, the Vietnam war, this was way shorter. Best case scenario would be, leading up to the midterms, Trump starts to wind this thing down. We go back to exactly where we were before this war started, and he'll say, look, gas prices are coming down. Everything's getting cheaper ahead of the midterms. And it's classic Trumpism. He creates a manufactured crisis, and then he fixes his own problem. We're slightly worse off as a result. And he'll say, look, I did it. I solved it. I won.
What do you make of? Because here's my thing, Josh. I get a crazy Trump. I get a crazy person. I get a narcissistic person. We all know crazy narcissistic people. The amount of Republican men like these, I'm a national security fiscal conservative.
I guess we do because Trump
go along with this objectively unqualified failure. That's the thing that just, I think this many people are going along with this. You have all of these billionaires that make trophies.
Well, that's the whole point of fixing the problems you start. You end up at zero.
Fees and go present these.
Girl, you want your politicians to fix stuff? What a joke. Could never be me. Imagine fixing anything in life.
Made up awards to him because his ego is so fragile. That problem is going to remain after Trump. All of these broken people that debase themselves to prop this man up. That problem is still going to exist after Trump, which this is a MAGA problem, but they got out enough votes to make the MAGA problem the American problem. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, Trump is a symptom of a bigger disease in this country. And a lot of people say, we need to go back to life before Trump. But life before Trump is what enabled this. And life before Trump wasn't working for most Americans anyway. We still have massive income inequality. People don't have health care. We're still dealing with a bloated Pentagon budget. So all of these issues remain. And these are issues that the Democratic Party very much does not address at times. And so we do.
Loggy remembered. Yeah, he has. I added a feature to him. It's called contextual memory. So, like, he remembers stuff that you mentioned. So, like, if you mention that you have a cat named, you're like, hey, Gloggy, I have a cat named Annie. He will remember that, right? And it's stored locally on my computer, so, like, it doesn't go to, like, any company or anything. But then what he'll do is, if you bring up something like that he remembers, he'll, like, put it into the, into his AI prompt, like in his AI response, right? So I thought that would be a really cool feature to add, right? Because it makes him more like lifelike, more real.
We need to go to a world beyond Trump, a world where we can prevent this kind of thing by happening by actually pushing for a major progressive wave of agenda.
Oh, so you're not a big fan of Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer's agenda and opposition to fascism, I take it?
I'm not a huge fan, no. In fact, I think they're a disgrace.
I do too. I really do. I really think it's a travesty that we are in the throes of a fascist takeover and our opposition party is so lackluster, disjointed, unprincipled, lacking conviction. It really terrifies me. What do you think if Trump is a symptom of American culture being undergoverned and governed in a bad way by both parties, what do you think the cure is? What does an opposition party look like to you?
Well, I'm, a revolutionary optimist. I feel cautiously optimistic that the pendulum is going to swing hard back in the direction of progress, prosperity. I want to see, a new era, a new wave of American politics that actually addresses the material conditions that people are dealing with. Could you imagine if we get through these dark ages and we saw an actual golden age of America, 8 years of a very progressive president, someone who's expanding healthcare access to everybody in the country, someone who's addressing the housing crisis, getting us out of wars, doing all.
And here's the problem is the pendulum has swung so much that there's too many pendulum swings, right? Ugh.
All the things that Trump lied to people.
Maybe I'm just being cynical, but no, I think there's just too much. There's too many forces that we've talked about on the stream, right?
But actually delivering results. That's what I want to see.
An FDR style generational impact on America.
That's what we would hope, but I just don't see it happening now, right?
America.
Exactly. And an
FDR mentioned. I got to work on that FDR timer thing or counter. Epic! Congrats! Too many balls flying in our faces. Old balls. Damn right. Where are the young balls? Huh? Whatever happened to the young balls?
An administration so successful,
God, ladies,
and so popular that people have no choice but to vote for it because results are happening.
Let me ask you this: in your dream world, where the Democrats grow spine and are able to do that, does that also include accountability and trials for all of the crimes that these dirty cops that occupy the Oval Office are committing every single day?
I desperately want to see modern day Nuremberg style trials for most members of the White House right now, members of Congress, who are enabling war crimes, who are contributing to genocide. People need to be punished for this. And there's no way we're going to move forward as a nation if we don't do this. It's not just Israel, committing genocide. There's people in our country that are participating in this. They're funding this. They're influencing this. The United States of America makes choices what we do in the Middle East, and we're actively involved now. So people need to be held accountable, and we definitely need to clean house and just get rid of all the warmongers.
I couldn't agree more. I really want the retribution portion of this, as well as delivering materially. But I think it has to be a compound plan of both of those things. Remember Bill O'Reilly? Here's Bill O'Reilly, and he's warning Trump of midterm losses over the Iran war. Play the clip.
President Trump has got to understand, he's a smart man, the growing anger in the United States. And people, $5 a gallon, they don't really understand this Iran stuff anyway. Very complicated.
Jesus, why is he so hoarse? Get a fucking cough drop, man.
And so the president knows he's got
Can someone give Bill O'Reilly a cough drop?
to move on it, or the midterms are lost. So that's where we are.
So I've been hearing a lot. I say that Trump is in his deathbed confession era, and you hear him say, well, we don't understand it, but oftentimes the incumbent president loses in the midterms. Nobody knows why. Well, everybody knows why. And you're starting to hear the drumbeat that there's a level of acceptance that the Democrats are going to win in the midterms, which is like a balming salve for me, because I'm very, very worried at the same time that he is going to unleash ICE and the military, both, at the polls, along with all the gerrymandering, fuckering, wouldn't surprise me one bit if he sent the military in and they just took voting machines. I'm not being hyperbolic.
He's on those RFK.
What's your take on where the midterms are, election safety, and a potential blue tsunami?
Yeah, MAGA is absolutely toast. I think they're finished. They were done during the Epstein files cover-up. Now the Iran war on top of it. I mean, the Iran war is reaching unpopular.
Click those nails together, Ducky. Yes.
Popularity ratings that, the Iraq war, the Vietnam war took several.
When you have really long nails, you can click them together. I'm sure the ladies understand that. I don't know, because I've just heard it and seen other ladies do it. God, clacking their nails. Yep, that.
Years to get to, and what we're only in the second month of this. But, you do have this concern that the president, who literally should be in jail for trying to destroy our democracy, is going to do something again. You've got Republicans in places like Louisiana, Governor Jeff Landry, trying to suspend elections that are already underway. But fortunately, now he's facing a recall petition. So people in Louisiana have an opportunity to potentially remove the Republican governor from Louisiana because he's trying to cheat and rig the midterms.
Thank frickin'
All right,
God.
and then final story I want us to discuss. The DNC autopsy, the controversial DNC autopsy. Kamala Harris has entered the chat. Pop this up. Kamala Harris wants the DNC to release its autopsy report of the 2024 campaign. So, Josh, I've heard various things. I've heard that the autopsy says that Gaza was an issue. I've also heard that Ken Martin hired his dipshit friend to do the autopsy. The dipshit friend was over skis, and it's
Gus can't snap his fingers or do the Vulcan salute. You're right, I can't. You're gonna have to teach me how to do it. Rubber bandit? Rubber bandit. Live long and prosper, stream. I can't do it.
Embarrassing report. I've also heard that the autopsy revealed that Kamala Harris wasn't that great of a candidate. What do you think the autopsy says, and should it be released?
Well, I think what DNC Chair Ken Martin is doing is shameful. I think it's insulting to my intelligence and really all of our intelligence that they're pretending like we don't know what's in that report. I really respect Vice President Harris for calling for this, because she also may very well know what happened, and she wants transparency. She wants accountability, and I think she knows the voters want this.
I agree. I say kudos to her that she's calling for it because she is still a leader in the party. She is a former vice president nominee. And I think it's a big deal that she's calling for it. And I think if you want to know why the Democrats lost, look no further than to how they've handled this autopsy. Complete and utter breathtaking incompetence and unforced error of the highest order. Josh Green, thank you so much.
Never heard of this guy. Interesting.
Lion Kamala.
Lion Kamala. Remember that? All right, guys. Well, with that, I'm out of here. I'm going to go eat dinner. Quitter. Damn right. Hit it and quit it. Thank you. Bye, chat. Yeah, good to see you again, Bossy French. We missed you around these parts. Is everything okay? Or you just decided to give me the middle finger? That's fine if you did. Thanks for the stream, Gus. Of course. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, so no worries, guys. Yeah, well, that's why I made the joke, because that's what Jersey does. Uh-huh. Right, guys. All right, stay tuned for Everything is Good. Just busy. I figured. That's why I just figured I'd ask, because you're one of my favorite viewers. If I call you out, I like you. If I don't, then yeah. Sorry, guys. Fuck off. Patricia, Living Lily. Suck it. You suck it, girl. Stay tuned for the credits, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm starving. Thank you for all the donations and the gifted subs. Thank you, subscribers. If you haven't subscribed, then make sure to subscribe. That way you get me more often, because that's the best way to do it. There you go, Jersey. You got the last cast. Bye, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.